Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Bonfire Nexus. I'm here with my two co-hosts, Daniel
Hello.
and Alex.
Would it be?
And today we have our first guest, Pedro.
Oh, is that what I'm going for? I thought I was going with my YouTube name, but okay, yeah, sure. Hello, everyone. Hello. Hello, everyone.
Yeah,
History
you can find
happened.
us. True. You can find us on all platforms with the tag at the Bonfire Nexus, and you can email us at thebonfirenexus@gmail.com. Any questions or any requests or anything, or any ideas for future episodes, send them there. Pedro, you want to let them know where they can find you?
Yeah. So I'm gonna put like my YouTube in it, but it's Yoshikan. I am a YouTuber that's just doing this shit for fun. If it blows up, cool. If it doesn't, whatever. But yeah, I just do basically whatever I kind of feel like it. It's again for fun, for funsies, as they say.
Cool. That's the best way to do it, in my opinion. All right. Well, today we're gonna be we're doing a little console retrospective. One in like probably a series. I don't know if we're gonna do it, back to back, but we thought it'd be pretty on topic to talk about the first Switch, what we liked about it, what we didn't, what we want to be fixed in the Switch 2, and also talk about the recent Direct for the Switch 2 and what looks cool.
I gotta cut you off.
Hope we can change.
I gotta cut you off. You say recent, but it's been like a month, and it's like we're kind of late for the party, but I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're well informed.
I mean, it's right around the corner.
We're well
right?
informed now, right? Yeah, because
Ripe for
Yeah.
Our research, right,
Yeah.
guys?
we'll get into the subject of like the craziness that was like the aftermath of the Direct, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because as a Nintendo fan, that shit was yikes, dude. But all right, anyway, Mike, you take the.
But before that, Pedro, what have you been playing?
Oh, brother, I'll just try to save time. Marvel Rivals, that's it. I'm the sweaty Marvel Rivals player. Yeah.
This
Yay! Yay! All right. If anything, I'll just say I've been playing Fatal Fury. I've been trying to learn how to play the game, so it's been fun. But yeah.
Did a new season of Marvel Rivals come around?
Well, yeah, it's been happening. They added, mommy, Emma.
Well,
And,
I was gonna ask, like, did you have to like regain your rank because you were Grandmaster, right?
Yeah, they do a reset. It's not like it's like League, but it's more severe. So
Where are you at now?
I haven't been really playing like a lot of rank because right now the rank experience is kind of garbage. So
I got
it's like I just play normal games. That's it.
Okay.
But when Ultron
Are you
comes
liking
out,
the new characters?
Emma's fun. She's great. She's a great tank. I think she might be a little overpowered. I'm not gonna make this thing into a Marvel Rivals fucking perspective of the character, but
Yeah.
she's fun. The map is fun. I'm waiting for Ultron because that game needs like more supports than ever, and I think with him being a support, it'll be, shake up the game a bit because I am kind of bored of the game right now, also too.
Well, you
But, yeah.
know like the shit out of it.
Well, I know life because I'm trying to make videos, dude. The content has, but
Yeah.
but that's for me. What about you guys? What have you guys been playing?
Dan, you wanna go ahead?
I haven't been
Final
playing-
Fantasy.
No, not really. No.
Okay.
I think maybe I could speak for Mike here too, but between being caught up for work and then just like being like super into raiding, I'm a little burnt out right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just a lot. It's just like I'm also been going on a lot of vacations recently, like
Yeah,
little
yeah.
mini vacations, and it's
Yeah.
just like
Yeah, you
putting
get
in the
to,
time,
you get to
and
go
it's just like I don't
around
want to.
enjoy your time, and I get to get locked in a
Yeah,
basement.
and this guy's
Yeah.
doing push-ups at 5 a.m, right?
Yeah, that's how that works.
I get my coffee made for me,
Yeah, no, I just have like instant pack Nestle, and I'm like, I'm like starting a fire,
scraping the bottom of the barrel of the coffee pot.
Yeah. I'm like starting a fire with twigs and everything at work. But no.
You ever ate solidified coffee? Dan asked.
It's, you're not wrong. No, what have I been playing? I think I've just been doing a lot of like not TTS, like tabletop stuff. Like I haven't really been playing a lot of video games. I mean, like besides Helldivers, because I've kind of gotten back into Helldivers. I've just been like, touching grass. And part of that
Nice.
is also just like for instance, I finally was able to find the time to go to my local game store and play an actual game of Trench Crusade. I know we were talking about it the other day. But I got to actually sit down and play it, whereas last time I just knew about it. And it's fun. It's a lot of fun. I met a couple cool guys. I went there and I was like, hey, I just want to learn how to like play the game. Can somebody teach me? Like I had a general idea, but I just wanted to go through the motions. And then I finished the game, and then everyone there was just kind of like, yeah, you should join our campaign. We're starting a campaign. I'm like, oh, I didn't really want to commit to anything because those are like weeks long. They're kind of like D&D campaigns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But they convinced
Sounds
me.
cool, though.
Yeah, I totally fucking fell into it, man. So like we meet once a week. I did my first game there. I fucking dominated. So that got me really pumped up to keep playing the game. And they were like, "Yeah, just give us your list and then learn the campaign rules." And like just today, all I've been doing is like getting deeper and deeper into it because I'm not really one for like lore and stuff like that in tabletop games. I don't really get too much into the role playing of like D&D and stuff. I just care more for the gameplay mechanics. But they were like, "Oh, what's your warband's name?" And I was like, "Oh, I need a name." And they're like, "Yeah, and what's your commander's name?" And I was like, you know what I mean? So I was like on the spot, just like sitting there, actually having to engage with like the universe, and it was actually pretty fun. I'm normally not one for that. All I care about is like how can I best take advantage of this unit. But I made a warband. They're called the Storm Splitters because they have blue cloaks. Like kind of they look like storms, and my playstyle is all about like heavy armor piercing swords and satchel charges. So I was like splitting Storm Splitter being a reference to Dark Souls 3, right? Is that where you fight Yorm, who has the Storm Splitter, or you use the Storm Splitter against them? Um, and then I was like, okay, satchel charges are another way that I deal damage in my warband. So explosive, like thunder, Storm Splitter's pretty cool. They were like, all right, well, what's the name of your commander? And I was like, well, he's a lieutenant, and my name is Dan. Lieutenant Dan. I thought that was pretty I was like, that's pretty good reference. And then one of our friends in our Discord, Oki, he wanted to be part of the warband, so I made him my patron god. And then what I did for the rest of the Discord, kind of like you did with XCOM, Mike, I named most people on the Discord after a character. So like my brother is my heavy mechanized infantry right now. So hopefully he doesn't die. Hopefully all the other friends from the Discord don't die in this campaign either. But yeah, it was cool. I got to like delve into like a little bit more of my creative side in the tabletop scene, which I normally don't do because I just like care for one-off games. So I'll report back, I guess. But Lieutenant Dan and the Storm Splitters are going forward, so we'll see.
I gotta say,
That's cool.
does that really sound like you're touching grass? Because it doesn't really, but
Well, I mean, I'm going outside and interacting
Yeah,
with people. That's
yeah.
better than being behind
Yeah,
fucking
yeah.
random sweats and Marvel Rivals. I don't want to hear it.
True.
Hey,
How many guys were in that group at the LGS?
So that night, the Trench Crusade guys, there was 5 of them.
There you go.
And I was looking at the list. The total people in the campaign are I want to say there's like 12 of us.
Holy
So there's
shit!
there's quite a bit. Yeah. So I have that going on Saturdays, and then I have Kill Team going on Fridays. Then I have Magic going on Mondays. Like I'm just popping off everywhere. A lot, like I said, a lot of like tabletop stuff. Not a lot of video games lately. So yeah, it's been fun. I've
Word,
had a
man.
blast. So
Hey, I'm
far,
saying,
yeah.
look, you run into 12 people in an average Marvel Rivals match, and look, you want to go back. Every time I finish a match of Marvel Rivals, I never want anything to do with those people again, so.
Yeah, I hope I never get re-queued with you fucking losers.
oh yeah, that's yeah, that's
Quick explanation. How does the campaign work for that?
Okay, so yeah, no, it's
Sounds-
really
oh
cool. So
boy, here. All right, let me go get
So
popcorn.
it's
Really
like-
quick.
it's like 12 battles, right? So like you have like brackets,
Yeah.
so it's like battles 1 through 3 are these scenarios, battles 4 through 6 are these scenarios, and you build up to like the 12th, right? So then you have ways of like after your game ends, you have to roll for each character that got downed, and on a 1 or 2 out of a 6, they just die and you lose them in your
Oh,
campaign,
fuck.
right? So yeah, hopefully that doesn't happen to any of the Discord guys. And then you like if your leaders got damaged, your elites, they get battle scars, so you have to roll an injury table, and they might like lose an eye, or they might like lose an arm, so they can't use handed weapons, things like that. Or if you win, you can get blessings from your patron. So depending on which patron you picked, you can get a buff like I don't know. Mine has one where they get like 3 blessing dice, up to 3 blessing dice at the beginning of a game. So they it's kind of like a rank system, like in traditional video games, but you also have downsides, right? In the sense of like if your guys get too injured, that they will sustain injuries on future games as like permanent debuffs. The best way I can relate it is kind of like Darkest Dungeon. I know I use
Yeah,
that game a
was
lot.
I was gonna
Yep.
say that. It sounds
Yeah.
exactly like that.
Yeah, like where like your guy, if he's like afraid of the dark, he'll maybe be blinded when he's in those dark scenarios. Like there's one I think it's called like trauma, uh, or psychosis or something. So like if you lose the game and your character rolled that injury, you have to annotate which faction you fought against, and then whenever you fight that faction, that character will have fear for the rest of the game, which I
Oh,
thought was
shit,
like
that's
really
pretty
cool.
cool.
Yeah, yeah. So like fear makes
Oh,
it harder for you to hit. So like say you fought a Heretic Legion, and then 3 games later you fight another Heretic Legion, that lieutenant that had that debuff is going to remember that. So it's really cool. Like you like personalize the individual models instead of having like a massive army. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it's a skirmish game for the most part. But then like you have the chance of like if your army took a lot of damage, then you can like reinforce, which means that you wipe your entire list and then you build up from scratch. Or you could choose to, if you didn't feel like you got much losses, you can explore and try to get as much benefits as possible, but you won't have like a full force. You know what I mean? But you might be able to continue with a force that might have got some positive upsides. Because if you reinforce and say you drop like your Yowman or your shock trooper that had that buff, that's it. He's gone, right? But if you are continuing forward with the warband that you continued with, whether they got the buffs or the debuffs, you can maybe reap a couple of benefits, and then you kind of have to fight with these guys. So, I mean, like Darkest Dungeon is probably the best thing I can relate it to because that one has the most continuous, like permanent deaths if you get unlucky, traits that kind of affect you on a positive or negative sense.
I was gonna say fear and hunger. That's what it kind of is like sounding to me.
Yeah, but fear and hunger is like
More brutal,
Yeah.
more like oh fuck me, like
No,
this
I
game
think
is just-
XCOM is also a pretty good
Like,
point
fear-
because especially in the later like DLC, they added actual like phobias,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
bonds too. You know, so you can
The thing-
get benefits.
Yeah, the thing with about fear and hunger is that there's times where you just kind of like are cooked. You know what I mean?
yeah, just accept your fate. You're like, yeah,
Yeah,
you know
like
what?
you
All right,
just
game.
like because like there's like in fear and hunger, like if you lose both legs, you're not done, but you might as well be. You know what I mean? So I think.
Well, the
in
good thing is
Trans
the game lets
Crusade,
you just
can-
continue. But yeah, okay, I see what you're saying.
I will say that Trans Crusade does remind me a lot of Fear and Hunger in the sense of like the brutality of things. Because like usually when you see battle scars, you'll think of like oh, this person maybe has some like an injury in their arm or something. But like the injury table in Trans Crusade is like you lost an arm and you're bleeding out, or you have severe nerve damage and your character's like going schizo or something in the battlefield. Like the ones that they describe are just kind of like, oh my god, like you know what I mean?
Jeez.
Yeah, they're very very brutal.
I mean,
Which is
it's
cool
a
because
World
that's
War
the
I inspired. Yeah.
yeah, I mean that's the name of the game basically. So it's just Trans Crusade. It just has a lot of cool mechanics too. Like the demons have this really cool mechanic where demons, quote unquote, where in order for them to cast spells, they need to have blood markers, which is kind of like a debuff that you apply on units, including yourselves. But what they can do is they can have a little wretched in their army, and that wretched like human can basically be tortured, and they can stack up blood tokens that you then siphon from them. So like it is a thing when you play demons to just have a bunch of mortals in chains around, and you just torture them in the middle of the field just so you can get more blood to use spells. I was like, oh my god, that's cool as fuck. It's brutal when you think about just like carrying a little like basically like a little human, not even human in their eyes, and then you just like, hey, I'm just gonna like cut off your arm so I have a couple of blood, and then I'm gonna throw a bomb at that guy over there made out of your blood and the forces of hell. No biggie. You know what I mean?
funny.
But yeah, no, it's cool. I've been enjoying it, so we'll see.
Yeah,
Fan-
sounds cool.
Fantastic. All right, Mike, what have you been playing?
I have been playing a mix of things. I started a new XCOM 2 campaign, diving back into that. As mentioned, have all my like not all because there's not I guess that many of us, but pretty much a good chunk of the Discord homies as some of the soldiers. Unfortunately, one of them already died. I'm
Yeah.
only like 6 hours into this campaign.
I kind of wanted to.
I mean, I'm willing to admit I suck at XCOM. So
What
I kinda wanted
difficulty
to
are you
ask,
playing at?
though,
I think I'm playing on normal.
Okay,
I'm just ass at
that's
XCOM.
fine.
I feel like other strategy games I'm fine, but there's just something about XCOM that like I get so tilted too easily in that game. Like I it's pretty bad. But I really enjoy it. It's really cool. It's just I can only play that game in spurts. But I've been playing that. I went back into Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 a little bit before that crashed. I've been scared to boot it back up.
Oh god.
Because I was like, I swear to God, man, like if my save is like super far back, I'm gonna be really upset. But I was really enjoying it while I was playing it. But when it crashed, I was like, all right, I'm just gonna take a break right now. I don't want to boot it up and get tilted. So those are the two things I've been playing. Well, I guess like that aren't Magic, because I've still been playing Magic Online a lot.
Yeah, no
A
kidding.
lot of Standard. Yeah, it's been a lot. Just getting ready for MagicCon Vegas because I'm going to that in June. So I'm gonna be building a Standard deck in real life. So I've been testing the deck I'm gonna be using. Well, not testing, but playing, just to get
Those
good.
emotions.
Probably enter a couple events in MagicCon for Standard. That'd be cool. So I'm trying to get that ready before then. Playing a lot of Commander with the guys on the side. And I guess the notable thing I want to mention, I'm not super far into it, but I did, I guess, quick context. I mean, I've heard a lot of good things about this game, but I watched Sinners recently, which is like a vampire movie.
You have to
Yeah,
shut up
on
about
my
that.
list. On my list.
Yeah, I know, it's been so fucking good, man.
What?
I love it. If you like movies that have a lot of like meaning to it, and you have to like think about it, that's like that type
Well, I
of
don't like
movie. And,
vampires.
I guess attention to details and stuff.
Mike,
I'm
I think
not a huge vampire guy
I think
either.
you and I watched the different movies because I think you watched Sinners. You said?
Yeah.
Oh damn. Okay, I don't know.
Yeah, I think you have the same take as Trey. I think you guys take the movies at face value,
what?
and you like more face value movies. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, and that's what I was trying to tell Trey. I was like, there's nothing wrong with movies like that or liking movies like that. It's just I've noticed like some of the movies that have more like you're expected to, I guess, look into like the metaphors and like the allegories and stuff.
Yeah.
You guys tend to not really enjoy them as much.
I was gonna ask you.
Which for me, those are my movies. I
Yeah.
will listen to a 2 or 3 hour podcast or video on dissecting the movies and what they mean, and interviews with the director, all that shit. I love that. So, I've been really on that movie, and that movie blew me away.
I was gonna ask, like, there was that movie. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about because we did talk about it in the past. It was the one about that one talk host show host that like made a deal with the devil and he like killed his wife.
Late Night with the Devil.
Yeah, Late Night
Yeah,
with the
is
Devil.
it like that kind of deep meaning, or because that movie had a little bit of lines to read between? Especially,
Yeah, that one had lines to read between, but I wouldn't say there was any like outstanding theme that made me think about, I guess, life in certain ways.
Okay.
Whereas something like Sinners,
Huh?
there's like messages or themes that you can take away.
Yeah,
that
racism.
It just, I mean, racism is a big part of it, but it's also individuality, what art means to culture or a particular person.
It's a
Uh-huh.
vampire
Our
movie?
history, like certain parts are history.
I think Mike's going a little too like big brain about being like, oh, this is
It-
there's meaning and
it's
everything,
not.
and I'm
You
like,
can-
Mike,
I mean, it's
No,
Mike,
just
you
fucking
can
relax.
movie.
you can find
There's
interviews
nuance
with the
to it.
directors, and that's what that was what their vision was.
Yeah,
think
but
that-
directors.
Um,
Go.
I mean, the director was the one who wrote the movie too. So in this case, if he's saying that was his vision and that's how I took it, I think that's a pretty clear indication that that's what he tried to create, right?
So you're not being
You know
like
what?
an English teacher about it. You're not like being like, oh, the
No,
I think he
no.
is.
It's like it's pretty overt that there's like
I
a
haven't
lot
seen it,
of
so-
things to it. It's
Yeah.
really good, but like if you take it at face value, it's just like an all right film.
Is
right?
it
I
like
think
a
it's shot
drama
very well.
or a horror?
I think it's both.
It's like a mixture. it's like a genre piece and a horror and a drama. It's kind of awesome.
Okay.
Like it doesn't really. I don't think this is spoilers, but I'm just gonna say just in case. It doesn't really pick up into the vampire stuff until like later in the movie.
Mhm.
But like that first part of the movie that some people consider a little slow, I still was loving it. I thought all the actors and the characters, like the actors were amazing. and the characters were very well written, and the dialogue was super tight and awesome. I didn't feel like there was any time in that movie where I was just like, why did we need this scene? It felt like everything was purposeful.
So
for characterization.
So hold on, Mike,
towards like the plot.
So you're gonna tell me that the 3 sex scenes were necessary for the plot?
Yes.
Yes.
I do think so.
I only thought 1 was, but anyway.
I thought all 3 were necessary.
All
That
3.
reminds-
Okay.
It's
That
a
reminds me of-
vampire
They make you-
story,
they make you
man.
care about
gotta
the
sex it
characters
up
more,
a little
too.
bit. I mean, come
That-
on.
Yeah, I also like how horny the movie is. Personally, I
That-
was like, yeah, this shit is awesome.
That reminds me of this
But-
one meme in the Warhammer scene where it's like, trust me, Inquisitor, the sororitas walking around with bare feet is very important. Like,
Yeah, I didn't really have too much. I don't think it's a 10 out of 10 movie. But
Well,
I think it's a
yeah, like
9
how-
to 9.5.
Well, yeah, like how everybody is like. I think people are fucking over.
I think it's one of,
releasing
in
it.
my opinion, one of the best movies I've personally seen in like the last 10 years. Like it's
Okay.
really fucking.
I-
good
I
to me,
ju-
personally.
I looked up
I-
the
like, I-
IMDb
Go ahead.
real quick, and Sinners is actually Ryan Coogler's best work so far. I mean, I think there's one thing where he EP'd called 30 for 30, but that's a TV show.
Mhm.
But like he did Creed, for example, and Creed
Yeah,
was
and
really
I know
fucking
Creed is
good.
fucking awesome. Yeah.
But
So that, I know a
yeah.
lot of people like Black Panther, but I would highly recommend it if you like movies like that where you like to dissect the movies, because I know that's not everybody's thing, right? And like a couple years ago, I was the same way where I was like, you're just being an English teacher about it, like you said, Dan.
the way
Like,
you said it. A
I-
few years ago, I was just like you, a fucking scrub, but now.
No. It's because I guess like I don't know what it is, but I've really gotten into like I guess appreciating like how people make movies
Uh-huh.
and like how they're written and like, I guess the vision and stuff and the meanings behind stuff, because like before I didn't used to think about it at all, right? And then I used to like I started watching videos on like certain scenes and like it's something like the director's like, yeah, I shot this specifically to make you feel that way, and then I was just like, I did feel that way without having to think about why I felt that way, right?
Yeah.
So it's just like a dissection. into
Oh,
that stuff,
brother,
and I
I
think it's
wanted
really
to
cool.
make you
My-
feel this way. I did feel that way. Yeah.
Bro, if
It's
Yeah.
just
you
the
go
way
to a
you're
movie
wording it,
and
it's
you're not
funny.
willing to engage with it, go watch a fucking Transformers movie. Not
No,
to be
no,
like,
it's
Yeah,
just-
and that's what I'm saying. There's nothing wrong with that because I still like
yeah,
Transformers.
like
I
if
know,
you want
it's funny
spectacle,
that-
go see
yeah.
spectacle. But
I just
seriously,
think
this,
it's
you know,
funny.
it is
Well,
I
still
just
an
think
art
it's funny the
form
way you're
with a-
wording it.
Yeah, Mike. It's like it sounds like when you were like young, you were like, "Ooh, explosion, so cool." Me like
Exactly.
and then when
Yeah,
you
exactly.
you're like,
No,
"Yo,
but
that
I
explosion,
get it, 'cause, like,
that
there was,
explosion
like,
has
a-
symbolism."
There's like movies that I like that
He-
I would say are a little bit more surface value. I haven't seen Sinners, so I don't really have a best comparison. But like a
Mhm.
movie like The Revenant, where most people thought it was kind of boring, I really like that movie.
Revenant's awesome.
Yeah, movies like District 9 is a little bit of a slop, but there is a lot of underlying feeling in it, especially
I still like that movie.
Yeah,
I thought it was
yeah.
cool.
yeah. So like, I mean, I get where you're coming from. I'm just making fun of the way that you're wording it. You're making it sound so dramatic.
All right, so I have a proposition, brother. Go watch Sinners sometime,
Hmm.
and then we'll have a podcast about it. Cause I'm one of the I'm one of those people that I thought the movie was like good.
Yeah.
It has a lot of stuff that I'm just like, bro, this is kind of stupid. And
I'd be curious to hear that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I
Wait,
felt like
Michael,
everything
did you
was
watch it?
awesome.
My-
I haven't seen it, but it is
Okay.
on the top of my list right now. I have
All
no-
right,
I would
so
highly
no
Mike,
time
Mike,
to go to the
It was
movies.
awesome in theaters
Oh.
too. It was awesome in the theaters. Like the crowd I was in was
okay.
like really amazing.
All right,
and
Michael, I
it
am
made
making
it more enjoyable.
I'm making an announcement right now. I'm going to how do I say this? How do I word this? Give me a second. All right, so I'm going to invite you to a special episode about you defending Sinners, and me just shitting all over the movie.
Oh my
How
god.
does that
Okay,
sound?
that's fine.
And then and
That's fine with me.
And then I guess
We
we
can
have
put Trey on the episode too.
No, we'll have-
Out in
no,
his,
no,
like,
well,
mid, too,
no,
so.
let's have my brother as the person
I
in the
no,
middle.
Yeah.
which we're gonna say.
I will not volunteer.
I just don't know how you see that movie and think it's only about like racism and like black culture.
Michael,
Like, there's so
Michael,
much more
the
to it.
Michael,
vampires are black.
no, the vampires
No.
are white.
Oh wait, I don't know
Yeah.
what's going on anymore.
The
Michael's like, oh, it's not about racism. I'm Michael. The last scene of the movie, literally one of the characters throws out the giant N word out there. And I was like, damn, if this isn't about racism, I don't know what is, dude.
I'm not saying racism wasn't a part of it. I'm
It
just
was
saying
a-
it's not just about racism.
But
Yeah,
but
it's
racism
the
saved the
under-
movie. But anyway,
it's like
hell?
onions. It's like onions, dude. You have to
Nah, I think I think the movie's the main theme is about music
Layers.
and individuality. Personally,
How did
Not
we
about
get this from
vampires?
vampires?
anyways, I'm bringing that up because I've been playing Vampire the Masquerade Bloodline.
Oh my
Boo.
God.
That's a classic.
we just had a
Yeah,
20-minute.
That I will.
Yeah, well,
hate
because
on.
you guys kept fucking coming at me, and I was trying to talk
Whoa,
about
I
it.
didn't
and
come
then I was
at
trying to-
you. I was making fun of you.
It was mostly Pedro coming at me. Anyways,
Well, yeah, because I'm tired. All right,
so
continue,
I
continue.
saw Sinners. I've had Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines in my library for a while now, and I've heard great things. I love older RPGs and everything. So that movie like kind of reminded me of that game where I was just like, oh, I do have like a vampire game, and I was kind of in the vampire mood because that movie for me, I'm not a fan of vampires traditionally, I guess.
yeah.
But then I was like, let's do some vampire shit.
Can
So
you explain
I
to me what the
dove into that.
vampire mood means?
Look,
Well,
I
you
think
ever
need
you ever
to
see a
distinct-
zombie movie and makes you want to play Left 4 Dead or something?
No.
It's Michael's. It's Michael's
I don't
like
know,
little.
man.
It's
Wait,
Michael's
for
me,
little,
sometimes-
quirk.
Alex, you've played the tabletop version of vampires, right?
Vampire the Masquerade.
Yeah.
Not in full, no.
But
have
you've like dabbled in
created,
it.
created a character once for a campaign that fell through. I
that
mean,
sounds
it's a
familiar.
cool system, right? Yeah, right. No, I mean, fuck, Dark World, I think it's called. I don't know.
I
it's
just didn't
been,
know if you
like,
could draw
2
some
or 3 years.
correlations to the game because I heard it's like pretty 101, kind of like Baldur's Gate to D&D.
I wouldn't be surprised. Masquerade's like 20-something
I mean,
years
you
old
should
at
have
this
make
point.
a character sheet. Yeah.
Yeah,
make a
and
character.
back then especially, it was very much like you didn't need to simplify or water down mechanics because devs didn't know what that meant.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's
which I
just-
personally enjoy.
it's one of those RPGs I think that falls into CRPG transitioning to like modern RPG, right?
I got you.
Where you still have a very mechanized sort of system that is supposed to be replicant of the tabletop.
Yeah.
But then you also have to fit it into like a 3D game world with the limitations that come with that. But
I got you.
I mean, it's a classic game that people love.
Yeah,
I've only maybe played about 4 hours of it just because I think I was young and maybe a little busy when I tried it. But I know enough people could put it up there with like classic Fallout, OG
Yeah.
Baldur's Gate.
I always hear it brought up every once in a while. That's why I ask. And it seems like Vampire the Masquerade is kind of like those titles like Call of Cthulhu or Pathfinder, where it's like it's the ones that sit right below D&D, but like a lot of people really like. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call it cult following. I just call it like
No, I don't think it's cult at all.
Yeah, no, I think it's a mainstream competitor, but you have
Yeah.
to already be in the hobby in order to like it. Like I think anyone can play D&D. Like genuinely, it's very easy to say you make a fantasy character and you have an adventure like Lord of the Rings, right?
Mhm.
It's a very easy pitch for D&D. Whereas with like Call of Cthulhu and Vampire the Masquerade, I think you need to have them sold on the idea of like sitting down for a few hours and making character
It's
sheet,
very like
teaching them about the lore. Yeah.
they're very solidified game systems and IPs. Obviously, yeah. Like I wouldn't deny them that. That's kind of why I'm surprised that it always comes up. Like I always hear about Vampire the Masquerade like at least every 2 years. You know what I mean? More than Call of Cthulhu, if anything. But I don't think
Yeah.
it's like I feel like the tabletop space in terms of like RPG, like D&D and stuff, is a lot more open than something like the mini scene. Where
Mhm.
it's like if you look at minis, you really just get like an entire Warhammer section and then like 2 boxes of some off-brand game like Bolt Action or something like that.
Yeah.
I kind of wish the mini scene was more like that. Trench Crusade, kind of dialing it back to that, they really broke open like the mini scene with them coming in because a lot of people really liked it, but I don't think it has the foothold just yet. So I hope that game
Yeah.
grows, but it's a little bit riddled in controversy. We'll see.
I think the material cost and then the complexity hamper the mini scene, the tabletop
Yeah.
wargaming scene, compared to the
100%.
RPG scene, because like theater of the mind is the thing you can do. You can sit in a Discord call or just sit around the table and say, well, my character's going to go investigate here. All you need to do is have some dice in hand, right? Like,
Yeah.
actually, that
Yeah,
is the bare minimum, and you can still have a good time. Whereas with, like, again, Warhammer, Trench Crusade, Bolt Action, what's the other one? The Battletech? I don't know.
Battletech, yeah.
Yeah, you gotta buy some stuff. You gotta sit
Yeah.
down assembling them. You gotta learn the rules in almost their entirety.
Yeah, pretty much.
Which like D&D is very much like well, what do I do here? Well, let me think about that for a second. And you just look at the skill sheet and you're like, okay, this sounds like a intelligence check.
Yeah.
Um,
I've had that problem with D&D getting into it. When we were running the campaign that Mike was GMing, I always like brought the question up of like, am I allowed to do this? And like more often than not in D&D, it's like, yeah, just fucking go for it. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Like
So that's D&D great.
that's so weird for me coming in from like a tabletop wargaming because like everything is pretty fucking strict. You know what I mean? Like if you move an inch over your movement, like you're being a dick at that point. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like you really got to know how shit interacts. So moving into a game system like D&D, it's almost too open for me. You know what I mean? Like I
Yeah.
feel like I have the same thing with like again the whole open world discussion where it's just like there's so much that you can do that I kind of don't want to do it. You know what I mean? I'm just kind of like I
Yeah.
would rather just have like a strict set of rules that I know I need to play around. Like chess.
Well,
there's no
yeah.
confusion with chess. You know what I mean?
If I can dig a little deeper into that, I think that's fun to consider because one thing D&D doesn't really have outside of very specific scenarios is like competitive win-lose kind of things, right?
Yeah.
Like you can play PvP in D&D, but the game is not optimized for that at all.
Mhm.
Some classes will blow others out of the water versus Warhammer and again chess and BattleTech and bolt action. There is a winner, there is a loser.
Yeah.
You're not playing against NPCs or
Yeah.
encounters. You are competing against other players. So you need that strict adherence to rules because you can't just say, well, my Space Marine is going to jump on top of this building when there's like no ability to do that, you know,
Mhm.
outside of the given mechanics. There's no like room for interpretation.
I think
Whereas,
I generally like. Sorry, keep going.
But I mean, I know there's the. I was just saying that there's the RPGs in the Warhammer setting specifically for that. But
Yeah.
but yeah, go on.
I tend to. I think what I like is being given a set of rules in a world or something, and then saying like, okay, now I have the understanding on how things work. How can I excel at doing these things? You know what I mean? Whereas like D&D is just kind of like hear how things work, but like you don't have to like so much be rough around the edges. You know what I mean? Like you just kind of like one thing that I thought like when we were playing Divinity that was really cool is how you can like combo things that I wouldn't have thought of, but it's not just like a direct, you know, this thing does this damage, but you could do like an oil like a water slick and then freeze or yeah, water slick and then freeze it, so then they slip and then they, you know, are out of combat or stuff like that. Like that's like the cool in like ingenuity part of D&D. But it's also the
Yeah.
part that I tend to like not enjoy that much because I'm just like yes, that's like a thing that you can do, but that doesn't exactly mean it's optimal. Whereas like in Trench Crusade, I just found out a combo that I can do where you can like insta kill anything as long as it's downed, and I was like, see, that's the type of stuff I like figuring out is like skewing through the rules and being like, wait, that thing goes with that thing, and then that thing combines with this thing to just be one of the best units in the army. Great, got it. You know what I mean? But I'm still playing within the confines of the rules, so to speak. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a joy kill. Maybe that's it. Maybe I'm just not.
No.
That's why I
think
can't
there's-
sit down and watch movies all the time, and I don't read into the underlying levels of sinners.
Yeah, sorry, man.
Maybe I'm just a smooth brain. I
What
mean, I
is
don't know.
it,
I've never watched Sinners, so I
Fish
can't speak
Tank
for it.
IQ?
Yeah,
Fish
yeah,
Tank
yeah.
IQ?
Fish tank IQ, dog water IQ, or hot dog water
Yeah.
IQ. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, there's tactical thinking, and then there's like ingenuitous or like imaginative thinking, right? I think D&D.
Mhm.
You're right. Like ingenuity can work in the same way Divinity allows ingenuity, but because it's a video game, again, going back to that like limitations of a 3D generated world,
Mhm.
there's only so much you can account for as a game developer.
Yeah,
Right.
that's fair.
So there does have to be rules you abide by. But with D&D,
But-
they kind of
yeah.
tell you don't really need to abide by the rules. Here's a guideline on what happens if you encounter these specific scenarios. But honestly, if your people are having fun, then you're doing it right.
Yeah, but
Um,
I feel like that's ruined more than it's like helped, in my opinion. But I think that's more down.
Yeah,
to
that's
the
why you
person.
gotta have like the rein in the players.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you can't.
Or
'Cause I
temper
always
their
feel like
expectations, too.
every single campaign, whether it was Pathfinder or D&D, because I've done plenty of D&D campaigns, but I don't think I've ever gone more than like 10 sessions in, because like somebody does something it's just like, all right, well now nobody wants to
Well,
play
the
anymore.
thing is that the group that we play with, they get.
Well,
I
no,
don't
not
know,
even
so-
that.
Yeah,
Like, when I was-
I gotta contrast that. I've been running a campaign for over 5 years,
And
and
that's
it's
what
the
I'm
same
saying.
people,
Like,
and-
that's why I said
Before I
maybe it's
moved
the
from
players.
Jacksonville,
Yeah.
I was in a campaign for 2 to 3 years, literally since I joined the
Yeah.
company over there. So
It sucks too, because
like,
like
and it
I get really excited. Like we did one where it was a
Yeah.
D&D campaign back when I lived in North Dakota. We were doing it. It was Diablo themed, and I was like a guy who was like way too religious to a fault. Like he just trusted in his god way too much, right? But it turned out that his god wasn't real. So like he just drew faith from what was confidence and self like improvement, but he thought it was like being led through his god giving him power, right? Like faith. And I really liked that character, and then we went 3 sessions in and then stopped playing because somebody kind of started, derailing the scenarios and stuff. And I was just like, it happens all the time. Like Patches, I really liked Patches. You know what I mean? Like he's just
Yeah.
a little mouse berserk. I was thinking about him for
I've-
years, and then I was like, oh well, now Patches. Same with what was the other one? Diablos, the little skeleton
Mhm.
guy.
Yeah.
Diablos was cool as fuck. I have all these like cool concepts for characters, and then they just kind of like wither and die on the vine, and I'm like, all right, like that's the thing that turns me off the most about.
but that's what I'm saying. I
D&D.
think it's mostly a group though.
Yeah.
But-
because like
but what I'm
that
getting
actually
at is
makes me
that-
really sad
like-
to hear, man. Because like, damn, that does sound like a really cool character concept.
that's
and
what
I
I'm-
think
that's-
but
That's what I'm getting at though, because like there's like the concepts of like Diablos, that time when we like were trying to infiltrate that goblin hive or whatever, and Diablos being
Yeah.
a skeleton, for those who don't know, we broke him down in a box and then we rolled like a crit, so he was like a jack in the box and stabbed somebody like in the head. Like I was like, that's so cool. Like that's the thing I love about D&D. But like I said, historically, for like I think 10 years at this point, I've been trying to play D&D. Every campaign has fallen apart, and I think that's why I've just liked wargaming better, because I go there, I build an army, I fight, and I'm like, hey, good game, and that's it. That's as far as it goes.
Yeah.
That's one
yeah,
of the reasons
totally
why
real,
one
totally
of the-
valid.
Yeah, that's why one of the reasons yesterday I just went there to play a one-off game, and they convinced me to do this campaign. I didn't want to do the campaign, but I was like, you know what? Let's try it. Maybe combining the tabletop aspect that I enjoy of like wargaming with the campaign narrative of D&D, maybe that'll do it for me, because so far like the sitting down D&D stuff, like traditional, just hasn't worked out for me in the last couple of
So
years.
I want to say a couple things first of all.
Mhm.
One thing is that so the campaign I did for like 2 to 3 years in Jacksonville, that was also in person, and I 3D printed like all the enemies and everything, and
I
had like
remember you
battle
mentioned
maps.
that.
We had a TV on the table, and that adds so much personally.
Mhm.
Being there in person, but then also the 3D, prints and everything, and everybody's like, you just pull out this giant 3D print for like the boss, and everybody's like, "Whoa, what the fuck?" Like it's really
Yeah,
cool,
yeah.
and like while online is more convenient, you do lose a lot of that magic. I think that what like
100%.
like D&D and like Magic too, like Magic the Gathering is
Yeah,
the
same
same
with-
way. Where
same with
like
Warhammer.
playing
Warhammer in
online
person is the
cool.
best.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it's cool, but in person, it's hard to beat in person.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
I think that contributes to one thing, but then another thing is that I just feel like people in our group that we've tried, because I've tried to make the Discord thing, and some of it has been my fault for not being able to make certain sessions, right?
Mhm.
But at the same time, it's like the Jacksonville one that I've done 2 to 3 years of, right? There's been
Mhm.
times where like we didn't play for like a month and a half, but like we still went to the next session, and nobody's like, all right, we're just dropping from the campaign. Like with the other guys, where it's just like we missed 1 or 2 sessions, and they're like, well, I guess nobody's committed, and it's just like, bro, life happens, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
sometimes
it's
you
just
make
like-
curry.
Yeah, exactly, and that's my fault, right? That's my fault. But at the
that
same
has to
time,
become a
it's just like,
saying. I want that to be like
Yeah.
a
Sometimes-
catchphrase that we
yeah.
say. Sometimes you
Yeah.
make curry.
yeah, and I was more than willing to admit that was my fault, but I was like, all right, I mean, let's just do next week, right? Like the
Yeah.
next day that we planned on going, and then it's just like, no, half the people are just like, we're good. I don't think I'm gonna play more, and I'm just like, okay, because we missed
Yeah,
I
I really
two sessions
didn't get
back
that.
to back. Like I was like,
Like I was
just like,
was
come
just
on,
up to
man.
the point of giving you shit for not making it, but then I was like, all right, whatever.
yeah, and that's completely warranted. Like
Yeah.
in Jacksonville, whenever somebody missed it, we like endless shit was on the Slack, the Slack channel,
Yeah.
right, that we had for that. But like it is what it is,
But
right?
that's
I don't
why-
know.
that's
and that's
what-
probably that's why it stuck so long, because everybody wanted to play D&D,
Mhm.
and we kept asking, and it's like, when can we? And it's like, oh, I'm going on vacation. Oh my god, I'm not gonna be back until like the end of the month. And then it's like, even though it was like maybe 1 or 2 months,
Mhm.
we still went back and it was awesome. And they like, just kept it going. And that's been so far my favorite campaign, because we got so like deep into it, but then everybody was committed to playing D&D regardless of, people not being able to make it and not being as consistent as I guess you could be.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
So
Yeah, that's
we
why
still got something like 30 to 40 sessions in. So
and that's why
like,
I
it
was like drawing
awesome.
the example of like not only the campaigns we did on Discord, but campaigns I've done with other people. You know what I mean? Like my
Yeah.
coworkers back in North Dakota, or the ones I tried with in Korea. Like it just never sticks, and I feel like that's kind of like demotivated me from trying anything like D&D. And that's probably one of the reasons I got into wargaming to begin with. To be honest, like when I got into Warhammer, what was that, like 5-6 years ago? I wasn't like super into it, but it was only like in the last 2 years where I've been like obsessed with it. You know what I mean? Like I was like a Warhammer
Yeah.
fan back then, but now I'm like really deep into it. So,
Yeah.
Yeah,
um,
I do
So,
think
Alex,
there's one benefit.
yeah.
Just a final note here. One benefit
Yeah,
to
yeah.
feed off that, Dan, that wargaming I think has over tabletop is that the amount of time you invest into it is usually like rewarded in some way, even if it is you just have a cool looking army, right?
yeah, no, but I
If
also
you-
sometimes I feel like a fucking hostage. I'm not gonna lie. Like I'm just like I'm in
I
too
get
deep,
that.
dude. I can't. You know what
Yeah.
I mean?
Yeah, but I think that
that's how I feel
also
with Magic.
same way. It's like you've invested so much time and money into it, and like you have something to show for it. Whereas, like I have had full things where I've spent like $60 to $100 preparing a session, and people have just at the last minute, sorry, couldn't make it, or not ready, or like, come on, right? So,
Yeah.
granted, you can usually salvage that if you're willing enough and like able to pull it off with new people. But yeah, you're absolutely right. The scheduling errors, the commitment to D&D, especially if you're trying to do
it's
something
just-
in person, it can be harmful to your motivation if
Mhm.
it's not rewarded by everyone else partaking. If you go to a local game shop on Warhammer night, there are people there playing Warhammer. Glad you could probably find one, even if they're not a very close friend or a complete
Yeah,
stranger
yeah.
to you, right? And I know there's like Adventurers League and all that, but
That's the thing that also kind of
ugh.
sucks though.
Saying.
D&D is very easy to pick up with your boys. Like, you just kind of read
Yeah.
over the book. Because, like, one of the things that sucks for me right now is, like, our friend Lily, fucking love her, right? But, like, I only play against them. You know what I mean? And I'm just
Yeah.
like, if I'm not at my local game store on Fridays, I don't get any more Warhammer for the week. So I'm usually just playing against them. And you can only fight Tyranids so many times before it gets fucking boring. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, I can't introduce my friends to, like, all these games because I've tried introducing Mike to Kill Team. I've tried introducing my brother to 40K, and it's just things that like you have to get so deep into the rules, and then at some point you're like, hey, you should buy the minis, and then you see that they're like $3,000 for an entire army. It's such an investment to get in, you know what I mean? And that
Yeah.
sucks in my because like you can't it's hard to convince somebody, but it's easy to convince somebody like, hey, grab some D6, D12s, and D20s, and then imagine there's a fucking dragon in front of you, and
We're
you're
killing dragons,
yeah,
loser.
yeah.
Yeah.
Get in the car.
here's a wooden stick. Go kill that fucking minotaur. That's so much easier to get into
Yeah.
than to me to
Yeah.
explain to you. Like, well, see, in the far off future of 40,000, there's only war. The whore is hearsay. You know what I mean? Like,
Hearsay.
it's so
all
much.
right. All right, to rein it in, Alex, what have you been playing before we get into our main topic?
So I'm kind of in the same boat as you guys, where I haven't been playing like too much by way of like new shit. I've been I want to say, guys, I went to Epic Universe yesterday. That shit was
What is
fucking
that?
great.
I keep
so
hearing
that's
It's
about
a new
this.
park in Universal.
Yeah, they've
right?
just it's a new theme park Universal runs. I call it an
Oh.
expansion, but it's a completely different property, so that wouldn't be accurate.
Okay. Wait, is it
So
like
it's-
next to Universal Studios?
It's adjacent to it. It's maybe 10 minutes away from their like
Okay, so like
main club
Volcano
of
Bay.
parks. Yeah, it's
Okay.
so it's not Volcano Bay. Okay, so like let me explain. They basically had a plot of land that they've been trying to develop for 20 something years, and
Jesus.
they just so they finally got like a road grid set up and everything. It's a whole governmental architecture, not really what we're here for. But about I want to say 2 years ago, they announced Epic Universe, which is a massive theme park in its own, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is actually 5 parks in one.
Oh my god.
So yeah, right.
Yeah.
So just to go over
It's like,
them.
there's like gates going to the different areas,
Yep,
right?
I have a bunch of video and shit on my Instagram feed, Mike. I don't know if you were checking it out yesterday.
I,
and saw
I
some
I've
of
been
them.
checking it. Yeah.
Yeah. Really
I have
cool.
a friend who invited me, but I wasn't able to go because she works for like one of the hotels for Universal. So she was like, she
Yeah.
got like a preview thing like a month or two
Mhm.
ago that she could have gone,
Yeah.
and she invited me to be her +1, and I was just like, damn, I can't
Yeah.
make it because I was going to LA at that time. But
Fuck, that sucks, man.
Really
I hope you
cool.
get a chance to
Yeah.
go soon because it is really cool. I got a chance to go because of my job. Basically, we had gotten community partner tickets, so
Nice.
there was a whole like press or I don't know, it wasn't a press event, but it was a whole like event saying thank you for working with Universal or something. I don't know. But I got lucky. Basically, I'm not gonna go into it because it gets pretty personal. But to explain the park, there's a hub area, like a thoroughfare called Celestial Park, which is kind of themed after like vaguely mythical gods and like the stars and everything, but is really just a way for you to get between the different areas. There's only 2 rides there, and then like a few restaurants. One of them is like a spinning teacup thing, and the other one is a sequel to the roller coaster Dueling Dragons called Celestial Racers.
Ooh,
Where the
Oh,
concept
that's
is
cool.
you have 2 racetracks, two
I
roller
miss
coaster
Dueling
tracks
Dragons.
launching
Yeah,
at the
didn't they get
same
rid of it?
time. They did, yeah.
For Harry
Replaced it with
Potter.
Hagrid's, which is also a really cool roller coaster, I should say. Maybe not worthy of replacing Dueling Dragons, so that's up for debate. But they have this new one, really cool coaster, Mike. I don't know if you're super into
I
roller
gotta
coaster.
go.
You do,
I
yeah.
love roller coasters.
Awesome, yeah. I figured you did, but yeah, you fucking love it. It's probably the most intense roller coaster in the park. So they have these
Nice.
little portals, and they basically lead to different mini parks, if you will. But mini is maybe not giving them enough credit. So they are whole areas themed after different Universal properties, and not even just Universal, and I'll get to that in a second. So the first one that we went to was Berk, which is the How to Train Your Dragon universe, right? Very much like a family-oriented area. There's a family coaster and like a flying kind of ride. Again, this one's good for the kids. And of course, you have a bunch of really cool sets and designs. And animatronics, I think, was the most impressive thing of like the dragons from that movie franchise, which, if you haven't seen How to Train Your Dragon, great animated films, I think, for any age. So, just going to recommend them. They're just fun. Yeah, and honestly, visual fidelity, great. Sets, the rides were fun. Production value, I think, is what they went for here in the fullest sense, and I think they succeeded. And I was at a preview, so not even everything was rolling out. Like, I didn't see many characters walking around, and I don't think they were rolling out the animatronics as often as they were expecting to. There's people speculating that like they're using Boston Dynamics robots to represent the dragons from those movies. So
Interesting.
yeah, you have to. I mean, it's all blurry footage at this point. Like they're stuck it
Yeah.
out of a government facility or something. So I'm sure when the park opens at the end of this month, there'll be more information. But that was very cool. We didn't stick around there too long. We did ride the rides there though. We then went to this is going to be relevant to today, Nintendo Land. That
Wait,
shit.
there's a Nintendo Land in...
There's a fucking Nintendo Land.
Oh.
It is the coolest shit. I kind of don't want to spoil it because I want you guys to experience it. But the transition into Nintendo Land is
It's a tunnel, isn't it?
it's the pipe. It's the pipe.
Wow.
And the way you come out, they use noise and visuals to their fullest extent to where you really do feel like you've just stepped into like Super Mario World.
I heard
Batman.
I heard Nintendo World. Woke up. What happened? Oh, we're talking about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, he got to go to the Nintendo World over here in Orlando, because over there in Cali they have it, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
you do.
that's the one that I went to for the Cali one. So I'm excited to
Yeah.
see like the differences. Plus, I was gonna ask
Quick
you.
question.
What's up? I was gonna ask. Alex
I was
something,
gonna. Sorry, go ahead. You
oh,
with your question.
Alex, I was gonna ask you. Did they let you go into the gorilla theme park or no?
Yeah, we went into DK country.
Damn,
it's-
that's the one I'm really excited for. Because again, the
Yeah.
one in Cali when I went, they didn't have it, and then like 2 months later they announced it. So that's the one I'm like, ooh, I want to go check it out.
It's a neat little area. I think. Okay, so there at Nintendo Land, there are 3 rides. There's like a little gentle Yoshi like the safari or something, where you
Uh-huh.
ride in these Yoshis, and it's just
Feed
like
a bunch of
it,
Yoshis.
I don't know if you feed them, but
Yeah, no. You
we
said
didn't get the-
safari, so
Yeah, I was like,
but I think it's just like a scenic kind of ride.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
very slow, moving along thing. But the two like major attractions are, of course, going to be the Mario Kart racers,
that's a really good ride.
and which is an altered reality dark ride, where you are wearing an AR headset as
Oh.
you follow a track, and like of course it's set up to look like iconic tracks from the Mario Kart games, and you're getting visual feedback in the AR goggles of like other racers around you, and you have to hit them with red shells and get coins while doing that. Just a very fun experience. Good length too. I felt like we were on the ride for at least 2 minutes, which is really good. Like
You're talking about the length of the ride or the length of the line to get to the ride?
the ride, the
Okay.
line was about 90 minutes. I would
All
say.
right, I was gonna say.
Lord.
Yeah.
What's
The queue was
point?
was entertaining enough. A lot of cool visual references to the Mario universe, and Mario Kart as a whole. You go through Bowser's castle, so yeah, they did a good job setting that up. And then the other one was the Donkey Kong minecart thing, whatever the hell its full name is.
Yeah.
That ride was cool. Fuck the queue for that ride so much.
Well, yeah,
it is so bad.
That's the newest, like the newest ride. So of course they're gonna go for that one.
Well, no, I mean it's the whole park is new. It wasn't
Wait,
even
was it-
open.
Were the giant bees there?
I didn't see any giant bees.
Oh,
Damn.
Fake ride.
Well,
Yeah. There was.
Do I get to see
So-
Rambi? Is Rambi there? He's
I'm
like-
not like some theme park manager or technician, but I can tell you every minecart only held 4 people, and they were kind of going one at a time. So it took forever.
Yeah.
Well,
The ride, the wait line said 105 minutes, and we were at the end of the day, so it was like, okay, cool, that's fine. We'll wrap up our day with this. We were in that line for like 2.5 hours,
Christ almighty.
and it was moving at a snail's pace.
Stop.
Oh my god! And there wasn't anything cool to interact with. It was
a
just
bee.
like one little activator. Yeah, bee would have been fucking dope. Honestly, it was just like these rope mazes that kept stringing you along. Haha.
When you said
and
that, I just
then-
imagined like you having to scale a rope wall to
Dude,
get to the
no.
ride.
that would have made it more interactive. It's like, yo, play like a DK level. All right, I gotta swing and
Yeah. Cool. Just not a great queue. I'm gonna be honest.
Alright.
There was maybe one thing to interact
I'll-
with, and then
I'll-
I'm sorry, guys. You're gonna hate me for this. I haven't played the Donkey Kong games, but what's the old fucking monkey or Donkey Kong?
Cranky Kong?
Oh, Cranky Kong?
Cranky Kong. There's an animatronic of him, and he's telling you what's going on in the ride.
Uh,
The actual ride itself, cool as hell.
All right.
was Diddy
Yeah,
there?
like
Did
I
you see
think,
Diddy?
yeah, Diddy Kong was there, and Donkey Kong, of course.
Hell yeah.
You have to get a golden banana, and then the
golden
cool thing
Kong.
about it is
Oh
that,
God, please no.
Alex,
Visually-
have you seen the
No,
animated,
no,
Donkey Kong
no,
and the Crystal
no.
Coconut?
you can send that to me later. I'll watch
Oh
it.
Christ Almighty! Okay.
That's a podcast by itself.
Yeah, but fucking yeah, no. I mean, it's a cool ride. You're on this minecart track, and it's like constantly braking, so you're like derailing, so to speak.
Yeah. That's
But the actual dynamics of the coaster make it so that you can, like jump those, or you can go off the rails. So, really cool. Not altogether like gentle either. It's a really fun roller coaster, and it's definitely selling you like a visual and also sensory experience, because they're using like smells and like water sensation, mist, and everything like that to kind of sell you that you're going into like a cave or jumping between different levels of the Donkey Kong games. So
But it's like a proper roller coaster, not like an AR ride.
yeah,
Oh,
proper
okay.
roller coaster.
Okay.
So I'd call it roller coaster with a touch of dark ride mixed in.
Can you
Alright.
imagine like you like in the Donkey Kong games you have to jump from track to track, like your cart actually just fucking free falls? That'd be so sick.
I think there's something like that.
There's no
In
way.
the-
That's like the ultimate safety.
Yeah,
hazard.
I wouldn't call it it's definitely not a
I-
free fall, but they do simulate like you having to fall into a track that is like on a lower elevation.
Yeah,
when
yeah,
your
like the
track
Donkey
is
Kong
falling
games.
out.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
Yeah, as well as they can, right? So
Yeah.
it's I think
That's
it's
cool.
faithful to the platforming of the Donkey Kong games.
Mm.
Having never played them, but I have seen people play the like the
Minecart
old
levels
DK
are
Country.
insane, dude. They're some of the
Yeah.
hardest and the best.
You
Yeah.
say that, but I think like the jetpack ones are the hardest ones. The ones where you have to control the what is it, like the barrel, the rocketed barrel. Those are hard as shit.
No.
I'll take
Like the
minecart.
old school, like Donkey Kong Country Returns, like minecart levels. Those things are brutal, dude.
Yeah, but the new ones with the way you have to, like,
I'm talking
what?
like SNES Donkey Kong. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you can't just not like ignore
Yes, I
like
can.
the new
Yes,
ones.
I can.
What?
I
All
can,
right.
I can ignore the new shit that Nintendo is popping off. Seamless transition. You see that? No. One last thing I want to know. Arc Tempered Raydou came out in Wilds. Too easy. Dog.
Oh
It's still
my
too
God.
easy. It's not
Shut
enough.
up.
It's not enough.
Let's move on.
Real quick, the
Yeah.
only thing about Raydou is it's called Arc Tempered Raydou, and it feels like it feels like a master rank monster, not an Arc Tempered monster.
Fantastic. Anyway, so
It's important. People are bitching about this shit with Monster Hunter. Everyone was saying that the
Yeah.
game is too easy, right? So then they're like, all right, here's Arc Tempered Raydou, and he is hard, but he's not Arc Tempered. He's master rank at best. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right. So
like-
anyway, anyway, me and my brother, we will
Interesting.
go check the Nintendo Land when it comes out.
Yeah.
I think that's the only thing I kind of care about the Epic Universe. Maybe I might check the other ones, but like Nintendo
Yeah.
Land is the one thing I want to go to check the.
That's fair. So
I'm not
for
a fan of Harry
Dan's,
Potter, but their rides have been cool.
so I will just quickly list off the other two. I think two left that we went to. Dark Universe, Mike, you're gonna fucking love this one. I think.
Okay.
Probably the most. I know you like horror, and this is like classic horror. The dark ride there is probably the best one at like any Universal location. So really cool homages all to the classic monsters. Q for that one was also really fucking cool visually, and had a lot of like narration to immerse you into the experience. And then there's like a really cool coaster that does like reversing and like twisting carts. So really enjoyed those. And then there was the Ministry of Magic, or like Wizarding World, I think is the Harry Potter IP, which is set in like 1920s
Yawn!
France and based off of honest to God, fucking yawn.
Well, I just don't
Especially
I just don't
compared
really give a
to-
shit about like Harry Potter, so that's why I'm just like, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Me either.
fine.
I like the roller coaster. The rides
Yeah.
have been cool though. I will say the rides. have
Every
been fun.
ride at Universal and Islands of Adventure is way fucking better than anything, and this is why I'm going to say that, because there's a fucking digital queue for the one ride at Wizarding World, and good luck getting on it. It's one of those things where like, we open at 11, 3, and 6, and if you don't click the button fast enough at exactly 6 p.m., go fuck yourself. You're not getting on this ride today.
Yeah, screw that. Oh, actually, Alex, I have a question. Were you able to be blessed by the food of Chef Toad in Nintendo Land?
Unfortunately not. We
No?
thought that, hey, there's a place based off of France here. Let's go eat there. Bro, I had a burger with some like onions on it. That's what they served me at fucking France, okay?
Damn, dude.
That's
Me and
Yeah.
Yet again.
Me and a friend of the Discord, we went there and we were trying to get in there. I'm like, yo, we have to, because this is like the only time the only day we were gonna go check out the Nintendo Land thing. Luckily, we got like reservations for it.
Yeah.
The food was actually pretty good. We got like they have like
Okay.
some plate souvenirs that you can buy. Everything in there is pretty cool. There's like a lot of interactive stuff you can also look at while you're eating. It's a thing that I think people should go like definitely at least like
Yeah.
once to go try it out.
I am planning a trip to California soon, and I'd love to see how it contrasted. I know
Yeah,
there's
no,
maybe a little more right
that's
now.
that's the thing I'm excited for. Like for July
Yeah.
and December when I go down to Florida, I will definitely want to see like, ooh, what's like the changes
Yeah.
and stuff.
I am gonna warn you. If you're going down this summer, it is gonna be hella packed.
Yeah,
And
I
I think their
know.
pricing scheme has it so that you need to purchase 3-day passes to get in, at least for the first few months,
Damn.
which
Yeah.
blows. So I
You
was
said-
lucky in that it was a preview, so it was a smaller amount of people in the park
Right.
than launch day. And I got to do just about everything I wanted to do, with the one glaring exception of that Ministry of Magic ride at the Wizarding World land. So I think top to bottom for me, Nintendo Land was number one. Burke and like Dark Universe are pretty much tied for second and third. And then Ministry of Magic is the worst, just because there's like nothing else to do there. There's like one show that also fills up really quickly.
You don't get to
Alright.
create potions? That'd be cool as fuck.
Yeah.
No, if you want a good Harry Potter experience, go to Hogwarts and Diagon Alley at Universal and Islands of Adventure. Honestly, you'll have a much better time. But if you want like a cool theme park experience, Epic Universe I think is one of the best options you can go to in Florida right now. So,
Nice. All right.
All right. Now, to our main topic.
Yeah.
We're gonna talk about the Switch 1 first, and go into the Switch 2.
Nintendo.
okay.
Yeah, we gotta do it.
Pedro, as our Nintendo expert here,
As the Nintendo fanboy that goes to the Nintendo church every
Yeah.
day, every Sunday to praise Nintendo. Yeah, what's up? All right, talk to me.
Yeah, what do you like about the Switch 1? Like, why did it hit like so hard for you, or if it didn't hit so hard for you, what didn't you like? Like, how do you feel about the Switch, the
Its
first
legacy.
Switch overall?
So
Yeah.
let's see. Without trying to ramble or yap a lot about it, I just got the Switch because it's like brand new, like Nintendo console. I feel like
Mhm.
every gamer will always just have like a Nintendo console there. Just for it because it's always Nintendo. Like if you like Nintendo, the console's always gonna be there. It's a thing you always gotta pick up because again you're always expecting like, oh, I want to play Nintendo games because you can't play them. I know you can like emulate them. I don't know how to fucking do that, so don't ask me. I'm not that brain tech about it. But the Switch was good because originally it's like it's a handheld that you can take anywhere. This is before like the Steam Deck was a thing. This was before like shit like how am I explaining this? It's a
Way
handheld
before
that you
the Steam Deck. Yeah, way
yeah,
before the
it's
Steam Deck.
it was a thing, and it's like, yo, I can play Nintendo games, I can play like Mario Kart, I can play like any Mario game on the go. That's why I think it was like a great thing. I bought it like right before I had to go for a trip, so that was like the whole time I was just playing it. I was like, yo, I could just sit in instead of sleeping in in an air flight, I could just play the game. And then just next when I get like when I arrive and I'm in like in my house, I could just put it down and continue playing it. Like so it was a really good thing. I really liked it. The games were also pretty good too. We had like a lot. We had Super Smash Brothers Ultimate, best fighting game if you want to call it that. We had Super Mario Odyssey, a lot of really good Nintendo games that came out of that. We had Breath of the Wild, even though I don't really like Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Fallen Kingdom. We even got Kirby, even though Mike doesn't like Kirby, but we got a new Kirby game after like 5-6 years.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, so like the Nintendo was like I said, the Switch was good. There was a few problems I had, but I guess we could talk about that. But for me, the Nintendo Switch was I was happy when I bought it. I still played it even till this day. And I was just kind of waiting to see what they were gonna do with the Switch 2 because that was one of the things that I was genuinely excited for. So yeah, that's kind of my thing.
What would you say is like the top like 2 or 3 reasons you like the Switch over other consoles or platforms?
Well, one, Nintendo, I grew up with Nintendo, so Mario is like always gonna be like, yeah, oh, new Mario game, yeah, oh,
Yeah, so
boy!
like their first party franchises.
Yeah,
right?
that's basically it. Second, again, I could take that shit anywhere, and
Mhm.
unlike my Steam Deck, that is not a fucking brick, so you can kind of just take it and be like, yeah, that's my thing, because I'm like, yo, I gotta pack this into my backpack, and it's like, oh man, I
yeah,
rather,
that's a lot.
yeah, like the Switch
The
is.
case it comes with too is pretty bulky.
Yeah, exactly. So the Switch is a little thing, and yeah, like I said, it's just that's kind of like again, it's just me being a fanboy with Nintendo. Like I'm not a like religious fanboy where I'm like Nintendo can't do no wrong, but it's just for the first party games and for the portability of it.
Okay. Daniel, I guess questions for you. Do you own a Switch? And
I
then
do.
B, do you like the Switch? If so, what are your top 2, 3 reasons why you like this first Switch?
That's not
So,
Metroid.
It's funny because I was just thinking about Metroid. So like I bought a Switch right when I enlisted into the military, because I kind of knew that I was gonna be going around. It's funny as fuck. So I landed and then they were like, "Hey, you're new to the military, yada yada yada. Let's take you down to Target so that you can get some stuff that you need." One of the tech sergeants was nice enough to get you a gift card for Target. It was like a $50 gift card. And they were like, yeah, let's go to Target. And they were like, yeah, just buy whatever you think you need. And I went over there and immediately spent that $50 gift card on a Switch. Like, it was supposed to be, yeah. It was supposed. I was like $50 off my Switch. Hell yeah. I was supposed to buy like shampoo and towels, and I literally just got a Switch, and I was like, yeah, we're good, let's go. So I bought it because I knew that I was gonna like. I didn't have anything at the time. Like, the only possession I had at that point was the backpack that was on my back and the bag that I was carrying in my arm. Like, I didn't have a computer, I didn't have anything, right? So I was like, this is the perfect time to get a Switch, because I don't need any of that. I didn't need a TV to get, play my PS4 that was back home. I just grabbed my Switch, I put it to charge, and then I play it. And I could play things that are normally restricted to consoles, right? Like, that was for me like the really big selling point, was that I'm no longer playing like, Assassin's Creed, but it's the DS spin-off title. Like, I'm actually playing the mainline titles that are supposed to be meant for the consoles, not Uncharted Golden Abyss, but Uncharted 3, you know what I mean? Kind of that same thing. I'm not playing cheap spin-off, I'm playing the actual like IPs that they designed for consoles without having to be like, I need a TV or something. So that, and obviously I was moving around the states and the world a lot, so it's really nice to have the portability. To me, it kind of seemed like it was the next step to one of the best memories I probably had as a kid, when I'm sure you guys could probably relate to this, like middle school, when you had a DS and there was that one kid that had Mario Kart DS, and he did like
Yep.
the remote play, and then
Yes.
like that for
I
me.
was that
That's what the
kid.
Switch was. Yeah. I spent like way too much time playing Mario Kart on the bus to school, and for me that was like, okay, well, now I'm not playing Mario Kart DS, I'm playing Mario Kart 8. You know what I mean? Like, on this mobile console. And then now obviously it didn't have the the whole remote play shit like the DS one did, but that's kind of how it felt to me. It was like, now instead of being on the bus, I'm playing Mario Kart 8 on a plane. Like,
Yeah,
that...
see, brother. The problem was that's when Nintendo was generous. Now Nintendo.
Yeah,
has
we'll get
done
into
it.
that. But like, they were supporting with the Nintendo Play Store a lot. I found some games that I would have never found, that are Metroidvanias. One of them being like Axiom Verge. I was able to play Shovel Knight without having to fucking, lug around a PC or anything like that. And I know a lot of people like to give shit about the Switch and all that, about like the resolution and all that type of jazz. But I mean, some of the best games I've ever played are on the DS, and the DS did not have good graphics compared to something like a PSP or a PS Vita. What mattered was like what the games were, right? Like, Metroid Hunters was like an inferior version of all the Metroid games in almost every way, but the game was fun as fuck, and that's all that mattered, right? I didn't need it to be like fucking 1080p or some shit like that. So
Yeah, you say
The
that, but
Switch-
did you forget about Generation Force?
Generation Force.
Federation Force, sorry.
Oh
the-
yeah.
yeah.
But
so
no,
that's
what
not-
what I'm getting at is that the games that were provided for the Switch were substantial enough that I didn't care about like the fidelity of the soft or the hardware. You know what I mean? Like,
Well,
and
yeah,
that-
but as
that's
a
why I
Nintendo fan, you don't
related
care
to the.
about that.
But that's what I related to the DS the most, because
Okay,
people
okay.
had a PSP saying how like, oh, the PSP was so much better, and it's like, sure it was, but like, Mario Kart in the bus is fun. You know what I mean? Like, remote play was fun, and I just felt like the Switch was kind of an evolution of the DS.
Right.
But then you put it on a dock, and it performed probably not to the same metric of like a PS4 and an Xbox One, but like, it was able to handle its own, and it still was like, yeah, it's Nintendo, it's not as great, just like the Wii, but it has some banger fucking titles, man. Something, the shit that you just won't find in the others. And like, at that point, you were able to look past all the hardware limitations, because you're just like, yeah, but does the Xbox have Brawl? Like, does the PS4 have I don't know.
Pikmin.
Yeah.
Pikmin.
Yeah, that's a good. That's a really good one, actually. I mean, fuck. Even like games like Wii Sports were fucking banger. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh, Wii Sports was amazing.
so yeah. I think
Best free game everybody got.
it just. I think the idea of being able to take the enjoyment of something like a Wii, but then take it with you outside of the house, was probably the best thing there was to it. I also feel like maybe it didn't hit home as much with the US audience, because I know, at least for me, when I was in Japan, and I was down in Tokyo when I lived in Japan, I genuinely brought my Switch to play it on the bus. You know what I mean? Whereas like when I owned it here in the States, I kind of never left its dock because you're kind of driving everywhere. But there was so much more functionality to the Switch when I lived in a place like Japan. I'm sure if I lived in a place like New York too, I would probably be doing the same shit. Um, and I think like you get way more bang for your buck out of a system like the Switch, and it becomes way more evident why this thing is goated. Um, if you were to use it in a place where public transit is very similar to that of Japan. Um, because hell, I mean, like went on a 4 hour train ride down to 4 hour train ride from Aomori down to Tokyo, and then another one from Tokyo to Osaka, and I was playing my Switch the entire time. You know what I mean? So goated system.
Yeah.
Yeah, very very goated
Cool.
system.
Cool. And then Alex, do you have a Switch? And if you do, why do you like it? Why don't you like it?
I don't own a Switch myself. My roommate at the moment does, so I've been using that whenever. I don't hate the Switch. I don't think it's like amazing, and that I'm not like attracted to it very much to get my own at any point, really. Simply because Nintendo's catalogs of games aren't really games that are really like appealed to me. They're very much party games to me. Even the single player titles like Zelda, compared to other RPGs that I grew up with, I just don't enjoy comparatively. Not to say that they're bad. I can recognize that they are amazing games and very well made. And I think that's one thing I have to give Nintendo is that like there is a seal of quality on pretty much every single one of their games. At least far as I've seen. I'm sure those who have engaged with the titles for the decades they've been around can go, well, actually, this game is worse than this game because of this.
Pokemon Legends
I've seen a
Arceus is
little bit of
garbage.
that with Pokemon. That's
Yeah.
kind of saying. I've seen their modern titles, and I'm like, this just isn't up to industry standards if they're charging $60 for this. This is like, come on. This isn't even up to like top tier Pokemon standards. I don't dislike it. I will gladly play games on the Switch, especially with like a group of friends. But to me, it is very much like you have company over. Let's play some Smash or let's play some Mario Kart.
It's perfect.
And that's about where the draw of it ends with me. I will say I think it's cool they have the built-in emulators, and I know they kind of when we talk about Switch 2, they're bringing GameCube to that, which I'm like,
whoa,
dude.
no spoilers, dude. Come on.
Yeah. I'm not a Nintendo fanboy by any means. I'm not a hater. It's just not the kind of games that immediately draw me. So I think I'll be asking some questions today to Pedro. Also, like the one thing I can say is that the very few times I've done like online multiplayer on the Switch just wasn't very good.
Yeah, no kidding.
Oh,
I do kind of want to talk about that point though that you brought up. I know I said that it's like a very goated system, but I think it's kind of like the Wii in the sense that like it's one of those things that everyone owns, and just because you don't play it all the time doesn't make it bad, you know? Because like I've maybe only touched my Switch about 100 times, you know what I mean? In the last like fucking whatever year. I've owned it since 2017 or something. So like I don't like turn it on every day. Like I haven't played my Switch in probably like 5-6 months. But like whenever I do, it's because somebody's over or something, or like a new game came out, and I just play it for that course of time, and then good to go, pack it up. You know what I mean? Which is both like a boon and a downside to it because it has titles that are so good that it warrants you having a Switch, kind of like how everyone had a Wii just to play Brawl. But then at the same time, it's like, well, why do I really have this thing? You know what I mean? But we'll get into that later, I'm sure.
So, I guess I'll run the same questions to you then, Mike. Do you own a Switch, and what do you like or dislike about it? And I already know the answer because I've been to your house. But
Yeah, I fucking hate it. I broke it after that party. No, but I do own a Switch. I like it to an extent. It just doesn't have that draw that like my PC does.
Oh no!
And I'm not a huge Nintendo fan. I like Nintendo properties. Like I love Pokemon. Pokemon's one of my favorite franchises of all time. I'll say that off the bat.
What else?
But then with everything else, it's like exactly what else?
other property, Michael?
Like Smash Bros is the only other thing that kind of comes close.
Uh-huh.
And even then, I'm not like on putting 100 to 200 hours every year in that.
Well,
that's like a party game, for me.
It was very evident that one time we were in a tournament and you fucked up your recovery and cost us.
Yeah, at the mall. Yeah, this shit was awesome, bro. Core memory, bro. I'm not ashamed of that. I fucking love that memory. That shit was funny as fuck.
I was disappointed.
Everyone threw their hands up. They were like, "What was that about?" Just completely fucked it up.
Just to give Alex context, and I guess the listeners, we went to the Florida Mall and they had like some Smash Bros, I guess, tourney there, and I was like playing Pac-Man.
But it was super casual, though.
I think yeah, it was pretty casual. And I felt like I was doing okay up until the point where I suicided myself. Like I did, you know how Pac-Man's like recovery, his up special is like he gets like a trampoline thing.
Yeah.
And you can jump up. I jumped up once and I missed the trampoline the second time, so I just fell off the stage.
It literally costed him the match.
It was like the 1v1 part, and I was pretty confident I was gonna win too, and then
it was insane, dude.
But it was pretty embarrassing, but at the same time, looking back on it, it's funny as fuck. So I'm happy it happened.
That was
an entire mall, an entire viewing audience watching.
Yeah, everybody was like, "What the fuck is wrong with this guy?"
That was the shrill. That was.
They weren't mean about it, but everybody was laughing. I mean, I was just like, "Fuck."
That was Shrill Howler's like fakers. What was that? But what
was that?
But the opposite. Like what the
opposite way? Yeah. I don't know if you know that call where there's like where Kobe's like that TP sucked. Yeah, that's basically me. But yeah, for the Switch, so yeah, it doesn't have that draw that other consoles. Like even then, like if I'm not playing on my PC, I'm most likely just playing on my PlayStation 2, to be honest. Like a lot of the games I have. Like if my brothers they want to run some Smash Bros games, I'm not gonna say no, right? And if a new Pokemon game comes out, I'm gonna play it. But
enough to buy a Switch 2?
There's just some like the game. I know the franchises and the first party games are very alluring, and I mean, it's the whole reason I even own a Switch is Smash Bros and Pokemon, right? And Mario Party. I like Mario Party too. I will say that. So I still own it. I don't put as much hours as some of the other stuff I have, but I do have it. Another thing I really like about it that I will say has been cool because I've used it a couple times until the Steam Deck came out. When I would fly, the handheld capability of it, like you guys discussed, just being able to bring it with you, play your game, and then you can still come back and play on your TV if you wanted to. Which the only time my Switch would ever be plugged into the TV is when friends are over, right? Or family and we're all playing party games or Smash Bros or something.
Yeah.
But the fact that you could do that was amazing. And I mean to the point that Valve kind of copied it, right?
Yeah.
It's a very it to me what stood out because I didn't have a Wii U, right? I had a Wii, but I skipped on the Wii U. And I think what stands out to me about the Switch was the innovation of it felt a lot more purposeful and focused instead of being more experimental.
Like gimmicky, like Nintendo usually does.
Yeah, and it felt like they really fucking nailed it with the Switch of like there being a quote unquote gimmick.
Yeah.
But it was like, oh, this is just genius.
Yeah.
Like it was just great.
Brother, do you want to make the line or no?
What?
Fuck, it's genius.
Fuck, it's genius. What did I think of that?
But yeah, it's something like you're like, why didn't anybody else think of this for? Like it's like what the fuck, right?
On the 3DS.
Yeah, it's like it's so like
cool,
simple. Like the concept is so like simple. It's like, what if I could take my Xbox with me, right? But then it's just like nobody did it, and the Switch did it great. I feel like the controllers too, the Joy-Cons. There is some issues with it, right? They're kind of tiny for people that are have bigger hands and stuff, right?
Brother, they're tiny for people with little hands.
But the concept of them was cool, right? And it's their first go at it, right? but the concept of having the Joy Cons that you can just take them off, from the handheld, and then you can make a controller with them, or they could be almost like Wiimotes and nunchucks too, like with the movement.
That's really cool. I did really
Awesome.
like that.
Exactly. Yeah, like they did a lot of stuff where it was just like it felt like they did their homework for some reason.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, compared to something like the Wii or Wii U, even though the Wii was cool. But
I think
there's a lot of stuff to like about the Switch. Even though I'm not huge on their franchises, there's still those key franchises that were enough for me to buy a Switch.
Mhm.
I mean, you tell me I can play Skyrim or Dark Souls on the go. Yeah, I'm gonna do that before the Steam Deck came out. But like, I bought Dark Souls Remastered and Skyrim on the Switch, and I was playing that.
Oh, why am I
on
not
the plane and
surprised?
Stuff, like,
I think
yeah.
I think
so,
the ingenuity of the Switch comes out the most when you actually use the features that it's like marketed. Because it's very easy to just be like, oh, keep
exactly.
this in the dock and call it a shit system, right? But when you take it on the go
Mhm.
with you, like I remember like one time I think it was me and my sister were no, it was Andres, I think it was when we were in the car. It was that one video we have of our friend Alex. I was driving and when they were playing Mario Kart in the back seat. Like that's so fucking cool, like my friends are like, splitting the
Mhm.
controllers and playing Mario Kart, yelling their heads off in the back in a car. Like, and I remember like another memory
Yeah.
for me too was when I got deployed to Africa and we were in the compound and we hooked up a projector to the side of a wall. It's inside of a tent, and we got a Smash tournament going, and we played with like the little detached Joy-Cons because obviously we didn't bring fucking controllers. We just brought our Switches.
Yeah,
There was,
no
like,
one's
two of us.
bringing their GameCube controller.
Yeah.
Like, all right.
Yeah, no one's bringing the GameCube controller and
am.
the fight pad to the fucking Africa, dude.
I
But like, I thought that was cool. Like, I had a Switch, another guy had a Switch. We connected our Joy-Cons to one console, and then we were in this little pavilion, in the middle of fucking Africa, the Saharan desert, playing Smash. Like, that is fucking incredible. You know what I mean? Without having to
Get
lug
this
around
guy
a
in the
console.
commercial now.
Yeah,
Nintendo stands for our troops, all right. But no, I think like if you don't have those scenarios, it probably just seems
I'm
like an
sorry.
inferior system. What?
I'm just thinking of you guys playing Splatoon and then it transitioning to you guys like actually in combat.
Like you're playing Splatoon, and it just transitions to a
Yeah,
soldier
or the
before rock.
opposite, where you guys are in combat and it transitions to you guys in Splatoon, and it's like
Yeah.
Nintendo for the troops. you know?
Intense action anywhere, Nintendo. It's like
The
somebody
Joy-Con
passing.
saves a soldier's life from
Yeah, yeah.
hitting his heart.
You like pass. It's like a soldier passing a magazine, and then it transitions to you handing him a Joy-Con.
Yeah, Joy-Con.
And
Sarge,
Oh my
Jenkins
God.
is hit. I got him.
Share the
I'm okay,
experience,
Sarge.
Nintendo.
You just took a bullet. What happened?
Like
The Switch
a
saved
guy
me.
putting like a fucking charge to breach a wall, and then it's just him holding a Nintendo Switch system. Explosive action anywhere, Nintendo.
I remember. Okay, that actually take me back to the old Wii, and I think one of the first like trailers for the Wii showed people playing Call of Duty World at War with those fucking weird gun nunchuck things.
Oh, those are pretty cool though.
Yeah. Oh my god! And all the little things that they had, so you could put your nunchucks in, like the
Yeah,
Wiimotes and nunchucks
yeah.
into it to like do the guns.
That was
and,
so cool.
Yeah, all that shit. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was cool.
The
Yeah,
Wii
yeah.
fishing rod, dude.
Yeah, I to echo what you're saying, yeah, for sure. Like it, there were a couple times where my brothers and I are like, for example, playing Mario Party or Smash Bros.
Yeah,
while
in
we're
the
getting
desert.
or like we're waiting. Yeah, we're waiting for the this guy. But we're waiting for the rest of the family to like get ready because we're all going to like the mall or something, for example, and we're waiting for everybody else to be ready, and we're just there in the living room, playing Smash Bros or something, and then it's like, oh, everybody's downstairs, we're ready to go. We just take it off, the dock and go play in the van.
Yeah, keep
running,
running,
like
you run the game back, no pause, dude.
yeah, and it's just like it's stuff like that where it does feel like a commercial, right?
Yeah.
But it's just like that those are the moments where you're just like, you can't do that with anything else until the Steam Deck came out. But you can't do that with anything else, right? And it for me, that's the key thing. Besides the franchise and the stories and history of Nintendo,
Because I want to throw something in there.
first party games unlocked.
I'll say something because I think for me it's like the Nintendo Switch, it just brings people like together. while the Steam Deck
Yeah.
is a thing
Mhm.
where you just kind of it's like a selfish like console. They're like, oh, I'm gonna play it, but this has nothing for other people. Like you're not gonna tell, hey friend, you want to play goddamn Pizza Tower and Dead Space and whatever you have in the Steam library for it, and it's the guy picks and I go
It
like,
depends.
I don't.
It depends.
Well, they'll try it, but it's like if you bring the Switch to a party, it's like, yo, I have like so many
Mhm.
games, and people are like intrigued by it, so they'll try it out, and
Yeah.
then it kind of like it kind of like brings people together. Well, this Steam Deck is like
Yeah.
me. It's a me system. It's a I'm gonna play it,
Mhm.
not
Mhm.
everyone's gonna. It's a thing. It's not a thing where it's like, I bring it so like everyone can enjoy it.
Mhm.
Oh no, for sure. I definitely agree with that. I will say, for me personally, I own a lot of those party games that would be on the Switch, stuff like Played Up or
Yeah, but Mike, who
I don't
wants
know,
to play?
Ultimate Chicken Horse and stuff.
Right,
so-
but
But you can't split a
Ultim-
controller on the Steam Deck, can you?
no.
Yeah.
Well,
no, but I have more Xbox controllers than I do.
Yeah, but Mike, you're not
But I
gonna-
think that's the
Nintendo
magic
controllers.
of it, though. You're not lugging around 3 Xbox controllers so that you can play.
Oh
with your
yeah, no,
friends.
no, it's great.
Yeah.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
I completely agree with that.
Listen,
But I'm just saying, for me personally, it's like I've had like the fact I'm able to use my Xbox controllers from like the consoles I have
yeah,
with the Steam Deck, and I'm not gonna get this into Steam Deck territory where we talk about this for too long. But
yeah. The Bellatra machine.
for
is a
me
completely
personally,
different
it's like
podcast.
the only time I pull out the Switch is Mario Party, Mario Golf, or Smash Bros.
Yeah,
And Family Feud, because we have Family Feud
Yeah,
on
and
the
you
Switch,
pull
which
out-
is banger, by the way. You guys need to play that.
you pull out the Steam
But,
Deck to
yeah.
play Bellatro and only Bellatro. I understand.
All right. Anyway,
but-
before we go to the
Yeah.
Bellatro stream,
But yeah, so I have a list of like stuff that maybe you guys want to talk to about the Switch that I thought were like, things on there that made the Switch stand out, because in my opinion, I think the Switch, and we're going to get into this later because I do want everybody's ranking on this. I want to see where everybody ranks the Switch among Nintendo's home consoles,
Hey.
right?
Yeah.
Or maybe consoles in general, right? Because maybe we do bring in the DS because it is part home console, part handheld.
Nothing beats the
Right?
DS.
That's something we can talk about later,
Okay.
right? But I did write down some key points, and if you guys have any other things you want to add to it, let me know.
All right, go
Okay.
for it.
So first thing is first party games, key games.
Yeah.
These are just the games off the top of my head that I just wrote down.
Mhm.
Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, right? Animal Crossing: New Horizons, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Mario Odyssey, Metroid Dread, Pikmin 4, Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, and then for me personally, and I mean I guess a lot of people, the Pokemon games, but me, I put specifically Scarlet and Violet, even though they're pretty divisive. But those are all great examples of the main reason you buy Nintendo consoles, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's their franchises, their first party games.
Well,
They are elite, and we've talked about this in previous episodes, but they are, out of the big quote unquote 3, right? Sony's the only one that kind of comes close, but even then, they don't have the history and the prestige and the consistency that Nintendo has with their first party games.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be real. Smash is like a big thing, and it has like so many IPs on Nintendo.
Yeah.
Well, Sony tried to do that with
Duh.
yeah, remember that's where I'm going with this.
Okay, I will say if they actually made that if the game was good, it had a chance to
right, but
they have a lot of really cool IPs. It's just the gameplay, in my opinion, was not great.
But
I feel like
but
PlayStation
their
and
IPs are
Xbox
great.
have just moved away from doing exclusives.
Yeah, they really have.
In favor of just like making a general entertainment console, which I think is
Yeah.
fine. Right.
Okay, I think
I'm actually grateful for it as a primary PC player. I'm happy that I could play like the Indiana Jones game off the Game Pass, and Halo as well on PC is something that I'm so happy for.
Yeah.
And I think the exclusivity of Nintendo is a good and bad thing, right? Like I don't think I'd want to see Nintendo bow down and like put their stuff on PC. But I wouldn't say no, Like if I could play Zelda on my PC, I might be open to actually giving the franchise a try.
Mm.
So, but I understand again. That's like the core identity is that like this is theirs, and they'll fucking kill you with lawyers if you try and change that.
yeah.
oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
The Church on Nintendo doesn't play around with it.
Yeah.
Are there any games you guys want to add on to that list? 'Cause there was a lot of games that even though
hold on, I gotta go look through my giant library of Switch games.
I mean,
One second.
Xenoblade Chronicles
first
is one
party
of them,
Switch
isn't
games. Yeah. What'd you say?
Isn't Xenoblade specific?
Oh
to
yeah,
Switch?
yeah, Xenoblade. I
Yeah.
didn't put that on.
I
there.
hear a lot of good
see,
things
that's one
about
I
that
forgot.
game.
How can
Yeah.
Michael
Oh,
forget?
fucking Fire Emblem, bro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was gonna say Fire
Yeah.
Emblem.
There you go. Fire Emblem. I did play through a good chunk of Three Houses. That was cool.
I didn't like that game, but you know.
That was my first Fire Emblem. So maybe it's because it was my first Fire Emblem. I like it.
Yeah, I just don't like the whole
Um,
like campus thing. Like,
But
the
I was
light
like,
novel
damn,
thing.
this is what Fire Emblem's about. What am I missing?
The
bro?
combat
Like,
of Fire Emblem is fucking sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like everything else
Oh,
about Three
yeah.
Houses, I didn't like. Like I don't want to be going around
Interesting.
and then being like, Professor, can you help me with my math homework? And then you send them to fucking fight a knight. It's like, wait.
And then they
Yeah.
die. And
That
you're
didn't-
like, shit.
That didn't make that never made sense to me in Three Houses, where I was like, well, I'm a professor to these people that don't know how to fight, and then I'm gonna go fight a fucking brigand of barbarians with them. What? Like,
I just felt uncomfortable because it like gave high school like era type things, and they want you to get personal with the students and stuff, and I'm just like, I don't want to do this. I'm sorry.
I just I didn't really fuck with that. I just like the more traditional Fire Emblem of like, here are all these heroes, and then they kind of come into your war band,
Yeah.
and then but like the whole school thing, I was like, I don't really care about this whole being a professor shit and like choosing between the houses. A cooler concept was like Conquest, and I think it was Bloodline, the one where you either play as two different warring factions. You play as
You're
like
talking about
Noir.
You're talking about If? Is it If? No, wait. I don't
If?
remember.
No, it was like Conquest, and the other one, the House Noir, and then the Japanese themed guys.
I know what you're talking
Um,
about. I can't remember the goddamn name of it. Fuck.
I
Hold on
know,
one
I know
second.
the Noir one was called Conquest. I don't remember. Anyway, the point being, those games were cooler in terms of concept. I didn't really like
Yeah.
Fire Emblem Three Houses that much, but
I mean, in general, Fire
Emblem, yeah,
Should be on there.
yeah.
Yeah. You know,
I'm trying to think. I could just
Uh,
go and check my Switch collection, but
I'm checking the game right now. Hold on.
Yeah,
I'm fucking going
Animal
crazy.
Crossing is definitely one of them.
I put Animal Crossing, I put
Pikmin,
Metroid, I put
yeah.
Pikmin,
Yeah, I think you
I
got a
put
lot
Super
of good
Mario
ones.
Odyssey. I don't know if I said it, but it's on my list.
Oh, Odyssey's a great game.
I will say, I am not like, so it's not that I dislike Mario games,
Fate,
but I've never been
Fire,
like, the type of guy that
Fire
will
Emblem
buy
Fates.
the new Mario game, right?
Yeah.
Fire Emblem Fates.
Yeah,
is that what you
that's-
said?
Oh
the
yeah,
one my brother
Fates.
was
Yeah,
on.
but
Okay.
there's two different
Oh, there you
games
go.
though.
Yeah, it's like
There-
the same thing that they were doing with Mega Man, where you would choose like different games.
Yeah,
and
but
they-
what's
they
the
play-
other one called? It's Conquest and something. I don't remember.
What the hell are you talking
I think
about, brother?
Okay, the two games, Fire Emblem Fates, right? There's Fire Emblem Fates Conquest, which is the one where you play as Noir.
Birthright, and Conquest.
Birthright.
That's
Thank
what
you.
I
I thought it was
There you
Bloodlines.
go.
Birthright. That's what I'm talking about. You fucking.
All right. But
What else?
I'm not a huge like Mario guy where
No,
I
neither
will
am I.
buy the new Mario game.
Yeah.
Right. But Mario Odyssey, I fucking played through that shit like twice.
Well-
I'm not gonna say I'm a Mario Odyssey stan,
Uh-huh.
but I like went through that game and I was like, this is a 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
Like unironically.
A lot of Nintendo
know?
titles are like that, I feel, where you don't feel much of a pull to play them, but when you actually sit your ass down and play them, you're just like, holy
Yeah.
shit, dude, I get it. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
and that's like the
I'm-
level of polish that I think is what allows Nintendo to have this air about them of like, you need to buy our consoles to play our games. And some people are like, okay, yeah. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah,
you
yeah.
won't get that experience anywhere else. Like when you were naming off games earlier, I was thinking to myself, like, as opposed to other IPs, right? Like I can say like Resistance and Resistance 2 or the Killzone games, like whenever the second and the third ones come out, it's like, yeah, they're better than their old ones. But there are times when I play a Nintendo game that I'm just like, holy fuck, how did they think of this? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, because like
Yeah.
for
it
me,
is
for me,
dynamic. It is crazy just how much of an improvement or gameplay formula, like an Italian man jumping around is somehow improved upon every couple of years.
Yeah, 'cause,
Like
for
the amount of things that you can do with Cappy in fucking Odyssey to like just cheat platforming. I always tell this to my brother. I've had this memory of like,
oh yeah.
if you ever watch my brother play Super Mario 64, it is agonizing to watch him play that game because he is just so fucking good at it that you
Thank
feel
you.
like a fucking dumbass sitting there. like, oh, I would have like done all this thing, and he's like, oh, I'm actually just gonna backflip here, wall jump, double spin dash, and fucking somehow homing attack, and make it up to this fucking thing, right? Like it is incredible the things that you can do in a game like Super Mario 64, and then you're just like, how do you build on this? And they're like, well, what if we made your hat another platform in which you can cheat physics with? Like, it is so fucking crazy, dude.
It's awesome.
Yeah, it's
And
incredible.
I mean, I felt like I got pretty good with using Cappy.
Yeah.
And then,
That was,
you watch things online, and you're like,
And then you watch the videos, and you're just like, "What the fuck?" You know,
Yeah, like watching Dumpy
Yeah.
play
Am
with
I
Cappy when those like speed run videos he did, I was just like, dude, like what the fuck, man?
yeah, and that's just the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah,
like, am I
yeah.
stupid?
Yeah, exactly.
I've never been that good at those like 3D platformings, but when I watch other people play it, I'm just like, it is crazy how like I can still find enjoyment in a game like this, and they can continue to find it by playing it in a completely different way from me. You know what I mean?
For me,
Like, it's
Nintendo
incredible.
for me, like going to my brother's point, for me, Nintendo has been a thing where I'm like, okay, so I play Super Mario 64. I already think this game is a fucking like 10 out of 10. And then years and years keep going, and I'm like, oh, we're doing Sunshine. Oh, wow, this one was not, you know, it innovates and does a lot of stuff that like 64 didn't do, and I'm like, oh wow. And then I'm like, well, you know what? I wonder how they're gonna top it. You bring Mario into space, and it's like, holy shit, dude! Like this game is just like another 10 out of 10. And then you do the same shit with Odyssey, where I'm like, dude, like it's just like every single like 3D Mario game is just a fucking 10 out of 10. And it's like now I'm at the point I'm like, yo, what how do you top Odyssey? And I can like 90% confidently say that I'm gonna look at the new Mario game and be like, yo, what the hell were they thinking? A 10 out of 10. And it's always been like that with Nintendo. Like even some people don't like the 2D. Well, a lot of people like it. I'm gonna say I'm not really a big fan of the 2D ones. But go from like New Super Mario Brothers and then to Super Mario Wonder, and you're like, Jesus Christ, dude! Like, where the hell did we go with this like from the level of just polish, the level of like engagement and fun, and make it another 10 out of 10. I played so many games of Nintendo where I'm like, dude, these are 9s or 10s. I'm like, I can't fucking, and it's not even like you know, like Nintendo goggles. It's like legitimately just the truth. I'm like, how do I play Super Metroid?
Oh yeah.
How do I play Super Metroid and then I'm playing Metroid Dread? And I'm like, bro,
God,
this
Dread is
game
so fucking good.
it's like, yo, this game is fucking
Yeah.
amazing. I'm like, what am I like? What do they do? How do they do it, dude? How does Nintendo do
Even though
it?
I'm not like a fanboy myself, but
Uh-huh.
like I can never fault Nintendo fanboys because they're just constantly proven right. You know?
They
It's
constantly
like-
validated.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just like you have completely valid
Yeah.
reasons.
We
to
have
be
Super Mario Odyssey.
Nintendo
You have
fan.
what?
Exactly.
Oblivion for remaster? And it's like, oh, shit. dude.
Whoa.
Nah,
That's
nah.
for next
What?
episode.
How did it feel getting your third iteration of Skyrim? Nice innovation, idiot. Here's Metroid, but with a giant killer robot. Yeah, no, it's fucking incredible, man. It's actually insane. Just
How does
much.
Nintendo
Like,
do it?
and I think it's like what I think that it is that most games you can kind of trace to just like, okay, Nintendo has this formula that they have built upon, right? But they're gonna add one element, and this one element is going to be so pivotal and so deep mechanically that it is going to make the entire gameplay formula change. I really think that's what it is, and something that I kind of hold a lot of criticism to, again, open world games or bloated games, because they are trying to go an ocean wide and like an inch deep, right? Whereas Nintendo is like, okay, it's the same fat Italian man jumping through the world, but we're going to give him a water backpack, right? And then the next one is like, it's the same man, but he's in space. And then the next one's like, it's the same man, but he has a hat. You know what I mean? And he can throw it at things. Same with Metroid. It's the same fucking 2D Metroid experience, except now there's areas where you have to run away from something. But not only is it that you have to run away from something, it's every mechanic that goes together to make this experience wholly unique, just because of this one addition that is maybe a puddle wide, but it is miles deep. And I think that's like what makes Nintendo games so good, right? Is the fact that they don't try to be like, we're gonna add X feature of crafting or whatever, but it doesn't fucking matter. You don't even have to worry about it.
Yeah,
or we're
we
gonna
had
add this other feature,
we had
and then
the,
it's like, Yeah, like Nintendo's like, we're gonna add Flood and Sunshine, and you have to use Flood. And when you really learn how to use Flood, you're going to fucking do unstoppable things. Same with Cappy, right? Like I think that's really what makes Nintendo games so unique, is that they know to focus on things that are important to the gameplay formula without trivializing it with a bunch of fucking slop like a lot of other titles do. Like,
Yeah,
I'm gonna be honest. Like when I played Skyrim for the first time, right? Since that's like kind of the whole thing with Oblivion. I've never played Oblivion, but I'm gonna relate it to Skyrim in the sense of like, there's so much shit in Skyrim that I didn't do and I didn't need to do, and you can argue that that's like a way.
Easy, brother. You're gonna get crucified by two people.
I'm saying
here.
that's a way that you could say like that's the point, right? Because you could go and do this thing and you could not, and it's your own experience. But that doesn't matter, because it's like when I finished the Dark Brotherhood quest, I was like, oh great, yeah, cool, and then I left and I fucking didn't care anymore. You know what I mean? But like, there is so much that you can do to like master the system of like platforming up to Cappy by doing like the speedrun trials. But like, you're not gonna sit there and be like, how can I swing my axe stronger in fucking Skyrim combat? Something that's already shallow as shit to begin with. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh yeah,
I think that's what it is.
I mean,
I
don't
really
play
think that's what it
Skyrim
is.
for the combat, really.
I know, but I'm just saying that like
I don't think anybody does.
Wait, what?
Skyrim is just kind of like a bunch of other little things here and there that you can enjoy, because it all cumulatively builds up to a good experience. But Nintendo's like, we're gonna give you that experience that you love, and then we're gonna build upon it in such a definitive way. That's what I like about
I
it.
disagree with that take on Skyrim, that it's cumulative, because
Mhm.
there is a lot of stuff and quest lines and stuff that you go through.
Uh-huh.
that you're just like, oh, this is
Alright,
great.
here we go.
Yeah, everyone told me that the
Really
Dark
good
Brotherhood
game.
was gonna be fucking
Look.
incredible. I finished it and I was like, oh great, cool, yeah, that's kind of dark. And
Fantastic.
that's it.
Let's move.
But that doesn't give me
Well,
the same
I would say
satisfaction of like when.
Willingness to engage with like narrative elements, though. I feel like
No,
we've
I
said
know,
this
I know,
stuff
but, like,
before, where
it's-
not
it's-
really
yeah,
a thing,
yeah.
Dan, and that's not a bad thing.
No,
You're
I know, but
absolutely
it's
right
like it's the
to enjoy
mechanic,
it.
Bad
it's
thing
the
at all.
mechanical prowess of like being in like Newport City or whatever, and be like, I want to get to the top of that building. How the fuck do I do that with just my stupid
you
little hat?
prioritize gameplay over narrative and like elements of,
Hey,
of,
for the
like,
record,
video games.
For the record, Todd said I can climb that mountain. I fucking did, okay?
Yeah.
Suck my dick, all right?
Which
Skyrim
is
did
weird
it too.
'cause you
Skyrim
like
did it
mouth
first,
washing, and
motherfucker.
that game is like all narrative.
Todd also
Right.
gave you a fucking box of bobby pins that somehow weighs 120 pounds. I don't want to fucking hear it.
all right. To keep the conversation moving, is there any games besides like Fire Emblem and Xenoblade that I missed on that
Bayonetta
list
2, maybe.
that you want to speak to?
Oh wait, I don't want to
well,
speak to
in general.
Bayonetta 2,
Yeah,
but yeah.
yeah.
Not really. I'm just
Pedro,
kind of.
Alex,
I'm
anything
just
you-
kind of ready to talk about this.
I feel like I hit all the major ones.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I think
I
so.
guess.
You forgot.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right, so next on my list that I have, the versatile gaming experience. I feel like we can skip over this because we talked about it.
I think
Yeah,
we talked a
quite
lot
a
about.
bit.
I think we talked a lot about the Switch.
Yeah. I just want to talk about. It mentioned that it was on my list.
Okay.
The fact that you can take it from the dock / big screen
Yeah.
to the handheld.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing concept, executed very well, and for me, besides the video games, main selling point of the console.
Yeah.
All right. Next thing I have on the list, unique controllers, the Joy-Cons.
Yep.
Yeah.
I feel
Okay.
like it was like a good natural evolution of the Wiimote / nunchucks
Mm-hmm.
that also fit very well and felt very focused again with the vision they had for the Switch.
Yeah.
And I thought it was even though there are some issues with the Joy-Cons that they seem to be addressing with the Switch 2,
Yeah,
which we'll
definitely.
get to that point later, but they're a good starting point and they're a good evolution
Yeah.
of what the Wii had.
Mhm.
I don't know if you guys have any other
For
thoughts
yeah,
on
for
that.
the first iteration of what it was pretty fucking incredible. You know what I mean? And like, it seems like, not to dip too far into the conversation here, but everything that I had a problem with in the Switch structurally is being improved on in the Switch 2 by like a marginal increase. Like it looks great in that front. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
only thing I'll say is the controller's just tiny. That was only my.
But
only
I mean,
major
yeah, but
complaint.
what
exactly.
I want to give Switch the credit to is that it was literally the only thing that it was doing at the time. It was the only console that was able to be like, I'm going to take off these two little things that are normally just, you know, welded together on any other handheld console. You can take these off and turn them to separate controllers. For the only console that has ever done that it was fucking brilliant. Like it was
Yeah.
like borderline magic in a way. You know what I mean? Where he's just like, yeah, take this
So-
off and it's a controller and play with another person. It was fucking
Yeah,
incredible.
people were like, "Whoa!"
I do think it's the best like iteration of Nintendo's attempts to try and innovate like controllers. I think the Wii is a cool console, but the motion control like wands gets very limiting as soon as you branch outside of their main titles, and even then,
Yeah.
relying on a motion sensor bar is something that is always going to be tricky, especially back with when it came
I
out,
heard you could use a-
2007 or something.
Yeah.
True.
I heard you could use a
Yeah,
candle.
you could.
What?
A candle?
Yeah, I heard that if you use a candle because your Wii sensor bar was broken, like it would work. I don't know how true that is.
That's
Are
fucking.
you
weird.
punking us, bro?
I don't
Yeah,
know. I
hold
just
on.
saw.
Secretly
I
Ashton
do. I do
Kutcher.
have a Wii sitting in a cabinet somewhere in my fucking
I heard-
apartment here. So.
That's-
I heard you can light. I
that's-
heard you can light a candle if you don't. If like your
Uh.
little bar thing, like if you lost it or it's broken, you can light a candle and it'll work because it's just looking for an infrared source.
Dude, that's
Interesting.
actual Nintendo magic, dude.
I don't know. I just thought I'd bring it up.
I didn't. So going on with that, like I don't think the Wii U. I didn't play the Wii U enough to be able to tell you if it was good or
wasn't
bad.
great.
I just and like I think the Switch controls
I'm gonna have
make it great
Oh.
for a party, which is just good. Like if you say you have video game in front of you, what controller would you like? The first thing I'm probably gonna say is like Xbox 360 or
Ugh.
keyboard and mouse, right?
yawn.
Yeah.
Or PlayStation.
PlayStation 4
One
controller.
of those
I
three.
fucking
Yeah,
love the
right.
PS4 controller.
I would say
So-
one of those three.
Yeah, like if you want me to go with some Nintendo gimmicky kind of controller, which it works for their titles pretty well, and then not for anything else, then
Yeah. You didn't like the Kinect or the PlayStation Move?
Yeah, right.
so I didn't fucking play those. I
Fucking with you, Alex.
You didn't.
Yeah, I know,
With the Kinect.
but that's what I'm saying. Like trying to
Yeah.
go with
That's
motion
ridiculous.
You didn't like
controls
the-
and like trying to immerse you more. It's a gimmick
Yeah,
to me.
yeah.
It's
You
not
didn't
an
like the
actual
you didn't like the
success.
Yeah.
PlayStation
Eh.
Move controller.
And let's pin the fucking vibrator. Yeah, let's put a pin on that too because that is something that I do have a contention with the Switch too is the gimmicky control, right?
Okay,
Because
okay.
Nintendo
well,
always seems to fucking like doing that, but
All right, we'll hold that off for.
Okay. All right. Any other thing on the Joy-Con before I go to the next point in the
the
list?
No,
drift
that's it.
sucks. But at least they were addressing it. That's
to an
it.
extent, but all right.
That's only the drift thing is the only thing I've ever heard of on the Switch controller. I've ever heard
Yeah.
of issues with that happening with a fucking Xbox controller. So
All right. The next thing I have on my list, price point was amazing compared to other.
Yeah, I got it for $50 off.
Yeah. Which is like really funny.
Mhm.
Because I mean, even with the Switch 2, the increase in price for the console, I think is fine with what they're doing with it. But in terms of the Switch 1, right?
Yeah.
What you're getting, like the novelty and the innovation of it, plus this, you're getting Nintendo first party games,
Mm-hmm.
and at a base $300 price point compared to Xbox and Sony, you're building your own PC, it's unmatched,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Like it that I feel like that was also another major thing that contributed to the Switch being as amazing as it was.
Yeah, it's
was
like
the price point.
It was like the Wii. Like you almost can't argue against not having one. You know what I mean? Like you could pick up a Wii for fucking nothing.
Mhm.
And
Exactly.
that's kind of why you just like every household that I went to when I went over a friend's house when I was younger, it was like, yeah, we have a Wii. Like they just have one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
like you have like your main console. Like whenever you ask your friend like, oh, are you an Xbox or a PlayStation player? They're like, oh, I have like I prefer PS4. I remember you preferred Xbox, but like we had Wii's. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like everyone
That's
just
the best
kind of
of the
had.
And it's the same way with Switches.
And it's
Yeah.
because they were just like a lot of them were just so cheap. They had the titles that you really, really liked, and most of them were Smash. Let's be honest, but like it was the Smash machine.
Yeah.
But everyone had it because like it just really didn't even hurt to have one. And the titles that they held were unique enough that you couldn't get them on the other consoles. That it was enough justification to be like, it's cheap as shit. It has some of the best games for its own console, like the exclusive wise. Why not? Why not have one? You know what I mean? especially because you can get your family into it too. I remember like that being the excuse.
Yeah.
Of like,
Dude,
did you have
the
that
Switch
thing? Where,
is like the only thing my mom plays.
yeah,
You know,
it really
like-
felt like it was like that thing in school where you got caught playing Flash games, and you're like, yeah, but I'm in coolmathgames.com. Like I'm learning math. You know what I mean? It was like that. It was like, Mom. It was like the excuse of when you were like, we need a PS4 because it's also a Blu-ray player for you. But you just wanted to play.
Yeah.
You just wanted to play Modern
Yeah.
Warfare 3. The Switch was like that. It was
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
oh, you can get your dad to play fucking bowling with you, and then you're like, see, Dad, we could play bowling together as a family. And the next thing you know, and then now you're playing fucking.
And then he's like, I see what you're doing, you little shit.
Yeah, and he's like, yeah, I kind of want to play bowling. Yeah, you know, every once in a while, some
Yeah, I'll bowl
parent,
with you.
yeah, one parent that doesn't really give a fuck about video games will pick up a fucking Wii controller to play fucking Mario,
Yeah,
Wii
Sports,
Sports
Wii Fit, man.
or Wii Fit. Yeah, something.
Yeah.
Fuck that Wii Fit game,
Goated.
like fucking balance pad. Oh
Yeah.
my god, that thing
And,
never
and the
worked
fact
right.
that you can,
Wii Sports is
yeah,
unironically has to be in top 20 games of all time.
and I think the fact that like Nintendo was able to price it to a point, right, that is so low that like fucking 12-year-old Bobby can convince his parents enough to be a little shitlord to get his Wii in the house. Like that is a testament, right? Because parents
Yeah,
are not
yeah.
looking to fucking spend $300 on a console, but when you like have a Wii be like fucking 100, I know it wasn't 149 on release, but my point being like when you can argue that point and most people in the house had one, like it speaks for itself, you know? It was
Mhm.
one of the most sold consoles in that console war generation, quote unquote, for a fucking reason. So
Yeah.
you can't argue
I will
with it.
say if
100%.
you were having the console war conversation with your classmates and you were like Xbox or PlayStation, and one kid's like Nintendo, you beat the shit out of that kid.
You did,
Yeah.
but he was right. You
because it wasn't,
yeah,
it wasn't a thought. It's like everybody had Nintendo.
Yeah.
yeah,
You know,
it's like that's not what we're fucking asking, dude. All right, don't. Get me playing
yeah,
fucking
but you
video
know
games.
he was right. Like I feel like some of those punches were out of understanding. You're like
We're
yeah.
we're out of pity.
yeah, but you're still a
Yeah.
loser.
Yeah, like you're a loser because everyone knows that's the right answer. But like you're right. But you're right. You know, like you'll beat him up and then you'll probably pick him back. You'll like bring him to his feet. You know,
Yeah.
you'd be like, don't say it
Yeah.
again.
Yeah, I think during that time,
Like he's
too,
still
also,
invited
like,
to your
Nintendo
birthday party
games-
after you beat him up. You know.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, what were
Like,
you
people
saying,
love
Alex?
Nintendo games, but like the big games out there were like Call of Duty and Halo.
Yeah,
Reach
yeah,
and
yeah.
Fucking,
Yeah.
So like the gaming world had moved on from the Nintendo Golden era, where they were kind of I mean
to an extent.
coming off.
I would
coming
say
off
to
the-
an extent.
Right, like I think if you look at the GameCube, Xbox, PlayStation, like their generation together, I think those are like three fair competitors.
Yeah.
But then as soon as the Wii comes
Oh,
out,
yeah.
and it's such a stark difference from the other two consoles that you're just like, okay, I mean, cool.
Yeah, the
I
Wii
I would
was
say
like
that generation is probably the only generation where Nintendo, even though everybody had a Wii,
they took like
I
a
don't
back
know if
seat.
people would pick the Wii over the
Yeah.
PS3 or the Xbox 360.
I
you know?
do think it is the most.
And that's the only one besides maybe the PS2 and the original Xbox, and even then the original Xbox is like it depends who you talk to, right? Like
The biggest thing about
But-
the Wii is that it was like the family console. While
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
So a lot of
everybody has it.
families were just picking it up. That's the
You know what? Retrospect, actually, it was also the rise of online gaming, right? Xbox Live and
Mhm.
PlayStation Network had just started to.
oh,
actually
we
be
will talk
big
about
competitors.
that when we get to the Switch too.
Yeah,
Trust
whereas,
me.
like,
I
I-
have some notes on that.
I to this day don't even think about like
You know what, Mike?
Nintendo online services look like because I don't.
Mike. I just say let's rip the bandage. Let's just jump into let's just switch into the Switch
I mean,
too.
all right, so before we get to some of the bad things about the Switch,
Oh my-
let,
okay.
us just continue down this list. We'll talk about the bad things, and that will be definitely probably number one for me personally on. But let's go to the next point. To move along. For me, I don't know how you guys felt, but in after the Xbox 360, PS3, Wii era, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Switch felt like the only console / platform left
Mm-hmm.
that had an emphasis and was a great it was a good portion of what the console is of local co-op and multiplayer.
Okay.
Couch co-op.
And I feel like that to the extent of couch co-op / multiplayer like with Smash, even though you're not co-op, you're
Yeah,
still
yeah.
playing with people. It has to, like, with the rise of online gaming, like Alex said, and everything, and there's some connection with, like, it's the family console,
Yeah.
so they have to stay, like, keep it local somewhat, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
But I feel like that was a major part of what made the Switch good. like you said, it's like you play it with your parents, you play it with the kids, whoever, and you're able to just sit down, have fun, play those party games. Where with the Xbox and PS3, you couldn't really do that, or not PS3, but PlayStation in general.
Yeah,
you couldn't really do that, and I feel like that just adds to the magic of the Switch.
yeah,
It's family oriented, but like even when you're not playing family oriented, I guess maybe games, just the fact that they still supported widely across many of their games was, local compatible.
yeah. No, I do think that's a
I
selling
respect
point.
the fuck out of that, man. The fact that, let's talk about Xbox. Halo, their flagship franchise, which was built on like LAN parties and couch co-op campaign and multiplayer, doesn't have fucking any of that on
Dude,
launch.
just speak to that,
and
just
then not
a quick
even
little
like
anecdote.
post game. Like, oh my god.
I remember growing up with my cousin and his Xbox, and he would have so many, like he'd play on LAN so many times with like his friends that lived in the same apartment complex, and they'd have lobbies filled up in the first Halo and everything. And it's just like, the LAN parties they had and just seeing that and everything and like how awesome that was, and Halo being the forefront of that. And like you said, now it's like, that's gone,
Yeah.
Well, sucks to suck, but
Yeah.
Yeah. So Nintendo sticking to their guns on that is something I really appreciate. And there's a selling point in that. This is the party game console. Have your friends over, 4, 8, fucking 16. Swap controllers or do one of the big matches on the games that support it, and it's still going to run pretty well. And like, it might not be a clusterfuck depending on how many people you have, but that's kind of part of the fun. So we respect that. I do think that does come at the expense of like not having the strongest single player lineup comparatively. Where like a lot of the big single player games that have come out in these last
like
few
Elden
years,
Ring or something like that.
Elden Ring, Baldur's Gate, games that you're gonna want to have the smoothest experience on.
Yeah.
If you choose to play them on the Switch, you're not gonna have the best experience.
well, Alex.
Or you can have a better one later.
Before you say that, they have to actually run on the Switch, and that's one of the biggest things that the Switch.
Yeah.
That's one of the biggest things about the Switch that was one of the main problems, just the hardware. Cause like I tried playing. Sorry, before I cut you off, I tried playing. I played like Doom on the PS4 and the PC. Have no fucking problem with it whatsoever. I play that shit on the Switch, like the 2016 Doom, and it's like a little pixelated. There's times where there's like a lot of frame drops, and it's like, dude, I can't play this thing on the Switch. Like I want to, but just like impossible.
Yeah. So Nintendo designed consoles for Nintendo games.
Yeah.
And I think they've been doing that probably since the Wii. And maybe before, right? I'm maybe too young to recognize the era of the N64 and SNES, but
I'm a fossil. But...
Yeah. So like, you saw the hardware, or not hardware, but like games had to accommodate Nintendo if they wanted to transition over to Nintendo's console, which is why their catalog of games started to shrink down when you start to look at third-party developers. They have to take the time, whereas like, to my understanding, and I'm no software developer, you make an Xbox game, you make a PlayStation game, they are pretty easy to do one and the other, right? And then that to PC, I think, is because they probably build them.
It depends. It depends because there's still like differences in like performance between Xbox and PlayStation.
Yeah.
Because of like the developer kits that they're given and everything. I'm pretty sure it was the PS3 that was like notoriously like known for how hard it was to develop.
I think.
Okay.
And that's why sometimes the PlayStation 3 version compared to like Xbox 360 versions for like third-party games would be sometimes, not all the time, sometimes a little inferior because it was a little harder to code for and stuff.
Okay. Do you know how that transitions from like, say, Xbox to a Nintendo console like the Wii or Switch?
Oh yeah, I mean a lot because like the hardware for like the Switch and the Wii, like it's compared to like the Xbox and PlayStation, it's night and day.
Yeah.
I mean, you just take a look at the games that aren't on the Switch.
If I
like,
if I remember correctly,
that tells you enough.
If I remember correctly, I think there was like a lot of horror stories of developers coming out and being like, "Yo, it's kind of like hard and frustrating to like put games on the Switch," and like
because like Alex said, is like when you make a game for the Switch, something like Breath of the Wild, you can mask a lot of the technical issue, or I guess the straight up fidelity of it. Because if you remove a lot of like the art style, quote unquote, of like Breath of the Wild, if you look at just the like polygons and the models, they're not impressive, right?
Right.
The thing that makes Breath of the Wild look amazing is the art style.
Right.
Yeah.
And you know, you can't just do that for PlayStation and Xbox when you're trying to make the next Call of Duty. The thing about Call of Duty is fidelity, right?
Right.
You're never gonna get a fucking, you know, Breath of the Wild looking Call of Duty. It's just not gonna happen, right? And that's why it's like games like that didn't come to the Switch and Wii. That seems to be changing with the Switch too. But
I just hope the games
it
don't.
is hard to develop for.
I just hope games don't get delayed because I know that's the same shit that happened with Doom Eternal, where everybody got like Doom Eternal like the day of, and then like for Switch users they were like, we don't know, we're still figuring out. Like, give us some time. Like, we gotta cook a little, and like it took fucking. I don't remember exactly when. Like, I'm just kind of like yapping about it, but I remember that Doom Eternal did take like a while before it got into like the Switch, and it was like, well,
my question to that is like, do you think it's really
and even
necessary?
then, it's like downgraded too.
What, to have Doom in the Switch? Absolutely.
So the thing that I kind of right?
If you're trying,
everyone should play
I think
Doom.
if you're trying to completely dominate the industry,
I just don't think that's what Nintendo's out to do, though. They just have such a niche.
I don't know. I think with the Switch too, I think they're shifting.
You're right. I'm not. What I'm saying is that I don't think it's necessary. Because it's not what you buy a Switch for. It's like you're trying to buy like a hammer to do a drill's job. You know what I mean? Like me personally, right? Like,
but then
one of the best games.
I got a question.
What's
then.
up?
Like, so like with the older consoles, they did have games that were third party that were able to be run on like the GameCube. Because I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not 100% on this, but I'm pretty sure when the GameCube came out, it was actually pretty impressive for hardware.
It was,
like,
but I'm going to get into that with the Switch, right? Because the example that I was going to use was there are games that I don't play on my PC that I play on my Switch that are available for PC, but like a perfect example is Hollow Knight, right? I would have never played Hollow Knight if it wasn't on the Switch, which is the point that you bring up, right? But like when I'm on my PC, I'm not playing it because it's like a Hollow Knight is not on my priority, so to speak. I want to play a game like Monster Hunter Wilds when I'm on my PC, right? But Hollow Knight is perfect for a console like the Switch, right? So I think when it comes to games like that, sure, right? And maybe Hollow Knight has more sales on Steam than it does on the Switch. My point being is that Hollow Knight is like one of those games that runs perfectly on the Switch, and me as a consumer, I don't have the urge to play a game like Hollow Knight, like Axiom Verge, on my computer when I can play it on my Switch, a game that I can like kind of pick up and drop whenever I want. I'm not constantly engaged. I'm not going to play fucking Hollow Knight when I'm on the Discord with 8 other friends that want to play, I don't know, Helldivers or something. You know what I mean? And that's why I feel like some games, like, you just really don't need to have Doom Eternal on a Switch, or you don't need to have the latest COD title on a Switch, because that's not what it's trying to do. You know what I mean?
Okay, well,
you don't need to, but
I'm not saying that it wouldn't be a benefit, right? Because a sale of a game that would not be on the console otherwise is a lost sale. I get that, right? But I feel like Nintendo is better off leaning on its strengths, like, as to why people will literally buy Smash or a Switch just to play Smash, you know what I mean? And then have this plethora of games that run on it in a very good metric, as opposed to being like, well, let's just try to get in as much third-party titles as we can that people can already run better on other consoles that they're already going to be sitting on and playing, without taking advantage of the convenience of it being a Switch. You know what I mean? I think that's the important part.
I'm just going to be stubborn and say that Doom should be in any console, so yeah.
But I'm just saying, like, I would have never played a game like Hollow Knight if I was sitting here on my computer. You know what I mean?
I do think that is to kind of the Switch's detriment, Nintendo's detriment, in that, like, you do need another console to be able to enjoy all of these other pretty impressive games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if the Switch had the capability to play, like what Alex is saying, like COD and shit?
Yeah, but
like, why would you buy an Xbox and PlayStation when their first-party games are nowhere near as, like, strong or historic or like like I guess as great as like the Switch.
Well, because
has.
Nintendo will make
Like,
more
Or
off
if
of
they
their
were,
titles.
if they
They'll
followed.
if you buy a Switch just to play I don't know, Pikmin 4. You're buying a Switch and you're buying Pikmin 4 and then you're being exposed to all the other Nintendo titles that you can't pick up anywhere else. That's the profit there. You know what I mean? Sure,
So,
if you
I don't
attracted
like
people,
the idea
Yes,
of
but then-
buying, like,
but then-
a fucking a Pikmin machine, basically. Right?
I mean, the fucking Steam
That,
Deck's
I
a
think,
Balatro machine. No, I get what you're saying. I get what you're
Yeah.
saying. Yeah.
My phone is a Balatro machine, to be fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, I don't. Look, if I'm Mr. Johnny Video Gamer, right, and I have 500 bucky and I can only buy one console, I'm gonna pick the one that has the widest range of games, or that, better yet, and we're gonna get into this, I know.
See, I wouldn't.
That has
I
the
don't know,
best
it's weird.
social features, so that like my friends could play with me.
Yeah.
The Switch.
So I've got a
doesn't
question.
have that.
Let's take a look at like the guy who buys 2K or Madden or FIFA every year. in
Me?
COD.
No.
Like if the Switch also had that capability, but you can take it to your friend's house, and play like COD next to them,
Yeah.
or FIFA next to them,
Yeah.
or also Smash and stuff, the games that you're also playing, like, you would not buy. I don't want to say you wouldn't, unless you're a fan of like the first party games for PlayStation and Xbox, but the market share would be significantly different if
Mhm.
the Switch could have done that.
Yeah.
in my opinion.
But at the same time,
Especially with the way Sony and Microsoft dropped the ball, in my opinion, the last
yeah,
two
yeah,
generations.
big,
like,
yeah.
dude, it would be crazier.
But that's
than
the
what
thing,
it is
it's
right now.
just-
Because I do.
Nintendo
Yeah.
isn't fighting on that
But-
front. That's the thing. It's like the way I see it is like
They should have been. Is the point, right?
okay,
Like,
but
should
they
have
don't.
been.
But that's the thing is that they don't need to, and they still continue to make money off their IP. The way that I kind of
Yeah.
see it is like a gotcha game. You know what I mean? Like at some point, you spend way too much in this fucking gotcha game that you just keep going. You know what I mean? And Nintendo
Yeah.
is strong enough to run off of its own IP that it's basically the gotcha game of like, now you got a Switch, now you got all these games that aren't available anywhere else. Could you change the market share by having a console that can run better, right? That can run more games? Would that make more money for Nintendo? Maybe. But Nintendo doesn't need to spend all this money improving its fucking console because it doesn't matter. You're not here for that. You're here for Pikmin 4 and Metroid Dread. I'll tell you, I didn't give a fuck that Metroid Dread looked a little bit pixelated because it was Metroid. That's all I needed to buy it, right? Like as much as I
Yeah.
hate the Switch 2 and
Yeah,
I'm opposed to buying the Switch 2 entirely, I don't know if I would have been if they said that Metroid 4 was a Switch 2 exclusive. I only recently, when I looked at the direct this morning to like make sure I was caught up to speed, when I heard that guy say Metroid 4 will have a Switch 2 edition with its Switch 1 edition, I was like, I don't care about the console anymore. But if it said
Wait,
if
why?
it said that it was exclusive to Switch 2,
We'll talk about that later.
Yeah,
We'll
yeah,
talk about
yeah.
it later.
but if it said it was exclusive to Switch 2, I think I maybe would have considered buying it. You know what I mean? Like, and
So, yeah,
and
I
that's the
think
thing. I would.
detriment, though.
It
Like,
is no, Alex.
goes
I
both
agree with
ways.
you. It is to the detriment. I agree with you. But what I'm saying is that Nintendo doesn't need to fight this. I don't need to consider thinking, well, Switch 2 is going to have Metroid 4, but is it also going to have the Oblivion remaster? I don't give a fuck. It has
Or Doom the
Metroid.
Dark
That's
Ages.
enough.
I do. I do.
I know,
I give
but
a
that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. Is that
well,
there is
that's
a
the sluts,
there is a
that's what-
size there is a sizable.
Let's not take. Let's take Bethesda out of it. Like, if
But
they
Mike,
can't
that
run
doesn't
Monster
matter.
Hunter,
That
like-
doesn't matter. That's
Michael,
my point.
Michael,
though.
they're-
That's
Michael,
my point,
they're
though, Mike.
going
That's
to
my
run
point.
Monster Hunter.
It doesn't It doesn't matter because Monster Hunter is a perfect example too. When they said Rise was going to be a Nintendo Switch exclusive, people went out and bought a Switch because it had Monster Hunter Rise. That was an exclusive title. Yes, it could run on PC, but it wasn't available in PC at the time, right? That's enough. That's enough for you to buy it. That's what I'm getting at, is that the IP is so strong that people like me are going to be fucking little degens and buy the Switch 2 if it would only had Metroid 4, right? And that's it. Nintendo's made
I
its
get what
money.
you're saying. I get what you're
Nintendo's
saying.
made its
Yeah.
money.
I do get what you're
And they
saying.
didn't
I
have to
don't
worry
agree.
about, can we run Baldur's Gate? They don't need to put extra money into that R&D to run this console when they can produce
Isn't
it.
Baldur's Gate on the Switch?
I don't
No.
know. I'm just using the example. They
I
can
don't think,
they can
I,
run
I,
it.
I don't think it is.
They can develop a console with less income, with less like
That's Divinity,
hardware.
That's on the Switch.
Yeah, they can develop a console with less hardware, pricing and stuff, and R&D and all this shit, because it doesn't matter. What matters is the fact that somehow Odyssey is better than Sunshine. They finally figured it out. Somehow this game is improving upon itself, and that's enough
I
for
don't
you to
know,
make
man.
it buy it.
I will say, before the Steam Deck came out, if you told somebody that they could play Baldur's Gate 3, for example, let's say the Steam Deck didn't come out, you could play Baldur's Gate 3 on the go, like on a plane or something.
Mhm.
Yeah,
that
but
would give you so many fucking
yeah,
more
but
sales,
yeah,
man.
but
Like,
Michael, why the fuck isn't that?
same thing with COD.
Why the fuck
Yes,
is
but-
why would they care if like more people are like, hey, what the fuck is Baldur's Gate? And it's like, oh, I know Mario Kart. Oh, new Mario Kart. Oh, let's go play it. Like Nintendo.
Yes, but like
Okay.
I'm not. I agree what you guys are saying.
That's
right?
that's
But like,
like,
what Alex and I are saying is like there is more to be had
I
of like
get
those
it.
people who aren't like
you're not wrong, but I'm just saying
like,
that.
who
But
aren't
that's-
like
that's just not the
Nintendo
demographic.
guys who will
Right,
buy
right.
a Switch or
Right, you're.
But that's the
I'm
thing.
But you could have that
not
demographic.
paying
They
It's
could,
how
but
it
they
goes.
don't.
to play
That's the
one
thing is that
game.
they don't need it because they're
Exactly.
All right, here's an example, Mike. How long has it been between Baldur's Gate 2 and Baldur's Gate 3? Right? It's been a.
Okay, that's not a fair example.
But
That's not
let
a
me
fair
use
That's
this
not
example
a
for a
good
reason. The reason
Yeah.
I use that example, right, is because it's been a very long time, right? But Nintendo's IPs are always going to be built upon, right? Some less than others. We're still missing an F-Zero game, but again, for a person
What's
like me,
F-Zero?
where Metroid Prime 3 came out for the Wii, and now we're finally getting 4, it's enough to make me buy a system, right?
Okay,
That
so
is-
I've got a question for you.
Right.
I've got a thing. So, like, here's a good example of, I guess, what's currently happening. A
Uh-huh.
lot of Xbox exclusives are popping up on the PC.
Mhm.
Why would I buy an Xbox when I can just play their exclusives on the PC?
Mike,
Because not
that's
all
the-
of them.
The
Mike,
inverse
I-
could be
Mike,
said
I
for
think
the.
that's
Okay, but what I'm
different.
saying is the inverse could be said with the Switch.
Mhm.
If I can play every other game plus Nintendo's exclusives, why would I buy anything else?
Well, because
Right,
you
but
don't
Then,
have the
right now what PC is happening is that they are consuming and like
But-
what's the word cannibalizing a lot of Xbox's users
Yeah.
because those games are coming onto PC.
Yeah.
Well, Mike,
And
What on the PC?
if Nintendo was a little bit of heads up about it, that could have been the same thing. Like I know a lot of people already buy the Switch, and I'm not saying this as a negative for them,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But it could have been crazier where like the Switch is the number one thing regardless of what you were looking for. If you're not a Nintendo fan, right, and you just want to play other games, you also have the plus of being able to play Nintendo games
but,
if you buy the
but
Switch.
I get
and
that.
on the
So
go.
get that.
I'm
You
not
know?
of the mind with you, Mike, that like Nintendo needs to dominate the market. I think if they're happy with their niche, that's fine. I'm more of the situation where it's like, man, I think Nintendo games are cool, but my friends are out there playing, you know, the newest COD, the newest Halo, you know, the games that are.
Why would I
very
ever
much
buy a
what-
Switch?
Why would I ever buy a Switch? If I have $500 to buy a console, I'm
Yeah, no,
gonna
I
get
get it.
something that will give me the widest catalog, right?
I get
I may
that.
lose out on Smash, but I also get Baldur's Gate 3. I get access to the Call of Duties. And then there's sloppy games.
Elden
And
Ring,
maybe
stuff
maybe
like
that's
that, you
just
know?
and again maybe this is just a difference of perspective, right? Because to Mike, to your point about the PC, the difference is that with a PC, like just like I had to do for this recording, I have to be here, right? That's the difference. Is that I can sit here and run Monster Hunter in ultra settings because I have a PC that can't go anywhere, but I can take the Switch somewhere. That's going to come with some restrictions, right?
or
That's
I
my
could
point.
just chill on
So-
my, or I can chill on my couch. while I
right
play
right
Monster
and to Alex's point, I'm the type of person that like if I play a game, I don't get off that game for a very 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 long time, right? Like I've been playing Monster Hunter World up to the release of Monster Hunter Wilds. That game is now like 7 something years old. For me, I don't care about a wide catalog, I care about a deep one, in the sense of like I can play this game for fucking ever, right? Not all Nintendo titles are like that. I'll agree with you. But what I will say is that kind of like we were saying the Mario example earlier, you could play Mario by just beating all the levels or whatever, or you could do the stupid shit where people are jumping 17,000 feet in the air just using a stupid hat. Like it depends on how deep you want to play a
It's not
game, right?
exclusive to
Like,
Nintendo.
I know, but what I'm saying is that it is the Mario
It's so
scene.
good.
It is the Mario game that is giving you that experience. And much like
let's-
PC,
I was gonna
I
say-
prefer a game that I can continuously play for a very long time, rather than being like, oh, I can play Rain World and I'll play that for 3 hours, and then I'll buy COD and I'll play that for 5 hours, and then I'll play this game for maybe 70 hours, and then that doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is that I get a game
Yeah.
experience that is fucking incredible. And I think
Okay.
Nintendo, as we
Alright.
talked about earlier, is one of the best IPs that does that.
I was gonna say to
You
I
know-
was gonna say to Michael.
You know other franchise does that for me though, real quick, Pedro.
Sorry, no.
The best franchise, best game that does that for me, and the deep experience that I'll always come back to.
Mhm.
Skyrim, bitch. Moving on.
All right,
I was
Pedro,
gonna
go,
say
go, go, go.
the last thing to Michael's point. Well,
It's
Mike,
on
I
the
was gonna
Switch,
say, like-
Alex. Wait a second.
I was gonna say that to Mike's point. Well, he was saying about like, oh, like about the whole Xbox thing, I was to say, well, the Xbox is not failing like the Switch is. The Switch is like thriving at this point. The Xbox right now has been going through some shit that I'm even like, yo, I'm not even an Xbox guy, but I kind of feel bad for like Xbox players because they're getting like there's no reason to buy an Xbox. You're right about that. While the Switch is like, you can't make that comparison with the Switch because the Switch is like, yo, the Switch is like thriving. People are still buying it. People are still playing it. And even with the Switch 2 right now, you have like 22 point. I think if I remember correctly, it was 22 million people right now that are like trying to pre-order it. And right now they're trying to like cannibalize themselves.
That's crazy.
So like,
man.
I think it was sort of around that number.
Mhm.
But there's a lot of people that want the Switch. Well, like it's like, yo, why do we want the Xbox? Halo is dead. All of the IP, Bethesda is like, if it's not Doom, Bethesda's fucking dying. I'm gonna stay in that fucking hill about that. So it's like, what's the hell's the point of like getting an Xbox? You're right. They had to change strategies to bring it to PC because it's like that's why the whole thing with Game Pass happened. And again, I think your example of it is just kind of like, yo, the Switch is kind of winning. Like, eat shit.
Okay. All right. Just to move on.
Yeah, Mike's gonna be like, oh.
Just to move on.
Alright.
Last point, I guess, on the Switch
Yeah,
one
let's
before we
switch
get
to
into
the Switch 2,
2.
dude. Come on, let's go. I mean, what?
Yeah, we're gonna.
Let's switch to.
Yeah, my uncle's favorite game was the Switch. You know.
Yeah.
You put
Shut
weapons
up,
in
shut
your
up,
mouth
shut
and
up,
everyone- Anyways, all right. Where would you guys rank the Switch among Nintendo consoles? Do we want to compare it to like stuff like the 3DS and DS, like and
I
the
think
Game
so.
Game
I
Boy?
think
Or do
we
you
go-
guys want to just
maybe
compare it
stick
to
home
just home
entertainment
consoles?
because
Home entertainment?
Yeah, so on the line of like the Xbox, PlayStation, GameCube, Wii U, that sort of thing.
Okay, all right. So for just Nintendo home consoles, where would you rank the Switch? And then we can go more broader after that.
I have played it much less than I had the GameCube and the Wii, and I do think it is probably the best product they've come out on that line. I don't necessarily think its catalog was as impactful to me as those games, but
Okay.
just not having to deal with a weird ass like motion controller was really nice.
So for you, behind the GameCube and the Wii.
Yeah, I think it's Switch, GameCube. GameCube is more the catalog, and then the Wii for me. And then the Wii U is dead. It's in a grave right now. So wherever that
Okay.
lies, and like N64 and all that, those are classics, and it's a little hard to compare them because of just how the
I know the
technology has
GameCube controller
progressed.
is weird. I didn't grow up with the GameCube, but I love the GameCube
I
controller. I'm
did grow
sorry.
up with the GameCube controller. It's kind of
I
all I
love
can
it.
play Nintendo games with now because I just know it so well.
All right, Daniel.
Uh,
Do you have anything else to say, Alex? Sorry, I didn't want to cut you off.
No, just that I do think it is in an era of like sloppy console releases with PlayStation and Xbox not really doing anything
yeah.
to
And they're thriving.
like, care to the consumer, right? I think put it there. I'm not
Exactly.
gonna like talk on the novelty or the gimmicks of how they want to design their games. I do think like they have still kept it to be a good product, with the intention of you can play video games on this and you will have fun, and then here's some extra features on top if you like them. I don't know if do they have like fucking Netflix and shit like that? They probably
I
don't,
think
right?
so.
I think they
They
do.
do.
I think they have
I
YouTube,
believe they
Netflix,
do.
stuff like
They
that.
do. Okay, so they have even
Some of the
Actually,
niche
which
stuff,
is
I'm pretty
nice.
sure like they don't have like Peacock or Paramount Plus.
Yeah,
you know
that's
what I'm saying?
fine.
But-
I have a smart TV. I don't really need that on my console. but,
Exactly.
Wasn't the
all right.
Switch the first console to have Netflix on it? I'm
No.
pretty sure.
Maybe.
the
The
Xbox 360
I
had
don't
Netflix on it.
I thought it was the Wii that you could
Oh
like get.
shit! I didn't even know that.
Yeah, I thought the Wii had like a thing where you could like mail in a disc and then you could download the program into the Wii, and it was like one of the first
Huh.
consoles to do that or something like that.
I don't remember
Maybe.
that account.
I could have sworn it
I-
had something like that.
Interesting. That's something to look into.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Daniel.
So
Where would you rank it?
I'm gonna do a ranking of it. The only system I'm gonna add that is the Wii is the DS Lite, because I think that it is worthy comparing it to the handheld systems, not in terms of fidelity, but in terms of like its convenience as well. Because the DS was cracked as fuck. That console had some ridiculously good games, and the backwards compatibility to play Game Boy games, which were fucking primo, right? So like, I think at least the DS is worth considering, and I would put it behind the DS and the GameCube, right? I don't think I would put it over the Wii, simply because like I feel like the generation of the Switch, while the Wii probably sold more, yeah, sure, the Switch saw the revival of some of the most beloved franchises of Nintendo that haven't been worked upon, or has seen the improvement of those titles, right? And I think it was maybe in a way that those consoles maybe couldn't handle. You know what I mean? Because I felt like near the end of the Wii era, it just started kind of becoming reboots. Like there was the Wind Waker reboot, the Twilight Princess reboot, just a bunch of like games that Okami HD, just a bunch of games that like weren't really feeling innovative, and I think it was because of the hardware limitations. Maybe, I don't know. My point being that like you got the new Animal Crossing there, you got the Fire Emblem revival was on the DS and on the Switch. Ultimate was like the ultimate version of Smash. Like, I think that it's done enough.
Depends who you talk to.
Yeah, I think it's Brawl was like. Brawl was crazy. And Melee...
I'm not talking about Brawl, I'm talking about Melee.
I was about to say Melee even worse.
I'm not a Melee guy, but, you know...
Yeah, no, I get what you mean.
I kind of have... You have to acknowledge the Melee scene.
Yeah.
Sadly.
And that's... I would say that I would put it right above the Wii. I think that the Switch was innovative enough and ironed out a lot of the gimmicks that people hated about the Wii. Because a big thing was just like, why do I need my Wii controller to then press start to play my GameCube game? Shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, that didn't really matter. Now, I wish we had backwards compatibility, but I think that the Switch ironed out enough of the chinks of the armor of the Wii, and improved upon the games that it was releasing. But I think that the DS lineup was just so fucking dominant. Same with the GameCube one, where I kind of wish that the Switch would learn after that. Because the Switch is like really good. It has some really good games, whatever, but it doesn't have those like really hard hitters in the same way that you were kind of talking about the third party games, in the sense of like everyone's played Need for Speed Underground 2, but I played it on the GameCube, and I don't know if it would do
man.
that.
I think it does have some of those really hard.
Yeah,
hitters.
those are really hard hitters.
For
The
me,
hell
I
are you
think
smoking?
For the
Smash
Switch?
Bros. Ultimate,
Yeah,
Odyssey, Breath of the Wild, and the Dude,
Animal
I am
Crossing was.
never going to forget the whole fucking little era we had when COVID was happening.
No, whoa, Mike, you
everybody and
can't
their
say that
mother was
word.
playing
True,
Animal Crossing.
but I will say
No,
that
no, you can't really say
a lot
that.
of the
No, you
sense,
can't.
a lot of this,
All right.
a lot of the sentiment on Animal Crossing, from my understanding, from the fan base of Animal Crossing, they said that New Leaf was one of the weaker titles of Animal Crossing. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah.
But like, still, there was like a little thing where everybody was playing Animal
But
Crossing.
that's more due to the circumstances
regardless
at
if
the
it's
time.
like-
You know what I mean?
I know, but like, but that's still like people will remember fondly on that.
I
era
get
because
that.
Animal Crossing was their gateway. What I'm saying is, it was Animal Crossing, not like
Also, don't forget the
let's say
all.
Modern Warfare, whatever.
I
You
know,
like,
I know. What I'm
Alright,
saying is
so-
that I feel like if I had a DS and COVID happened back when the DS first came out, I probably would have said the same thing.
So what would you put ahead of the Switch?
Like I said, the DS and the GameCube.
You said it's behind the DS and the GameCube.
Yeah.
Cool. Just to recap, sorry.
You're
All
good.
right.
Yeah.
Pedro, go ahead.
Am I ranking out of 10 or out of 5 stars or out of 10 points? What am I doing?
No, just in comparison to other Nintendo consoles.
I'm gonna
Like what would you say is a better console?
I'm
than
gonna
the Switch,
go.
if
I'm
you
gonna.
think there is
I'm gonna go on a
anything?
high note and not trying to deep throat Miyamoto's dick off and everything. But I think it's probably like the best console Nintendo console out there.
Okay.
Bold.
I honestly don't even think that's that hot of a take.
I don't think
I-
it's a hot
in general.
take. I don't.
I
feel like everybody-
oh,
a
I
lot
just
of
don't
people-
want to.
I don't
I
say
just don't
everybody,
want
a
to.
lot
I
of
just
people
don't want
say.
to be in this podcast and my YouTube viewers being like, oh, he's a Nintendo fanboy. He's gonna suck Miyamoto's dick. I was like, nah, no. Listen, I got a photo with Reggie. That doesn't mean like I have like fucking like but
He's got a shrine to Reggie. It's not a phone.
Yeah, you're
You're
right.
like a purple Pipkin.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he prays to Reggie every
Yeah,
night before going to
I had
bed.
the photo of us framed in my fucking office here. Be like, yeah, Reggie. Anyway, but no, I think they did. I think it was like great. I think I legitimately had like no complaints with the Switch. A lot of great games. Like Smash was amazing. Odyssey was great. All their first party games were like big hitters. People will not shut up about them, and people like praise them, and I like for like high reasons. I can't think of like any game in the GameCube where I was like, oh wow, it's like amazing, except like Resident Evil 4. But I'm not gonna get into that one.
There's plenty of amazing
Not
games in the
exclusive.
fucking GameCube, though. What are you talking about?
Like, well,
Yeah.
compare.
Pretty sure Resident Evil 4... Was Resident Evil 4 an exclusive to the GameCube? No,
No.
right?
It was.
No way.
No.
Yeah, it was.
No.
Yes.
Was it?
You didn't come out for
Yeah.
PlayStation 2?
No.
There's no way
I
that
thought
game
it
didn't come
did.
out for PlayStation. Hold on, we're looking this up right now.
Yeah. Oh, the
Yeah,
title like
yeah.
Resident Evil is kind of important.
I
But-
thought it wasn't exclusive. That's why it had the little chainsaw.
It was GameCube and PlayStation 2.
Yeah,
Fuck.
no,
Okay,
you're
so I was
totally
wrong.
wrong, Yeah, no, you're
Okay.
definitely
Wait, did
wrong
it
there.
did it come out later? Because I thought it was just a GameCube exclusive for a little bit. Maybe.
I thought
Anyway,
the GameCube version was like better than the
anyway,
PlayStation
then you had
version from
anyway,
what
then you
I
had like I said, you had
remember.
other games, even ones I didn't play, like Z.
Hey, leave a comment and tell us let us know we're wrong.
Okay, so I just looked it up real quick. Resident Evil 4 was actually first developed for the PlayStation 2.
Uh-huh.
So
Yeah.
that was its original
Okay.
intended like release console, but it did
Yeah.
ultimately
I will
come out
say
on
when people
GameCube.
talk about the OG Resident Evil, they mention GameCube.
Yeah,
I will say that.
yeah, that's because I thought that's what it was known for.
I think maybe it just ran better or something. Yeah, just let us know. Honestly,
Hey.
please, somebody let us know.
Yeah.
Somebody, please.
Please give
Help.
Yeah, but
But yeah, so you're saying it would be number one.
yeah, I'm gonna say it's number one.
Okay,
Yeah.
I think
Doesn't want to be framed
Valid
for deep throating
opinion.
Miyamoto. Put Switch at 1.
so.
No,
In comparisons to home consoles, for me personally, I would put the Switch only behind the Wii.
okay.
Okay.
I feel like the Wii, I think, was significant enough
Some of the
that
yeah.
it puts it a little bit over the Switch personally. But I think because like what you were saying, Daniel, like there are hard hitters, but not as many
Mhm.
as stuff like the Wii. Like when you had a Wii, man, like
That's crazy because I
even
put the Wii below.
The fucking free game.
Yeah.
That is crazy. But even the free game that came with the Wii
Oh, Wii
was
Sports
like
was so fucking good.
a banger.
Yeah.
You know,
Wii
like
Sports was fucking
you know, so it's
incredible.
insane.
I see
but-
Wii Sports is fucking carrying the Wii for you, Mike. Jesus Christ.
Wii Sports is a great fucking
Maybe-
game.
It
We
is a
bought-
great game. No, I think there are but thinking the Wii as like a console, like fuck, hold on,
Maybe
sorry.
it's just the era. I don't know, because a lot of people really fucking love like Mario Galaxy, right?
I mean, it did beat Halo 3 so in rating when it came out. So
a lot of the Super Mario games at that time were
Yeah,
really,
critics are dumb, though.
really good.
uh-huh.
Maybe that was just me, but I just felt like maybe the Switch is above the Wii. Now you have me doubting.
think it
but then at
is.
the same time, there's just like there's a lot of stuff that's like I have.
Listen.
Listen.
I would have ranked the Wii like higher, but
Yeah.
fortunately for me and my brother, because my brother knows how much I love this game, the Wii did not have Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door. The
Oh
Switch does.
fuck!
End
bro.
of story.
Yeah, no, you're right. I forgot about Paper Mario entirely, dude. Well, Paper Mario Thousand Year
Yeah.
Door was a GameCube title first.
Yeah, but it didn't come out on the Switch. So I mean, it didn't come out on the Wii. So what do you want me to like?
Wait, so then why
Eh.
would you say if you're using that as your golden throne? Then why are you putting the Switch above the GameCube?
Because I can't really think like, dude. Okay.
Interesting.
All right, listen.
No, let's not get into it. We got the rest of. the
Well,
things
I'm
to
just
do.
gonna say. I'll just say one thing. I'm old, dude. Like my
Yeah.
my memory's starting to fade. I'm sorry.
But to kind of touch on Alex's point, when you were talking about the slop era of like all the other competing consoles, have you seen that like one green text meme where it's like does nothing beats competition? What is the strategy called? I kind of feel like that's what Nintendo's been doing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it is pretty simple in that even if they're not trying to push hardware standards
Yeah.
or, come out with the jack of all trades, best like overall platform, they're just trying to make a good product.
Yeah.
Whereas I feel like with Microsoft and Sony, they're just trying to make money.
Mm-hmm.
And that is what, it's making shareholders happy versus like making the product that
Like
will succeed.
someone pull out the clip from Tom and Jerry. We got to have money.
Yeah. Yeah, and I
Uh,
think the only other company that, and not just to say that only Nintendo's doing this, like Valve's doing the same thing with their platform on Steam, right? Like, they have just made the most successful platform, and there are other competitors who've popped up, haven't beaten
Yeah.
Valve in any way.
Suck at Epic
So,
Games. You
yep.
play
All right,
yucky.
well, for me personally, I think Wii and Switch are probably battling. I think I'd probably put the Switch over the Wii now that I think about it, but it's a pretty close fight because I didn't grow up playing the GameCube or M64, so I can't really speak to that.
Oh, GameCube was so
But
GameCube was so
yeah, I know. I
Yeah.
wish I fucking.
Yeah, until
I
you
just
broke
wanna really
ours,
I was a
right?
quickly shout
PlayStation 2
out.
Xbox guy.
Yeah, you were.
Oh, we're not
yeah,
gonna talk
you-
about that.
you just
Shout
took
out
out your
to
jealousy
the
on my
Rogue
brother's
Squadron
end.
games.
All right.
Rogue Squadron games are fucking goated. All right, they're only on the GameCube. There's one on the N64.
Yeah.
Which
Which
one
one?
was? Happy May 4th. The Rogue Squadron. It was a Star Wars like
Oh,
Starfighter
Rogue Squadron.
game.
Yeah, I know
Goated.
Rogue Squadron.
Yeah, fucking love those
Goated.
games. So sad that they haven't like tried to research them or in any way.
Yep.
Yeah, because Star Wars
and
sucks
that-
now.
I mean, there's a lot of really good stuff coming out
depends.
for Star Wars.
Yeah, Mike-
Andor's fucking goated.
I just want to know, Mike, why are you taking hammers to your friends' GameCubes? Is this the deep
Oh
seated?
my
Is this the deep seated jealousy? Because
I bought you a new GameCube. didn't I? Anyways,
Michael, why do you hate
alright,
children?
All right, so is
Alright.
it time?
To
Are we
transition.
doing it?
Yeah, it's time. It's time. We're switching from the one.
Yeah, let's
Switch one
go!
to Switch two.
he said the
Alright.
thing. He said the thing.
All right. First thing I do want to talk about before we getting into the pros.
Wait, hold
because we've been-
on. One thing I want to say. So everybody watched the Nintendo Direct, right? Everyone
Yeah, I
like
watched
saw
it this morning.
the full thing.
Yeah, I watched it when it first came out, but I just watched it again this morning
Yeah.
just to get a refresh.
I
Okay,
ate some
okay.
little Korean pork belly with some red lettuce and some samjung sauce. Yeah, it
And
was great.
and it was like, ooh.
Yeah, I was like, ooh, Switch 2.
All right. So, but I do want to talk about before we get into the positives of the Switch 2 because there are a lot of positives. We've been talking mostly about the positives of Switch 1. What are some things that were maybe things that you were disappointed with the Switch 1 that you are looking forward
Oh
to
my
them fixing or hopefully changing in the Switch 2? I want to put one thing first.
Just say your thing then.
I know, but I just want to I guess put that precedence for everybody to think about.
Mike, you can't
while
say
I'm
we're
talking
gonna
about my
switch to the
point.
Switch 2 and then blue balled me here with like, oh, we got.
No, I'm not blueballing because we are talking about the Switch 2, but also with the context of the Switch 1. It's blending both of them together.
Yeah, like a beautiful
Anyways.
contrast.
Exactly.
All right,
Anyways,
just say your thing.
the one thing I am happy about that they are doing, even though it's been 20 or so years too late, is that they're finally adding more like online capability with like your friends. Like, bro, this is the first time since the shit was created that we're able to like talk with friends online in the Switch, in a Nintendo
Mike,
console, or have like a party system, something like that.
Mike, we
that's
had
like,
that, dude. It's called our phone. Don't you have that?
That's
I
that's the
stun lock- I
fanboy, the
stun-
Miyamoto dick
I
sucker in you.
stun lock-
talking
I
about.
stun-
Obviously,
Yeah.
obviously, you didn't appreciate Picto Chat, Michael. You were not.
Yeah, the fact, bro.
Holy fuck!
I
miss
was in
Picto
Picto
Chat.
Chat getting my Picto bitches, bro. Yeah.
The car
seriously,
across
I
from
was
you.
I
watching
was
this.
spitting
You'll never see
game on
her-
the school bus.
Yeah, you'll never see her
on our
again.
field trips, bro.
Yeah. The girl in the car next to
Anyways,
me, you'll never see again.
The fact that in the first Xbox and to an extent too with the PlayStation 2, there was like capabilities of being able to like we're just gonna talk the voice,
Yeah, voice chat.
I guess the voice capabilities, the chat voice chat, like this. It's 2025,
Mm-hmm.
and we're just getting
crazy.
that now with the Switch 2.
Yeah,
I will say it's been a long time coming, and it is a downfall of Nintendo is that they, ever since I feel like ever since the GameCube, they fell behind on a lot of hardware and software stuff in terms of things that were just the modern norm and trends.
Mhm.
And it's like I am happy that everybody's been kind of memeing it, but I am happy that we're at least getting something with the Switch 2 for that.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say it should be applauded or lauded, because it's like
I applaud.
it's like I said, it's 20 or so years that that was like a normal thing.
Uh-huh.
So it shouldn't be like, oh my God, Miyamoto's done it again. But it is a positive that it's finally gonna be a thing.
So
Right.
I want to touch on that a little bit because
About me,
this
about
is my-
Miyamoto.
yeah, and his incredible abilities.
Yeah,
the
he's a
thing-
genius.
The fuck, it's genius. I think the thing that maybe made I don't believe that Nintendo didn't have the capability to do it. I think it was, from my understanding, I'm not trying to like cover base for anything, because I do have the same criticism as you. But I
Oh
think it
no,
was
I
the
know,
whole
I know where this is going.
is it not the whole family console thing basically, right? Of the sense of like the reason they have friend codes is because they don't want some random fucking 60-year-old adding your 14-year-old child.
yeah,
Or
yeah,
like
yeah,
for
so-
instance, like you don't. I don't know.
No.
I think Nintendo's trying to keep that identity so that like say if I'm a dad and I have like a 12-year-old girl and she's playing Splatoon and then she gets called a slur because some guy got a little bit too upset that he put pink paint on her. You know what I mean? Like I think maybe that's the reason. Because I don't think that Nintendo really didn't ever have the capability to do it. I think they just chose to skip it because it wasn't necessary, quote unquote. But now we've gotten to
I'm
a
gonna be
point.
honest. That's
I don't know if it is. I'm
That's
just
go.
saying
I
that's
gotta
the way.
agree.
That's the
part
way
go.
that I've always understood it, right? Because that's the reason why they have
I'm
things
gonna,
like.
There's
what-
no reason if I want to play Smash Bros.
Brother,
online,
brother,
which
quick,
that's-
I have done a couple times with some friends that I can't talk online. And we
No,
have to use
I
Discord
get
on our
I
PC
get
or
that
phone
I
to
get
do
that, but
But you can use your
the
phone,
same
though.
thing is that you're not the demographic. The 27-year-old, sure, he buys the console, but I don't think that they're also the demographic that they're marketing to entirely. I'm not trying to hide base for them or anything.
I'm not saying entirely, but then if it's,
I know,
if
but
it's annoying for adults to do it,
but
why
but
is it
I'm
not
just
annoying
saying,
for kids?
have
to
you
do it?
realized that the thing that Nintendo always pushes, and every single time they do a direct or something, is some shit about parental controls or like
safety,
timers
yeah.
or shit. Yeah, like it always.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't think that they added it. To just,
Why wouldn't there be a parental control that if you want to add friend codes as a thing you have to do to get friends? Wouldn't that be a parental control? What's stopping them from doing that?
I think the reason is so you can like vet who you're actually like talking to, and not some random guy is giving you a. Yeah, how many
I
times?
think that's
I'm
bad.
just saying because like
that's
I
the-
can't agree. I think there's just
If you're
behind
able
here.
to say, "Hey, I'm an adult playing the Switch," and you can just add anybody after that, I think that's fine. There should be a lever for that, where if you are buying this for your kid, then you have a lever for it. So it's like, okay, you can only add friends through a friend code, or you can only receive friend requests through a friend code.
Mhm.
I think that would be a lever that you could do, because there are levers for like the Xbox and PlayStation with parental controls. That
You say that,
even though
you say that, but doesn't
they're-
Steam
they're
also
not
do
the
this
best,
shit with friend
but-
codes too?
No, you can just right click on somebody and just request add a friend
Because
request.
Really?
but that's the
Oh,
thing. Because
okay.
I remember so many times
Yeah.
when I was playing Modern Warfare. I mean, there's fucking memes of it online of people like in Xbox Live
Yeah.
receiving a message out of like nowhere after a match, and it's just like you stupid.
But that's
blah, blah,
because
blah,
their
blah, blah.
parents
just
because
says
their
the
parents
word.
didn't put parental control on.
Yeah.
that's because their parents
had
didn't
been
put
in
any
place
parental
since
control.
Xbox
Yeah, but-
360
but
at
then
least. I remember them. Being
I think
present
that-
when I was young.
I think that people would get around it too. Like kids would try to find
Sure,
a way around
you know,
it.
no system's foolproof. But I think
yeah, I know what I get
that's
what
for
you're
any
saying.
airline,
It's like why restrict it when you could just add a feature, and then if some kid gets around it, you really can't blame Nintendo for that. I get that. I'm just saying that
Yeah.
that's what I have heard. Right. I still agree that it's pretty fucking stupid that they haven't had one, especially when we get further into it. But I'll let this go for now because I do have criticisms about Game Chat. I think there's a very scathing one actually.
I think it's
now it's the
fucking
time to say
crazy.
it while we're talking
I
about
watched the
Game Chat.
direct and they're like, we're now introducing voice chat into our like.
Yeah, they're like jerking themselves off over
Yeah,
it, and
so
it's just like,
I-
bro, we've had this since
You gotta look at
2002.
this from my perspective.
Like, you know, like
who
I'm saying,
doesn't
like-
touch the Switch like in a multiplayer sense. I use it as a party console, and then they're telling me we've just added voice into multiplayer. I'm like, what the fuck?
and to
Is
give
that,
to give
did they just get there?
yeah, to give Nintendo the benefit of like devil's advocate here, right? I think like the reason they were really throwing that whole camera thing, I think it's stupid, right? But I think kind of what we were talking about, like games starting to lack couch co-op and all that shit like that, like LAN parties, that they're really trying to capture that. Because when I was reading or when I was watching the direct, they were really emphasizing that like you could play it as if you were just right next to each other. The camera basically is trying to close that gap that people don't have anymore because, now we're becoming a little bit more divided as the future goes on. And now they're just like, all right, we're going to sell this as a point. Nintendo's always been the family console. So if you don't have your family next to you, then you can have them with the Switch, right? Like that's what they were trying to do. However, the fact that the last thing I fucking heard, I literally spit out my fucking drink when I heard this because I haven't watched a direct before, that Game Chat is a paid feature.
Oh.
What? Like, you can excuse the fucking camera, but because they said that there was a trial period so that people can experience Game Chat to see if they like it, right? But there is a button on the Switch's system that you have to pay for. Excuse me? That's some real, like, fucking a BMW heated seats paid subscription shit right there. Like,
I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, you
know
have
what?
to
Taking
pay.
back,
What?
that I do remember them saying that. That is fucking nuts.
That's the
And,
part where
yeah,
I won't give Nintendo any fucking flack, dude. That is, or not flack, any grace.
Credit.
No grace there, dude.
Yeah.
I think that is fucking ridiculous. Like that.
And you have to
Lost
pay
Word-
for their online service, right?
I don't know if it's part of the online service, like the Nintendo Online or whatever. I don't know, but I do know that they said that it was a paid feature to talk to your friends online, and then you have to buy the stupid
That's
fucking camera
crazy.
separately.
Oh wait, we're getting to
What
Switch
the
2
fuck,
already?
man?
Crazy.
Yeah, I didn't. It's a button.
That's dumb.
It's a.
I gotta
button-
wonder
it's a
how good the
button on your-
voice quality is too.
Okay,
I know. So I know a lot of people were saying that they were watching Direct and they saw that like the screen share and stuff was like really like 20 frames pixelated, really shit. And my first thought was, well, Discord doesn't show all the things at the same time because it's trying to save resources, right? Until in the trailer they showed that, oh, you can expand your friends' game share so that you can see what they're doing, and it still ran like shit. That I think is inexcusable. If you have 4 different game shares at the bottom running at the same time as your game, I can see why it probably isn't running at like 30 frames per second. It's not great, but I can understand it, right? Now, when you expand the game share and it still looks like shit and it's the only thing showing, that's when you have a problem, right? That's when you can levy that criticism. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
That entire segment, I was like, okay, I'm gonna try to play devil's advocate and give Nintendo credit where. But the farther I got into it, I was like, this is fucking ridiculous. There is no way they're trying to make themselves sound like, look at this new feature. I'll leave my piece there because I can keep going.
Yeah.
Well, the thing.
So-
Pedro, go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
was gonna say the thing about that is that I mean the only like saving grace about it, realistically, is that like the whole system with like the voice chat and stuff like that. At least for like a whole year, like it's gonna be free, so people can try it out and stuff like that.
That's not an excuse, dude. I'm sorry.
And I'm
That is
not saying. I never said it was an excuse. I said it's like a thing where it's like, okay, maybe, but
I know.
I
get what you're saying, but like, I won't even give him that inch, dude. I really wouldn't. Again, can you imagine buying a new phone and then you have like your little Siri or Alexa button or whatever phone you have, and it, like you have this button built into your phone, and every single time you press it by accident because you meant to turn the volume up or unlock your phone, it gives you a little prompt of like, you're trying to use Alexa or you're trying to use Siri. Please pay $20 a month to use this feature. Like, why the fuck is it on my phone then? You know what I mean? Like, that is so crazy to me that they added a fucking button. Like, this is like yelling back at like the Wii U having the TV button that nobody pressed. It's kind of like that. But now you have to pay for it. For a feature that you can download Discord on your phone, you know? But they're like over here like, well, look how great the fucking Switch 2 is. Money, please. You know? Dude, so stupid. I won't give him that inch. I'm sorry. I would not give him that credit.
Well, I don't give them the credit either because I also find out, like, you know, getting the camera and everything. I'm like, bro, like, all right, you're already asking for a lot of money, and then you're throwing in like stupid like accessories for me to spend more money, and then it's like, I know it's gonna be Nintendo fanboys are like, oh yeah, let's buy it, and it's like, okay, they're gonna just buy it to buy it, and just so like it sits there on their like their home entertainment. But I'm also the belief that I'm like, okay, I'm gonna give it a try, but like, with like really low expectations, and like,
yeah, like, can you imagine if? Sorry, keep going. My bad.
Once like I tried to like, all right, cool, I tried it, it's kind of crap. To Discord.
No. Can you imagine if Discord tomorrow said, hey, you're gonna have to pay $14.99 to use Discord in the future, but we're gonna give you a year. Dude, I'm sorry, Facebook Messenger or some shit. Microsoft Teams. I'm out of here.
TeamSpeak is coming back, baby.
I was about to say that, yeah,
exactly.
I was gonna say Skype, but Skype got nuked out of orbit. So, like,
the Steam chat via voice.
I'm sorry, like
pop
that's fucking ridiculous. And you can imagine if like you bought a PC case that has a Discord button then afterwards. Like, what the fuck? You know what I mean?
I think that the thing they're gonna try to do is they're gonna like give it a year. Test it out and stuff like that, and maybe after people like I guess complain or rightfully like say like, yo, just make the system for free, they might just be like, you know, well, fuck it, we'll make the system for free. But
much like the elephant in the room here, which I'm sure we'll get into, you've already tarnished your reputation when you introduce $80, $90 games, when you introduce
game chat
for a new console that hasn't even fucking touched anyone's hands yet, and now
Okay,
you're trying to
so-
fucking tell them how this feature that's free on your phone that you already fucking have is gonna cost money for half the fucking quality. You know what I mean?
Well,
Like,
I
that's the
think
issue.
I think.
I
Go ahead, Alex.
yeah. So I fear that, and I say fear lightly.
Oh, okay.
Because-
Ooh, Nintendo, no.
Oh no, I feel bad for Nintendo because here's what I expect to happen. I expect that because they're not going to make their actual like online social features be able to meet the quality of like other consoles, that it's just going to remain again a sort of either single player for their exclusives or party game console. And then no one's going to pay for that online service, so they're not going to support it. So it's going to be a half-baked feature that isn't really touched again, and then that just tells Nintendo, oh, we don't need to do anything for the online service because it's not successful, which is more about like their willingness to actually innovate versus like.
Well, I was gonna say
Yeah.
something. Is the system, the whole like Discord thing, like their Nintendo app thing, that just comes included with like the normal payment that you do for like the membership, right?
It's not clear yet. I didn't.
Okay.
When I watched the
Because
I watched the direct, I didn't see it said that it was part of Nintendo Online. I saw that it said
because if
it
it's
was a separate
if it,
paid feature.
okay, because
that's how I understood it to be part
because
of Nintendo Online. I
because
could be
if it
wrong.
is part of Nintendo
Hope
Online,
I'm
then
not.
like if you're already paying like let's say like I don't have the top of my head of like the membership of Nintendo, but if you already have it like let's say $9 like yearly, right? Sorry, you're paying $10 a year. You're getting that like what is it, the Nintendo Discord thing. You're getting membership to play online, and then you already have access to like all of the what is it game catalogs from like all of the consoles, including the new GameCube backwards compatibility that you get for the game. So it's kind of like, all right, I'm already kind of paying for it. It comes with a voice chat. Like if do I want to use it, cool. If not, meh. So that's how I understood it, but I don't know because like again the whole thing with the Nintendo Switch 2. I'll let me just say my point with this. When the Switch 2 came out, like the whole direct, it was cool, and people were like, yeah, oh, some stuff is cool, some stuff is dumb. But the problem is that there was a lot of information that like was not fucking clear to anybody
Yeah.
until like 2-3 days later when it was like, wait, what? Huh? Excuse me? Like this?
Mhm.
You guys are yeah. So that's the thing with me. It's like, I don't know if it's part of the membership. Maybe give it a pass. If it's a thing you have to pay separately, I'm gonna be like, I don't
Even
know.
if it was part of the membership, I remember like one of the, I don't know how it is now, obviously, but one of the biggest criticisms when Nintendo Online first came out, especially with the expansion pack bullshit, there was a lot of criticism there, was that it wasn't enough. Nintendo's Online already fucking blows, and then you had these 2 emulators, I think now it's 3, with titles that are kind of limited and really not worth the money when you can just go online and fucking emulate something for free. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like that's
Yeah.
the problem. Is that Nintendo is trying to sell convenience, which is something that you can sell, right? But it is done in such a trivial and almost bad faith kind of way that you don't really care about it. You know what I mean? And
Mhm.
it kind of feels like the whole selling water thing. You know what I mean? Of like
Yeah.
water costs money at this restaurant. It's not free. There's some things that are just kind of like voice chat. Really, that's the thing that you're gonna get. You know what I mean? Like that just doesn't make
Right.
sense. I don't know. That seems a little weird. I just feel weird if I went to like, I don't know, a Dasani restaurant and then like water wasn't available or something. But here's a button that says, "Hey Dasani." You know what I mean? I don't know. That just feels kind of weird. So I just think it's the wrong thing to gate behind a paywall. Honestly, it just seems very, very dumb.
Well, the one thing about the Switch 2 right now is that there's just a lot of things that it's like, a lot of features and a lot of things where it's just kind of they're asking for like a lot of money. And
Yeah.
it gets to the point that I'm like, brother, okay, please, I can't say this word. The whole thing with like the shipping through like international, the efforts,
Oh, that's
that
a
word.
completely different fucking conversation. Yeah.
Okay, no, yeah, but like the economy is already bad. Compare
Yeah.
like people and people have to like now are working like 2-3 jobs to like just like bare minimum like requirements to live to be an adult, and then you throw that fucking word that I can't say with the shipping and everything, and it's like, brother, you're like asking like I'm about to like give you my arm just to be able to play the Switch 2.
Yeah,
And
but, I mean, like
that's like my biggest thing with the Switch 2, where I'm just like,
they're just
Yo,
so
there's-
brazen about it. That's the thing that bothers me. It's just like, not only are you gaining voice chat, but here's this free tech demo about how our console works that you have to pay for. What?
Yeah.
Guess
It's
what,
like-
brother? Okay, I'm sorry to say this. I gotta say it, but my brother knows my favorite content creator. He's actually happy to like pay like money for that. I was like, yo, you're kidding me. I was like, we're paying money for like a tech demo when goddamn like Astrobot, when the PS5 came out, that shit was just included. It's like, yo, have fun with an Astrobot game.
Yeah,
And,
Astrobot
it-
was fucking insane.
Well,
I mean,
no,
like,
I'm saying, but
I'm
no,
thinking back to. No, I know which one you're talking. Like Astro's
Okay.
Playground, right?
yes,
That's what
that
you're talking about?
exactly. Yes, absolutely.
But like even like when the Switch, rest in peace. First of all, PlayStation Home. But even when the PlayStation Move first came out, there was like a tech demo level in PlayStation Home just to promote the PlayStation Move. You know what I mean? Like things like
Right.
that. But here's this fucking game that you're maybe gonna touch once, so we can tell you about these features. And you know what they fucking said in the direct? They were like, "Oh, but there's some features that you might not know about that the tech demo will show you." I don't give a fuck, dude. I paid $300 for this fucking thing. Just tell me what it has. It comes with an instruction manual. Why the fuck do I need a tech demo for me to know that actually it's ran by very strong magnets, and that's why.
Okay,
Dude,
so
I
I
don't
got-
give a fuck,
so-
dude.
so-
That's
so
the
I got-
stupidest shit I've ever heard.
I got a question. How much like would you like? Okay, I know you're not gonna pay for it. You're angry. You're gonna pay for it, but like, how much would you be like to be like, ah, whatever. Okay, fuck it. I'll fork the money.
Zero. No, nothing, dude. Okay, Michael, imagine, right? Like,
Yeah.
This is like one of the criticisms that even like okay, well. Let's
I'm
get
not
to your example
defending it.
first.
Just,
I was
just wanna
about
make
to
sure
fucking
I'm not
sideline.
defending it.
Can you imagine if you bought a fucking game and it's like, hey, you have to pay for the tutorial? Actually, you know what I mean? Like, sorry.
It's stupid.
Yeah, like.
It's stupid.
Here's the thing. I related to like Warhammer, right? Because it's obviously I'm a fucking nerd about it.
Oh,
But like
boy,
one
here we
of
go.
one of the biggest criticisms about the game is that you have to buy a rule book for like $60 fucking dollars, right? Every edition.
Uh-huh.
And then not only that, but you have to buy the rules for your army, right? Which is another $60 fucking dollars. That's your codex, right?
Okay.
That's insane. Yeah.
Why? Why would you do that? It is not that hard to find the shit online, and now people just aren't buying this thing. You know what I mean? So now you've wasted fucking money printing out a book that somebody's just gonna fucking Google the rules for online. You know what I mean? And then that just builds bad faith. The codex conversation has been one for a very long time because they're like, why are you
Yeah.
gating the rules of my army behind a book that I have to pay for? And not only that, but a month from now, the rules in that book are completely obsolete. Why am I paying $60 so that you can tell me that this plastic model that I paid $70 for it now moves 5 inches instead of 6? Why the fuck
I
would I
bought a
do
9th
that?
edition Codex a week before they announced 10th edition.
Exactly.
Bro. I'm so fucking mad.
Exactly. And that is the same type of thing that I think that they're doing with the Switch tech demo, right? It's just pay us so that you know how to play this thing, and then you're not going to give a fuck about it 2 months later because it doesn't matter anymore, right? It's so brazenly fucking stupid, in my opinion. Like, that's the most infuriating part about all of this, right? Is that they have the audacity, like the program we're recording on, to fucking ask money for this shit, dude. It is so
Yeah.
wild.
You
Like,
imagine you say this and it's like $99.99.
and that no, but that's what
I,
that's what, that,
even if it's a
Still,
That's what
I'd be
puts-
like, that's, yeah.
that's
I
what
know, I
puts
know, I know.
everything I
it's
talk.
the principle.
That's what
Yeah.
talks everything that I talked about earlier in this podcast about how Nintendo doesn't really have to aim for any other fucking market because they can just rely on their own systems and their own IPs and their own game. Shit like this is the things that throws that generosity out the window. Because why the fuck would I buy a Switch 2 when they have stupid predatory shit like this? Right? When I can just say, you know what? I actually don't need to play the new Metroid because fuck that thing.
and their games being $90 to $80.
Right.
Okay,
Like,
so-
why
wait,
are you
wait,
continuously
so-
tarnishing the thing that makes people want to buy your console, especially when they have to go out of their way because they could just buy an Xbox, they could just buy a PC.
You know why? Because Xbox and PlayStation are kind of ass right now. So
well, I mean
Mhm.
that is why.
Like,
but I'm saying
they're
that.
like, oh, we basically
But
know
like
you
you're
have
shooting
it.
yourself in
Nah,
the
nah.
foot is my point. That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing by doing this.
Yeah,
You are
yeah.
tarnishing your reputation
Pedro, say your
before the
point.
console even comes
This is-
out.
Say your point, Pedro.
Yeah, it's the consumer unfriendly practices being adopted by Nintendo, and like it isn't new for them, but they usually have enough quality in their product to like get away with
Well,
it.
the problem is also people
Yeah.
are gonna buy it regardless. Like people like
Yeah, that too. I think
that's just the
people
biggest.
are
That's just the
yeah,
big.
Like Dan was saying,
That's just the biggest thing. People
people
are
will buy
complaining.
it.
People are gonna complain about it, but like, they're gonna buy it.
Yeah, remember the fucking
Yeah.
Switch 2 boycott and then the system sold out? Yeah, what a bunch of fucking moral righteous warriors we have. It's fucking stupid as shit.
So to move on to the next point, one thing I am I'm a little tentative on,
Mhm.
well, like I guess upgrades from the Switch 1 to the Switch 2. Is the Joy Cons. So I think overall they look better. I mean, I guess I have to see when I actually like touch one or mess with one how good the magnetic structure for the Joy Cons are gonna be. You know, I don't know if it was that big of an issue of sliding the Joy Cons onto the Switch that they had to change it like that.
I never had a problem
Maybe
with
there's
it, so I
more
don't
to
know.
that I'm not. I've never had a problem with it either. I just wonder why they changed it. Maybe like if there was maybe a technical constraint that made them do it like
Maybe
that.
little
or maybe they
Billy
just thought it
like
would be
did
better.
something and then was like, "Yo, little Billy like fucking."
Yeah, maybe there's
exploited-
probably some use cases and stuff we're not thinking about, but I think overall with them making the Switch bigger,
I think one.
the fact that it can act like a mouse is pretty
Yeah,
cool.
I that
and
that
the
Really?
buttons being bigger
Wait,
and everything.
really? You guys
and,
give
like,
a shit about that feature?
it,
I think it's kind of
Maybe
cool.
go try it
out. I
Like,
think-
at least it's an option. I will say. So like when I've used the Xbox and sometimes because they have an internet browser on like the Xbox consoles, it's a real pain to use. And then the fact that like if they have something like that on the Switch too, you can use the Joy-Con as a mouse. I mean, it's better than not having that.
Well, no,
capability.
Mike,
It's not anything that's gonna be like, whoa,
Mike, wait, hold on,
PogChamp,
Mike,
but,
Mike,
like-
Mike. So this is the thing. My brother's gonna say all this, right? They're gonna release another fucking like Osu and like the Switch somehow one of these games.
I'm not playing fucking Osu on my Switch,
Yeah.
you fucking mongoloid.
Dude, he's gonna.
The Switch is touchscreen, isn't it?
Yeah,
Am
you
I
say
missing
that.
something?
You say that until you actually play
No,
it
wait.
and you're playing Osu on the
Wait,
plane.
Mike,
and then,
Mike,
oh
Mike,
yeah,
Mike.
yeah, buddy, shut the
Wait,
fuck
wait,
up,
brother. So my brother, you're telling me, brother, if they don't make like an Osu game that's like full of Miku music, you're not gonna buy it and play it.
No,
Try it.
I would not. I would.
Nah, I think the fact that you could potentially play Osu on the plane is good enough.
Eh, Okay,
I
that
think
is
that's-
no,
yeah.
no, it's not. First of all, Osu is not my Osu is not my rhythm game of choice.
Cold
It's Citus, and I have it on my tablet and I have it on my phone. All right, I am perfectly fine with that. On top of the fact that I would much rather play with a touchscreen than I would with a fucking stupid little minuscule mouse
Yeah.
any day of the week when it comes to.
Well,
a
you don't know
rhythm
how it
game.
works. You don't know how it works. What if it's good?
So
Mike,
you're-
Mike,
so-
Mike,
so-
no,
brother,
because you guys brought up the Osu point. Okay, people will go out of their way to buy
I
drawing
don't want a
tablet.
30-minute
No,
video.
I'm just
Okay,
clarifying.
fine.
People will go out of their way to buy drawing tablets just to play Osu. People play Osu with a mouse, but there is ways to play around it and better ways with a drawing tablet because it allows you to have more controls similar to a touchscreen. Fuck
Okay,
yourselves. All right.
Brother, so you're not. So
Alright.
you're telling me.
I'm not gonna get into
So
counterpoints.
you're telling me you're not gonna like the new Metroid 4. You're not going to.
No. Why the fuck do I care that I can aim my stupid thing like a mouse? I'm not gonna
But you're not-
drag forward my little countertop, my little coffee table.
But
so
it's
that I can
nice
aim-
to have.
Okay,
It's nice
You're
to
gonna
have.
try
but-
out-
Would you rather not
You're gonna
have
try
that?
it out though. You know you are. You're
It
gonna be like.
Would you rather not have that capability?
It depends on the capability because they're like, okay, let's use the Metroid example, right?
It's not like you have to use.
Let's
it.
use the
right?
Metroid
Yeah.
example. Metroid 3
Okay.
required you to aim with your Wii controller to the best of my knowledge. That's how I played the game. I didn't remember having a
Are you gonna say that they're gonna make you aim with the mouse capabilities? of
I'm
the
not saying that
Joy-Con?
they will. I'm just saying that if they do the
Say
same
that it's a possibility.
and if they do, and like you mentioned, oh, don't you think that would be
Yeah,
cool?
I-
I would
I-
fucking want to shoot myself, all right, if that was the thing. Because I remember when Metroid 3 was playing, I'm holding my stupid little arm, my 14-year-old arm out, and having cramps because I'm trying to aim my stupid little fucking power
Can you
beam.
imagine you're just walking playing Metroid and then you don't have anything to? Put
That's what
the
I'm
little
saying.
mouse
I don't
Joy-Con
want
on
that.
it?
I don't want
So you gotta put it on your
the,
leg.
the mouse
It's some
the
shit.
mouse thing to me is like the 3D slider, the gimmick of the Switch 2. I don't give a fuck about it. Is it cool that you can maybe like play putt-putt with your stupid little mouse capability? Sure, it's cute, right? But if that
Whoa.
factors
Yeah, right.
if that factors into the price
That might make me buy the Switch too.
if that factors into the price point of the Switch 2 in any way, I would much rather it not be there. You know what I mean?
I don't think it factors.
It
If it
doesn't,
doesn't, if it
I
doesn't,
mean,
great, fantastic. Then I don't
Yeah.
care. It's just a superfluous thing. But if they start forcing us to play games with it, like the fucking I don't know, PlayStation Move or the Kinect, then
They're
it's
not,
for
though.
me it's
I
going to
don't
be a
think
problem.
so.
I'm not saying that they will. I'm just saying that it
first
is a
thing.
thing. It's a
Yeah.
consideration. You know what I mean? Usually
Alright,
Nintendo's
first
pretty
thing,
good about that.
I'm-
They're gonna make Mario. They're gonna make Mario Paint, and you're gonna be like, "Oh, I gotta use a fucking
I think
mouse."
Yeah.
Well,
That's
they
funny.
already announced
Alright,
that
first thing-
announced that the Mario Party Jamboree, the DLC, is going to have games specifically made for the mouse features and the camera features. So that's shit that they're already gating behind
Yeah,
a
but
60.
yes,
Yeah, that's shit
yes,
that they're already
Yeah,
guiding
that-
behind a
that
$60
right,
camera.
like
right, wait,
fucking
wait.
Nintendo's weird controller gimmicks
Right,
coming to play
right.
again.
But if you guys remember, we gotta go back in time a little bit. Mario Party 6 also had the capability of the mic, and you were not forced to like use it. You can go to the menu and
Okay.
take all the mic minigames out if you wanted to. It
yes.
was.
But
it
here's the
was a-
thing. Here's the thing.
What?
Reggie, before he died, thought about
Right,
it.
but
Reggie
the
is still
thing
alive,
is,
Michael.
the thing is that you were able to exclude.
Wait, did Reggie fucking die?
No.
No, he didn't die.
Okay.
I'm joking.
The thing is
I'm
that you were
joking.
able to exclude minigames on a game that was brand new, right? Mario Party Jamboree TV, whatever live bullshit, is a DLC thing, right? So you gain basically nothing from buying that
That's
thing.
my favorite Mario Party. Don't fucking talk about it.
What I'm saying is that like this entire new DLC, to my understanding, is basically built upon the camera and the mouse feature of the
If you
Switch,
try-
All
right?
right, can I say two things? Can I say two
Yeah.
things real quick?
Fuck you, yeah.
Number one, if it's just an additional thing, I think it's cool.
Yeah, it's
Number
fine,
two,
yeah.
I'm proud of you, Dan. Superfluous is a pretty big word for you. So.
Yeah. Hey, I think he's ready to watch Sinners now.
You
That was a good
fucking
one.
piece of shit.
Holy shit! I was joking. On that. All right. Just to get our conversation moving. So I'm gonna go down my list of like
Okay.
I guess stuff about the Switch too.
All right.
Now that we've transitioned successfully,
We switched to the Switch too, guys.
We have switched.
Yeah, we stuck the landing
After 3
From
hours.
Switch 1 to Switch 2.
3 hours.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, I guess another thing about the Switch. How do you guys feel about the screen still being or I guess not being OLED?
I don't really care.
It's still LCD, right?
I mean, it's
Yeah.
just an improvement of the original Switch. It's gonna just run how
Is it?
a lot
I
of
thought
people.
it ran the same.
No, it's
All right, hold on.
it's
they said that it's better than
It's-
what the original
it's-
Switch
But the
had.
original
Did you
Switch had an LED, right? Not OCD
It-
or whatever the fuck it's called.
It was LED, right? I said LCD.
Oh.
All right, so someone who's not like a big hardware guy, please explain to me the difference briefly.
from what
Again.
I understand of the new Switch is just it's gonna be able to run 4K. It's gonna have HDR.
HDR, yeah, higher
It's gonna
contrast.
the,
distinctions, yeah.
the screen is bigger on handheld, so you're gonna get more pixels. You're gonna see Mario's jumping like more. I guess it's
Yeah.
gonna be.
Okay.
It's gonna. I think this is gonna be 1080p if I remember correctly. So it's not just regular
So
1080.
I
It's
guess
like
it-
1080p
the technical difference between OLED and like LED
Uh-huh.
is
Yeah.
that the OLED doesn't need like a backlight
Yeah.
to it. So like the contrast
Oh, okay.
between so the contrast between like the pictures you get like a better like for
Sharper,
example
so
like
to
a
speak,
better
yeah.
like you
I-
like your blacks will be like sharper and more clear
Maybe
and
more
like more
blacker.
perfect to what like the color black is.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So this console is less racist.
So
Yeah, I related
Yeah,
because like I remember
exactly.
like the
that's what the
Dude,
Switch
this
2 is.
I remember-
only-
I'm posting a picture just to like show like that. I guess that example for
okay.
that
Gotcha.
is that you see the difference there,
Yeah.
like how there's more contrast between the colors and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, the PS Vita was the
and
same way.
honestly, you could tell the difference too between the OLED and the regular
Yeah.
Switch for the first Switch. Like I got an OLED and I was like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Like
OLED is a
it
huge
is
difference,
it is a
yeah.
pretty and we have a friend who's a little cynical, but I will agree on him on this point is that I feel like they didn't do that. Maybe it was to stay at that price point that they're at right now. So like their like I guess margins aren't crazy
Mhm.
and they're making more money. But I could also see it being a reason with everything else that's come out with about the Switch 2. I could also see it like as a thing that they're like, yeah, we'll just release the Switch 2 again in like 2 years as an OLED version, and we'll basically make the same money again, you know,
Mhm.
with the superior version of the Switch 2. And while normally I would kind of go against that, a lot of the stuff that they've been announcing about the Switch 2, I'm just like, I could see that being an actual reason that they did this. You know,
Yeah.
like with the price point changes.
Yeah, it's gonna be
and
it's
stuff
gonna be
like
the
that, all the stuff that we've talked
gonna
about.
be called
That's
the
just
Switch.
something I'm so sick of consoles doing overall is like mid-gen updates to and it's a whole new product, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, like Xbox Series X and S or whatever the fuck, right? Wasn't that basically?
Yeah,
stupid.
and like even
It's
the
fucking
360
stupid.
with like the Kinect era
Yeah.
Yeah.
had that, and PlayStation, what was it, Move or whatever? I don't know.
Nah,
Move was
they-
an
but,
addition.
uh,
The PS4 didn't. I think they just released like a smaller version, the PS4 Pro or
Okay.
whatever.
Yeah.
Pro or
Yeah.
Light,
But
or
But
whatever.
that
I
one was
Yeah.
just like more storage space and some other shit, smaller. Yeah, it wasn't too crazy.
Yeah,
PlayStation
Switch
2
had
did the same
one,
thing.
right, where they had a one where you couldn't take the Joy-Cons off. Am I remembering that
Yeah,
correctly?
it's the
OLED.
I think the
Yeah.
light. Okay.
Yeah, that
Well,
was
yeah,
the one
but-
that came with the OLED screen. That was the mid console generation. That's what Mike is saying. That
Interesting.
he thinks that they're releasing
No,
this
there-
version, which
there-
was
no,
like
no,
the
there-
original.
There's 3
Which one?
versions of the Switch. There's the regular one, and there's the one that doesn't take it out, which is like the one that's just like
The
looks like a
light.
tablet.
Yeah,
Yes, and then there's the OLED one. That's
I thought the
one
light
with the
was
bigger-
OLED though, wasn't it?
No, I think there's
Oh,
some
okay.
No.
I think some of them maybe have that
Okay.
feature, but no, there's 3 different type of Switches.
Yeah. All of which to say that like the Switch did the same thing that we think is gonna happen with the Switch 2, which is a mid console upgrade, whatever the fuck. you
Yeah,
wanna call
that's.
it.
I mean,
Yeah.
the Steam. I'm surprised the Steam Deck hasn't done that, or has it already.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So yeah. All right. Well, next point. I think that was like all the potential negatives I had. Hopefully they fix stick drift. I had
They
You know, I don't know how much you
claim
guys
that
have
they
been able
said,
to-
but
that is literally one of the
Yeah.
reasons why I never undocked my Switch was because I had stick drift, so I just played with
yeah,
my Pro
stick
controller.
drift.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I
Exactly.
replaced. I bought my Switch in what did I say, 2017. I think I got stick drift like a year or two after. And I only replaced them last year. My first time I replaced my phone. I just dealt with the stick drift because I didn't fucking feel like paying extra money for something like
Yeah.
that. So I just used my Pro controller the entire
All
time.
right. Well. To talk about another maybe going into the positives of the Switch 2. One thing I wrote down was I wonder if there will be crossplay with the Switch 2 now that they will have more games coming out, which is a positive that they're having a lot more. Or sorry, not more games, but more modern
I
games
think
coming
they
out at the same time as the other
they
platforms.
okay. So I know for a fact. I think I remember correctly remembering this. I think they said that with Street Fighter 6 coming up for the Switch, that it does have crossplay. So that game will you will
Cool.
be able to play against
That's good to
PC. Well, basically all the consoles. But that's all I heard from like just for Street Fighter 6. So I think
Yeah.
it's a thing that it depends on.
It's definitely going to be depend on the developer.
yeah, I
and
think
the
I
franchise.
I
Yeah,
think so too.
yeah.
But I know Street Fighter 6.
But the fact that that might be more of like a consistent thing, I think is like good. You know.
Well, yeah, but like I said, I'm pretty sure. Like for instance, I know. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm saying this before it gets all hype. I know Elden Ring, Night Rain. That's gonna probably have also crossplay too.
Oh, is that confirmed coming on the Switch too?
Yeah,
too.
that's coming out for the Switch too.
Okay.
Mike's like, ooh.
Night Rain? I don't know if they
Nah,
made
I'm
an
gonna have it on
announcement for
PC.
Night Rain. They made an announcement for Elden Ring
You're
Tarnished
thinking.
Edition, but not for
I
Night
think
Rain.
you're thinking about Elden Ring, either Elden Ring Tarnished Edition, or you're thinking about the Dust Bloods, which is the other one.
Oh
they
yeah,
just
that
for
one.
Switch.
That one. I'll talk to you guys about. But
We'll talk about
Yeah,
that
but-
later.
no, okay,
in the positives. But okay. So that's the only maybe I have, or I guess the other thing that could be like maybe depending on where it goes, it could be a negative or positive. But I think there are a lot of positives. I'm gonna start with a really strong.
okay,
one.
no, sorry, I was
Uh,
wrong. Yeah, my bad. Me being dumb. Yeah, this is not for the Switch.
I'll start off with a really strong positive. I am not usually a big Donkey Kong fan, but that trailer for the new Donkey Kong looks crazy good. I thought that the new Donkey Kong game looks amazing. Like kind of like Donkey Kong's like Odyssey in a way, where I was just like, I could see myself playing this. You know, like
Well, it's called
like a
well, the real name of it is called Gorilla Faction. That's the game, but
okay.
but no, that one that's the one I'm excited for. So my I'll just
Okay, wait. Before you, 100 men versus one donkey.
oh
fuck
my
up.
gosh, shut up.
Okay,
Okay, all right. Let me humor this a little bit. All right, so Donkey Kong, yeah, he's a gorilla, but that he is like like a super gorilla. All right, like he's like my brother
Yeah.
would know this. He's like a little bit like how do you say it? Rajan, the fucking monkey thing in Monster Hunter.
Rajan, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
He is like that. All right.
I don't know if real life humans know how to tech. You know.
Right, yeah. Donkey Kong against 100 people, dude, they're getting fucking smoked. They're like, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Anyone that has played Smash Brother has gotten hit by the charged B punch. That shit
Yeah,
annihilates.
it's over.
Yeah,
It's over.
that shit kills you at 60%. You're like,
I'm gonna
oh,
be honest. I remember one of the first video games I ever played was Donkey Kong Country 2. So like it's like very very close to me. I don't give a fuck about this new Donkey Kong game if I'm being completely honest.
Really?
I literally
Wow.
I thought
do
it
not
looked
give a shit
really
about it.
good.
I
thought
don't think
you
I thought it looked really good.
I
Yeah,
thought you would
I-
be kind of like interested. Be
No,
like, "Ah,
you know what I
man."
was interested? I saw Kirby Air Ride and I was like, "Excuse me," you know what I mean? That was crazy to me. That was wild. I don't know.
That's crazy because I saw that and I was like, wow, that looks.
Yeah, but you didn't play Kirby Air Ride because you didn't have a GameCube and you choose to smash your friends' GameCubes instead. That's the difference.
Yeah, exactly. That's my favorite.
Kirby Air
pastime.
Ride was a game that's been
Uh,
being asked for a very long time. I think they even said in the trailer it's
Yeah.
been 20 years since the last Kirby Air Ride game. So
Yeah, no, it's been.
Before that direct, I've never heard of that.
Michael,
Kirby Air Ride was a fucking banger game, dude.
Kirby.
Game. I don't know if that's a niche thing within the
Dude.
Nintendo circle or
Kirby
what.
Air Ride is
No,
like
man, Kirby-
is like the original like there's a mode in the game where it's like legitly like Fortnite. You drop down, you gotta go
Oh,
like you
yeah,
get like
yeah.
little parts. You gotta
Yeah.
build your own little mech, and then at the end it's like a race
You
where you're
know-
like, yo,
Yeah, you know that.
Okay.
You know that one thing in Brawl where you collect the 3 pieces and then you like aim your cursor at the screen and like instantly kill somebody. You know what I'm talking about? In Brawl, there was a little pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Kirby Air Ride right there, dude. That's
yeah,
where it's
the
from.
the Dragoon, dude, the fucking
Dragoon,
one of the
yeah.
best.
No, but what I'm getting at is that like Kirby Air Ride was one of those games where like I'm not gonna say it was as popular as this. I'm just using the example of like it's one of those games like you bring up like Burnout Paradise or Underground 2 when people are like, oh fuck yeah, dude, I remember that game was fucking incredible. Anyone who's played Kirby Air Ride, if you bring it up to them, it's the same reaction. Same with like Sonic Riders, right? Like nobody fucking talks about Sonic Riders anymore, but if you bring that game up to someone who's played it, they will fucking gush about it, right? Kirby Air Ride is the same thing. I 100% think that Kirby Air... It is almost like if they announced a new F-Zero game for me, personally. I'd be like,
Yeah.
holy shit. Like, what? Excuse me? You know what I mean? Because
Well, back to
I
the-
remember watching that part and I was just like, oh, Kirby's just like maybe a new Kirby game, Forgotten Land or whatever. I don't give a fuck about it. But the moment I saw that little turbine pop up, I was like, sold. Absolute cinema, dude.
Actually,
Like,
you want to hear?
you know what I mean?
You want to hear? You want to hear something hilarious? So, like after like since it's been a month, people were talking about it. That Kirby model is exactly the one from like Smash Brothers.
Hmm.
So a lot of people when they saw that they were like, it's the holy shit, what was his name? Sakurai. There you go. It's the
Yeah.
Sakurai fake out where like he's like, oh, is it a new Smash? I don't know. Is it? And it's like, I don't know. It's like, oh no, it's Kirby, right? And it's like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, but that was no. I'm excited for the
Also, yeah,
For Kirby Air
Sakurai
Ride.
is the director for this game too. So
Yeah,
if
so
that's- I'm really
yeah.
hoping that they're just like, hey, Sakurai, you're like our fucking golden boy. We'll give you the budget, and if that's the case, then this is gonna be an amazing Kirby Air Ride, in my opinion. So
Well,
I'm
they
looking
ha-
way
We'll
forward to
see.
that.
I will say, I know this isn't like the end all be all, but I was just wondering with your comparison to Burnout. Burnout sales dusted Kirby Air Ride, so don't put him in the same. Anyways,
well back to the
Pedro, you have anything else to
no.
say?
So back to the
before we
Donkey
continue?
Kong game. I actually had fun with.
Yeah.
that one actually was the one that like.
I thought it looked cool, right?
No, it
Like I
looks
was
cool,
like, wow,
yeah.
this looks really good. And like I said, I'm not a Donkey Kong guy. Even with Tropical Freeze, where everybody was soy jacking over
It is.
I was
It is
like,
a really good platform.
This looks.
It is a really good platformer though.
I haven't played it.
Oh
right?
my god!
And
then
I'm
shut
not gonna
up
say it's a
about
bad game.
it.
But what I'm saying is, like, I looked at it and I was like, okay. But I looked at this new Donkey Kong game and I was
Donkey
like,
Kong.
oh, okay. You know, like,
Michael.
So-
eh?
So this is the thing with me and Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong has been a character that I generally did not like when I was like a kid, because I was always bro. It's either Team Yoshi or Team like Mario, and then like during the like as you get older and stuff, basically Donkey Kong got it. I'm like, you know what, this character's actually kind of cool.
Okay.
Yeah, so like and most of the games that I played, I'm like these games are like very fun. So it got to the point that I was like playing like Donkey Kong Country 2, 3.
Yeah.
I played even Donkey Konga. If anyone remembers that one, or Donkey Kong Jungle Beat, the one where you actually use the bongos.
Yep.
And then it got to the point where I was like, yo, DK is actually a very cool character. So
I hate DK.
uh
To be honest.
yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. The only time I don't play DK is in Smash because I'm
I
like,
grew up with the Mario versus Donkey Kong games, and he kept destroying my little mini Marios. Fuck that guy.
oh yeah, that too. Yeah. So this game is just, like I said, a lot of people are saying that it looks like an Odyssey game. If it is, the formula for Odyssey was already fantastic. Having a character like DK where like the guy you're legitly playing like goddamn Dig Dug with in the game also is gonna be a thing where I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna have fun breaking everything, digging around again like Dig Dug. The movement looks fun. The story also looks kind of like the story. I'm like, I don't even know what the hell's going on, but I'm intrigued by it. I think that the game is gonna be great. I'm gonna pick it up. I'm gonna buy the Switch 2 when the game comes out. So that's gonna be like my first day one title. Mario Kart. I think
Okay.
it's Mario Kart cool. I watched it. We can talk about Mario Kart, I guess, if you guys want to jump into that one next.
Let's transition into that. Yeah,
Okay,
that's a good-
let's.
Oh, Kirby,
shit,
yeah, right? Yeah.
No, Mario Kart.
This guy.
I don't know. I just like. I feel like I would much rather have like another Wario Land. You know what I mean? I feel
Dude,
like I would
I'd
like
kill-
that more
I'd-
over than like a fucking
I'd
Wario
kill
World.
for-
My bad.
I'd kill for a Wario World.
Wario World 2. Can you imagine that?
I'd
Instead
kill
of, like,
for a
Donkey Kong?
remake. I'd kill for a remaster. I'm like, yo, give me
Yeah.
that. Give me something.
They should make
But,
WarioWare instead of fucking Mario Party Jamboree. Fuck that.
We already
WarioWare
have a
would go so
Wario.
hard.
We have a WarioWare already for the Switch.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go buy it. All right, Mario Kart. I love WarioWare. That game is fucking
Alright.
goated.
All right.
Alex, you have any thoughts on Donkey Kong before we
Where's
swap?
Brain Age Academy for the Switch 2?
Platformer's not really my thing, so like,
All right. So what about Mario Kart?
whatever. I don't have any attachment.
You're
and,
just kind
I
of
just
neutral
wanna,
on it.
I'm neutral on it. Also, you know what? Donkey Kong actually fucking sucks because the ride queue took forever. All right, that's what. That's my input on
that's
it.
not- that's
Donkey
that's
Kong.
not
Listen, if you wanna like, watch Donkey Kong and the Legend of the Crystal Coconut, and you won't want the new fucking Donkey Kong game. All right, that shit will.
What?
Dude, I love Seth Rogen, man. Come on, let's go. All right.
Yeah.
I'm just, all right. Mario Kart World.
Eh.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say my piece. Because I'm not a Mario Kart fan.
plays a
Mario's Mike has never been a Mario Kart.
Mario
fan.
Kart. Mario Kart 7 is when I started becoming a little bit of a hater. Personally.
Damn, one of the best ones.
I don't know what
man.
it is about Mario Kart 7. I just started becoming a hater after Mario Kart 7.
You didn't like 8?
Because I have.
No, he's never played-
It's probably the one I
He
dislike.
refuses
the most.
Oh,
to play.
And that's crazy. I don't know what that's the crazy thing is I can't really quantify what.
Bad,
But like I used to play Mario
bad,
Kart a lot on the original DS
taste in
and
gaming.
Game Boy.
The Game Boy ones. Ew.
The original DS
Yuck.
and Game Boy a lot.
Yeah.
I even like Double Dash, even though I didn't grow
Double
up. playing
Dash
with
was
it.
fucking
I-
incredible. Yeah.
It
It's good.
was, man.
I don't know what
Oh.
it is about the new ones that I don't like playing them,
I think.
and I just think they're overhyped.
I think they're.
I would
just-
much rather go back and play the older Mario Karts.
Yeah,
than
but
I
you
do
tell
the
Mike-
new
No,
ones.
I agree.
Even Mario Kart Wii. I
But you
like
tell
better
Mike
than
to play
7 and 8, you know?
Sonic Transform. He's like, nah, I don't like. I just don't like racers.
They just. They.
Yeah.
I think.
And then, all right, to Dan's point,
Yeah.
I will say this is the thing I wanted to say.
Yeah.
I love open world games. Why the fuck is this game open world?
It's like Need for Speed Most Wanted, but Mario Kart.
And it's like you look at stuff like Forza Horizon, which I really love, and it's open world, but it kind of just makes sense in a way. And the open world to Forza Horizon like increases the fun I have, the entertainment value.
How?
But at least look, I can't play Mario Kart. I haven't played Mario Kart World yet or anything, so I can't like have hard.
No one
judgment
has
on
played
it.
it.
But when I look at it, I'm just
Scratch
like, why the open world? How does this help in any way?
Yeah, when
feel
I
like
was-
the main thing about Mario Kart was just being able to jump in and just race your friends. Like, what does
Well,
just
Yeah,
running
I-
around the world do with your friends? Like
the benefit
really do,
of
like-
fucking like games like Burnout Paradise, right, where it is, and like you said, Forza Horizon, where there is an open world, is that you can still do things in the world while you're driving around,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
that's gets you like race to race, point to point. But this one just felt like a social feature, which, like, yeah, you can explore the map, but they didn't say, oh, you can also partake in challenges while exploring the map or do this
Then
or
no,
that.
then nobody watched the Mario Kart Direct. Am I the only one?
So you
The Mario Kart
you
Direct?
can-
Yes. Because
You
there is
can
challenge,
do
there is
those
there is
things, yeah.
challenges and stuff like that in the free mode.
Yeah, you can do
okay.
those
Okay.
things.
I must have missed that then.
Okay.
Even then,
Yeah.
even then, I still don't
Uh,
understand why. You know what I mean?
I-
I agree with you. Even with
So
that.
it's just the challenge.
There's-
So I got a
What's
question. In terms of like the open world design, are they designed around the tracks? So let's say you go to like, I don't know, can you go to Bowser's Castle and then
Yes.
out of nowhere
Yes.
start a race at Bowser's
yeah,
Castle?
from what the direct showed, yeah, it looks like you can.
So the way that the way that the
Okay.
game works is that like so when you pick like a Grand Prix, that word
Prix.
yeah.
Grand Prix.
Thank you.
Prix.
Thank you. Yes, English is hard for me. So if when you choose one, basically you're driving from like point to point to point. So it's no like 3 laps thing. It's like, all right, so we're going from like
Mhm.
Yoshi's Island to a Wario Factory, and then from there you go to like Boo's Mansion, and then you go to like Rainbow Road as the last thing, or something like that. Make an example. That's not how it is, but so essentially you're driving from one point, and then you go to like point A to point B to point C, and then point D. And the
Yeah.
thing is that the thing is that that's how the game is. So, the game is like, I don't even know it's a world. It looks like a giant ass map that has all of the racetracks in that map already. So what the
But the racetracks are still their own thing
Yes.
that you have to race in.
yes.
See, that's the thing that kind of like
So
for
what?
me confuses me, because with Forza Horizon,
Uh-huh.
it's inside, like they make the map and then they make the tracks around the map. So you can go anywhere and the tracks will be like A to B and it'll be across like the whole region, right?
Mhm.
But it's not like, oh, these are the 20 different racetracks and then it's just open
Mike,
world like
to-
how Mario
To
Kart
put it in
is.
perspective, think about it like Monster Hunter Wilds, right? Like you can just
Yeah.
go from the Scarlet Forest to the Woodlands or whatever the fuck it's called. But like you will take place of the hunt will take place in the Scarlet Forest, right? Now you can start
Yeah.
at the desert and then go to the Scarlet Forest and then hunt the monster there, but you are hunting the monster there, right? That's where you're doing it. Same way kind of like in Mario Kart world, where you're basically like you'll just be driving around this open world and then all of a sudden like the track will just like already be there and you drive into the track and start the race. That's kind of how my understanding of it, right? That's what it looked like in the trailer.
that's the thing for
But
me.
it's
Is
just-
it's like, how much does that really add? For
and
you?
you're right,
Because, like,
yeah. I
like,
don't think
and I'm
it
gonna
does.
compare it to Forza Horizon because that's the most recent example I have of an open world racing game.
Mhm.
That like because the open world and the racetracks are so interwoven, you don't have like, yes, there are challenges or races that you do that already have like the track laid out for you, but that's not like track. Let's say fucking, I don't know, Forza Horizon 4. I think that one's the one that's based in UK. That's not like Brighton, racetrack or something. That's just the track for that race.
Mhm.
The world itself, it like they mold the tracks around the world, not the opposite, where you mold the world around the tracks.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. So then it makes me wonder, it's like,
But it's
how
like,
much does this add to
yeah.
it? Yes, they have challenges, but with like Forza Horizon, you not only have challenges, but then it's just like you have all these other different things and events that are happening while you're just, casually just running
Okay,
around
well,
the world.
see,
Like,
the-
you can find
well-
like these barn discoveries for like the cars and shit. You have like 5 to 7 different types of like things that you can just start off rip and everything that like adds to it, like where it makes it so like not every racetrack that you're doing is the same.
Yeah.
Well,
Like the sprint you're doing is not going to be 1 out of 5 sprints that are available in the game.
so
you know what I'm saying?
I'll
Like,
say this about it. So
it's dynamic.
So the thing is that with this game, there's 2 modes. You do the regular racing or the free mode. So let's say, for instance, we're riding Okay, so I'm trying to think of like a track I can kind of like a track that we all know.
Baby Park.
just do Bowser Castle.
Bowser's Castle.
Bowser's
Okay,
Castle,
so
sorry.
Bowser Castle, right? So let's say, for instance, that one of the tracks you're doing Bowser's Castle. But what you can do is if you do the free mode version of it, the gameplay, you can actually like just drive around like Bowser's Castle. There's gonna be challenges and stuff that you can do when they're like, the from what the direct says, like you can do like one where you gotta collect all the coins in certain time through like the track a little. You can find like what is it, panels, stickers, and some other shit like that. So there's a lot of stuff you're gonna do around the time around like the Boucher's Castle area. But the thing is that what they also want you to do is that if, let's say for instance, there's a shortcut that you can't, that you see something that you're like, is that a shortcut? Can I go through this area? Yes or no? The free mode basically is like, yo, just have fun at it, like drive in your own pace. If you see something that like you a shortcut that you can like that you want to practice, the free mode is just there for you to like just do it and stuff like that. Is there like a thing that you wanted to see? It's kind of like the way that when you played Mario Kart and there's something in the track that kind of caught your interest. You would kind of like just kind of like say like, fuck the game, fuck the race. I'm gonna try to like be able to like do it. Can I reach this thing? Is it a thing that's out of bounds that maybe it leads to a secret or something? The free mode basically does that, but instead of doing just Bowser's Castle, it's like, oh yeah, I can do Bowser's Castle and then drive a little bit like, let me just go south for whatever reason, pick south and then go south, and then you see like, oh, I'm in like the ice world of like Mario, or oh, I'm going here and it's like Mexican, like the Mexican place from Odyssey and stuff like that. Which I think it's like, which I think it sounds chill socially if you're like, oh yeah, let's drive around, guys, around this area and like have fun with it. Like, like I say, it's cool. I kind of get the point of it. It's not for me, but I can kind of see the appeal of it.
I can understand it because like I guess I compare it to
like you meet,
I guess the social aspect. It's more for social.
like you meet like
Dan
my
was saying, it's
my
more
brother
social.
Alex, and you can just legitly like, all right, let's go like drive around like the area. Cool. We can like legitly like have mini races. That is not the race, but we can be like, oh cool, there's a little shortcut here. Oh, in Bowser's Castle, there's like a let's say like a area that you can like go down.
Yeah.
You can practice that shit, and the way that the mechanics of Mario Kart, how they done it now, is kind of like, oh, I could do this. Oh shit, let me practice that and stuff like that.
Yeah, like I said, that's why I didn't want to put like super hard like judgment on it. But I was just wondering like, how much does the open
I was gonna
world
say like,
add
who
to it?
really
So I
gives
guess
a
that's-
fuck, man?
There's gonna be
Yeah.
there's gonna be people. I feel there's gonna be people that do, because there's gonna be people that be like, oh, there's
Do you play Mario Kart on your own time, like just you?
me.
Like that's why I wonder is how many people play Mario Kart by
I
themselves.
do.
I do too.
do?
but
Okay.
I
don't
will
think
say,
I ever have.
I remember
Yeah.
playing
I've
it.
never.
I
have.
remember playing
Well,
Mario Kart 8.
No, on the Game Boy.
I remember playing Mario Kart 8
NDS.
like between league loading screens where we were waiting on queue to fucking find a match, right?
Yeah.
Like it just was kind of something to burn time instead of scrolling fucking Twitter or some shit. But like it's more of just like brain empty play game type of thing than it is like, wow, I can see this track in the open world. I don't give a fuck, dude. I think it's
Yeah.
I think it's just, again, it is. I'm telling you, I am the doomsayer of open world games. Like it doesn't do anything, man. Because if it was like Forza, what I was thinking in my head was like an Underground 2 or in Most Wanted, when you accept a street race, you race in the open world, right? Like that is what it's meant for. But like,
Right.
just to link levels together in some open, empty fucking space, like that doesn't do anything for
But the
me,
thing
you
is
know
that
what I
it's
mean?
not. It's supposedly it's not empty. Supposedly there's gonna be things going on around the map.
Yeah,
they say
but
that.
I mean, they said
they
the same
say-
shit about fucking Breath of the
I-
Wild, and Breath of
I
the Wild was
know,
pretty fucking empty.
I know, but they said that there's stuff that you can do. There's like gonna be things that you
I
can just
just
kind of
don't
play
think
around
it's-
with. Which I
yeah,
think
but who cares? Like, who
I
cares
think
if you
it-
can play
no,
around by like hitting a
you're-
Lakitu off of his fucking stupid little cloud? I don't give a shit.
You're right. Like I said, that's gonna be a thing where it's just gonna be visually like interesting for like a month or two,
Yeah.
and then later just kind of like, okay, I'm
but that's
done. Like,
but
I
that's
already
the thing.
seen
That's
the
the
map.
selling premise of the fucking game. You know what I mean? Like,
It's called Mario Kart World.
yeah, like
you
that.
know,
That
like,
is
that's
the
thing.
predominant feature of this. Every Mario Kart kind of has one, right? Like 8 was anti-gravity. Did it really play anything? It was alright, it was cool, whatever. But like, it wasn't trying to sell itself as like the open world Mario Kart game. And
Oh no,
I
you're
don't-
right about that.
It remains to be seen, right? Who knows? Usually with
Yeah.
Nintendo, it's like, again, like we covered earlier, you don't know how they're gonna improve upon it, and somehow it just fucking works. Unlike Todd Howard, but like, we'll see. We'll see.
This guy.
It just.
Anyways,
works.
all right. To move
Wait,
on to the
wait,
next
the,
point.
the, la- the
I
the
guess
last thing I want to say is
Go
that
ahead, go ahead,
I
go
think
ahead.
the coolest thing about Mario Kart 8, which is it's kind of like it's yet to be seen with like the 24. I'm gonna post something real quick, but The one cool thing about Mario Kart that I think is cool is that there's like all the playable characters you can play. Because this character also is
The
playable.
cow, yeah.
Yeah, the fun. Yeah.
I thought
What?
Piranha was cooler than the cow, to be honest.
Yo, you can drive as a Pokey, and as a Montimo, and I'm like, dude, I'm already sold if I could do that. But
The only people
uh,
who fucking care, the only people I see hype for is fucking Shy Guy. That's the only people really. They're the ones.
Shy Guys.
Yeah, remember
Well,
when
but Shy-
people would purposefully play the DS version as a remote play just to play the Shy Guy because he wasn't available. You remember?
Well,
And remember, everyone was like, "I want to be the black Shy Guy." Remember that? If you
Yeah,
were
I
like,
remember
if you were
that.
Sky Blue Shy Guy, you were a
Shy
fucking
Guy
loser.
supremacy starts.
no, the
Yeah.
Sky Blue Shy Guy. No, the Sky Blue Shy Guy was the best character there, the best player in the.
Yeah, that's true. But everyone wanted to be the black Shy Guy. It did turn out that
well,
Sky Blue Shy Guy
well,
was just fucking crack as shit. Yeah.
I'll just say that. I'll just say this about Mario Kart. Like, it's gonna be a fun game. Like it's just gonna be Mario Kart. People are gonna play it. Like me personally,
Yeah.
I'm gonna pick it up after I play Donkey Kong, and it's gonna be a thing where it's like, yo, I wish I had friends to play this, but I don't. So I'm just
Yeah.
gonna be in the free mode,
Alright.
listening to music, just like, oh, that's cool.
While we're on the topic of games,
Uh-huh.
what are some other games you guys saw?
I was
that
gonna ask you.
know,
I was gonna ask you. I
need
was
your
gonna.
hype
I was
perspective?
gonna ask this to the Bloodborne. The From
From Software.
From
slots?
yes, thank you.
From slots.
What do you got? What do
Yeah.
you guys think about Bloodborne 2 on the Switch?
I don't care. I don't give a shit.
Okay, I will say this. I will say this.
Of course you don't care. You don't care about anything.
There is a clear now. I feel like there's a clear divide in the fan base of From Software now.
Uh-huh.
Where
Did they finally wake up?
with Elden Ring Night Rain coming out, people are like, I do not care because this is multiplayer. They haven't played it yet,
Uh-huh.
and the people that have played it, maybe it's just confirmation bias from my end, but from what I've seen and read, the people who have played it that were even hesitant on Night Rain think it's really good, right?
Uh-huh.
But there's a lot of prevailing sentiment of people that are like, I'm not going to buy this because this is not true single player,
Uh-huh.
right? And they kind of have the same feeling with Dustbloods. I think that's what it's called, right?
Okay.
Where it's because it's a multiplayer game
Oh, is it?
that
Is
people are
it?
like, yeah, it's a multiplayer
Oh.
game.
I thought it was single player.
That turns me off even more.
No, it's a multiplayer game.
Okay.
And that people are like really like, oh man, this looked awesome, and then as soon as they find out it was because it's PvPvE, I believe,
Mhm.
they're like instantly like turned off.
Yeah.
That's
right.
crazy.
Which I like I said, I guess if that's not your cup of tea, it is what it is. But like, we'll see what happens when Night Rain comes out.
Uh-huh.
I have yet to play it. I haven't played it, but from everything I've seen, at first, I'm not gonna lie, I was really pumped for it, and then I heard it was multiplayer, and my like expectations kind of dampened a little bit.
Uh-huh.
And then I saw gameplay of it, and read a lot of and watched a lot of opinions of people who I respect their opinions when it comes to From Software games. And they were like, yeah, at first I was not really into this because it's multiplayer, but after I played the closed beta or the alpha or whatever it was that happened, I think it was the network test actually, I think was the official name. They were like, this seems really cool depending if like maybe a couple things get fleshed out when the official game releases. So that we still have, yet to like, I guess, have full judgment on.
Okay.
But just before before people found out it was multiplayer, so many people were like, holy shit, they're basically doing Bloodborne, but not Bloodborne. Right?
Mhm.
And they were freaking out. And then it's just like, it's not a tiny detail, but then like finding out one detail about the game that it's multiplayer versus single player, which is a significant difference, right? But it's just like it's crazy how much something like that could like turn people away. I don't know. For me, it's like it wasn't that much of a deterrent. Where it's like if the game is fun, the game is fun, right? Like I don't know.
I think the
But
concern
like I said,
there.
some people just don't like. Some people don't like multiplayer games, and From Software also cultivated a community of like single player games,
Yeah.
right? Where it's like primarily focused single player games, and now we're having 2 back-to-back games that are more multiplayer focused.
Yeah.
That people are a little bit iffy about, and like they're waiting for Bloodborne, and we basically gave them Bloodborne 1.5 or 2.0
Mm-hmm.
in Dustbloods, and it's multiplayer.
I th-
Like, and then that I feel like I could see how that could leave a little bit of a sour taste in some people's mouths, you know. But for me personally, I think it looks cool.
I think the concern about the
if
multiplayer
the
stuff
gameplay's cool.
is a lot of games are leaning into the always online thing. I think that might be one of the biggest
Yeah.
concerns. It's just like, if you're not online, can you play this game? You know what I mean? I don't know if it's going to be one of those titles, but for
Well,
me,
the thing with Night
for
Rain,
me,
it
does
is single
turn.
player compatible. I
Yeah.
don't know if it's gonna be always online, but you can play by
The
yourself.
thing, it turns me off because I am one of those people that likes playing the game by myself. I think that's where I found most of my enjoyment of the Dark Souls games. Where like it was me venturing into this land. We've been over this shit, right? But it kind of goes against Miyazaki's foundation on why he made the games this way. Which, if you haven't heard, his interview was basically saying that one day he was stuck in a place in Japan. I think he like got like a flat tire or his engine went down or something. But he mentioned that somebody stopped by and then pushed his car with their car until he picked up the engine turned on again. I think it was his battery died. But he managed to like have this guy push his car from behind until he got enough momentum to turn on the alternator and keep going. And then he said that the guy just kind of drifted off into the night. Like, he didn't really know who this person was, and that's kind of how he was motivated to do like the summon system, right? And I think that like that's kind of a boon of Dark Souls. I know a lot of people back when Dark Souls was starting to pop off, they were like, why isn't there dedicated multiplayer? Why can I only summon my friend between these spots? And that was intentional. And it seems like they're kind of moving away from that. Which, depending on how much you value, I guess the structure of how Miyazaki built his games, doesn't really matter. Me personally, I've already said that I'm not the biggest fan of Elden Ring, nor did I really care about the Herb Tree or Night Rain. I don't know. I just feel like the From Software games are going less and less to my direction of why I fell in love with them, and that has made me kind of jaded on the opinion of the Duskblood. So we'll see.
So I guess one thing I want to speak to that is like, while the summon system I think was really unique and cool, I think it's become antiquated, especially with the mod for Elden Ring that came out.
agree.
That they're like you see that you can just play the seamless co-op
Yep.
mod, and you're like, wow, the summon
No,
feature.
yeah,
like, why was this ever? a
I
thing?
100% agree.
And I think the concept behind it, like of why he did that, definitely really cool. And I don't know.
That's why I
the
said
word that's
it
popping in my
depends
mind,
if you
but-
value that, like his design
Yeah,
choice.
yeah.
For me, I'm indifferent to it. I'd rather just play the game offline. It doesn't matter to me that I can summon somebody for a portion of the map or the entire game itself. Don't really give a fuck. You know what I mean? I think both ways,
Yeah.
to me, it loses its charm. The only thing that I've ever summoned is like the NPCs that have like story relevancy. You know what I mean? Like I forgot his name. Is it Sigmire, the guy that fights Yorm in Dark Souls?
Yeah.
Like those are the ones that I summon, but I don't give a fuck about like Maneater, Malfred, or whatever her name is. Mildred, yeah, like it's whatever. I don't summon other players when I play Dark Souls.
We gotta have a dedicated episode for From Software, because I'm like curious to see, like, besides just the open worldness of it, like what made you lose the charm for From Software? Because if anything, I feel like they're still the same.
The part of the From
one
Software
thing
games
I
I
did wanna
enjoyed the
point
most
out-
were the ones where you're actually in an area that was reminiscent of the old games, like Stormvale Castle, or where you're in the libraries, where it was like the more you're in an area, you know. But once I was stepped out,
like the tightly.
yeah, but
like,
once I stepped out
woven,
into
like-
the open world, I can give
the more linear.
yeah, but once I
thing,
stepped out
right?
into the open world, I just couldn't give a shit less. I don't care about the statue that points down to a cave that has the same goblin enemies, gargoyle things for the 4th time in a row. I just don't give a shit about that. But
Did
when
somebody
I
say
was
goblin?
going through
Gotcha.
Stormvale, I was like, this is cool.
So one thing I did want to point out about like stuff like Night Rain and Dustbloods is that FromSoft, with the success of Dark Souls and like Elden Ring, Bloodborne, Sekiro too.
Oh boy, here we go. All right.
They're just, and Armored Core 6. They've been getting a lot of money. They're a lot bigger company now. Something like Elden Ring Night Rain was a side project made by somebody that was not Miyazaki. He approved a lot of like the initial concept of it, and was like, all right, you can go make your own game, right?
Mhm.
And that was the extent to it. But Miyazaki, from my understanding, didn't really do anything besides the initial approvals. And I don't know what his hand is in Dustbloods, but I would not be surprised if this is another one of those games where it's like, Yeah, we hired a bunch of developers to continue what From Software kind of is, and this is a side project in between what we're doing.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if you were in the Elden Ring subreddit before Elden Ring came out, but I was, and dude, it was funny, it was awesome. I thought it was a great time period, but it also kind of sucked because while everybody was waiting for Elden Ring, because it took like 5 years, I think, in between the teaser trailer that they showed and like the actual release of Elden Ring. I don't know if you remember the Elden Ring memes of everybody waiting for Elden Ring to come out and everything, and like like the anticipations of every year of like during the Game Awards, they're like, oh, Elden Ring's gonna be shown. This person in the industry said it's gonna be, and then it's not being shown, and everybody like posting like funny memes about
that's
it.
kind of what Silksong
That
was
were
going
also
through.
slightly depressing. Yeah, like what I'm saying is like I would not be surprised if Dustbloods. I mean, Night Rain is kind of confirmed to be that, but I would not be surprised if Dustbloods is also to that extent of like, hey, we have all these things that we could do to like make a game that like kind of fits what is a From Software game, but also like do something different with it and let all some other like key developers slash designers slash directors flex their muscles. That's not Dark Souls 4.
Yeah.
Or Elden Ring 2,
Yeah.
So now Miyazaki can make Elden Ring 2 or Sekiro 2 or Bloodborne 2, and we can still push out products on the side, right? And Armored Core 6 was that, from my understanding. From my understanding, Miyazaki didn't make Armored Core 6,
so.
Right? So it's like Dustbloods and Night Rain could also be part of that, where it's just like people are like, oh man, I'm waiting for Bloodborne 2, and it's like, yeah, they're most likely working on that or Armored Core 7 or Dark Souls 2, right? Like the main line games. But these are side games that they can make and, like I said, let their developers
so like
or designers flex their muscles while...
Like your Resident Evil Code Veronicas or your, I don't know.
Yes, like this is not Resident Evil 4.
0. Yeah.
Yeah, this is not Resident Evil 4, but this is more games in the Resident Evil franchise that you can play.
Yeah, I don't know how
right?
I feel about that entirely, but it's neither here nor there.
Yeah, and this is a larger conversation that's probably going to be into like the cost of game development and the time of game development nowadays with how complex making games gets now, depending on the type of game you're making. In this case, with From Software, they are pushing a lot of boundaries with what is, what could be considered like the standard of games and stuff. So like Baldur's Gate 3 took like it was like 8 or 7 years, something like that.
Yep.
So it's like in the meantime, I'm pretty sure if Larian had, and I think right now they're actively, I think Sven said that they're actively working on 2 different games right now. If during that time they were making Baldur's Gate 3, they had enough resources to make another side game to like keep people satiated with Larian games, they probably would have.
Yeah.
Right? And I feel like that the From Software is at the point now that they're doing that. And to me, I guess detached from what I just said, when I looked at the trailer and I was watching it, I was like, holy shit, this looks awesome, bro. And I could immediately tell it was From Software. But like I was like, this looks awesome. And the multiplayer thing, I was like, okay, that it depends on how they do it, but still nonetheless, to me it looked good. And if it's really, really good, it could be a key factor in me buying a Switch 2 or not. Now if the game is $90, I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought it looked
cool. All right, so
I just think it's okay.
Any other games you guys thought like?
So I
were interested
got
in?
2 points I want to go with. So first is to my brother. While we're still in Nintendo games right now, brother, what is your problem with Metroid 4? That is the one thing I'm genuinely wondering.
I don't have any problem with it. I was watching the Direct and I was like sweating bullets when Metroid 4 came up. Mind you, this was the first time I ever saw Metroid 4 because I've been ignoring everything, right? I just don't want to get spoiled. I saw Samus is apparently purple now or some shit. I don't know.
Also, sorry, so you guys are talking about Metroid Prime 4,
yes, yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. I know that they've already shown that Silex was the big bad, so I am mega hype about that. Something about the game looks off. It looks a little like glossy and fake. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Something about it looks like a little too cartoonish, which I don't like because I remember like Metroid. I've been playing Metroid Prime 1 recently, like within the last month.
Yeah,
And,
I seen your streams and everything.
right, yeah, I've been streaming it, and that game, like, it's dated, but it tries to lean on the more realistic side of things, not so much the cartoony. And something
Right.
about it looks very, very like bevelly and embossed, and I'm not a fan of that. But the moment I heard the guy say, "Hey, Metroid 2 or Metroid 4 will be coming out for the Switch 2 alongside the Switch 1," I checked out completely. I was like, I don't give a fuck. Everything
Why,
else,
though?
everything else, I didn't care about them saying, "Oh, well, the Switch 2 will support 1080p." I don't give a fuck, dude. If I am able to play Metroid 4 without having to buy a Switch 2, I don't give a fuck. My criticisms of the Switch 2 stay the same because, like, I mean, well, they stay the same either way, but like the problem that I had with it was that I didn't want to buy a Switch 2 because they, tried making Metroid 4, they fucked it up, and Nintendo admitted they fucked it up, and then they tried to gatekeep it behind the Switch 2 after like fucking years of development, right? Once they said that it was just for the Switch 1, I was like, well, it was really the only fucking reason why I would have considered getting a Switch 2. As of now, I really don't have a reason to buy one because they said that it was coming out for the Switch 1. I don't give a fuck about the fidelity, kind of like what I was talking about earlier. I don't care that my game isn't like fucking incredible looking, you know what I mean? I'm playing Metroid 4. That's all I care about. You know what I mean?
So
Like,
you're not. So your complaint is you're not gonna buy the Switch 2, but you're still gonna play Metroid.
oh, I'm
4
absolutely
for
going to
Switch.
buy Metroid 4.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. That's
No,
the thing. I was like,
I don't
wait,
have
what
a
is he
problem with the game at all. I had a problem if the game came out for the Switch 2 and then I had to buy a Switch 2. That would be my problem. But the moment they
Okay,
said that
okay.
it was for the Switch 1, I was like, sweet. Don't have to worry about literally any. I don't care how much better the Switch 2 version is. And if I could use my stupid little fucking mouse controls, I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? As long as I can play Metroid 4, I don't care if it's like little bit lower resolution. I'm not one of those guys that's like, oh, but you don't understand. It's 30 frames instead of 60 if you play it on the Switch 2. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I don't have to spend $400 and have a fucking useless button on my Switch 2. I don't care about that. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like, that doesn't matter to me. Like, I don't know. I'm not much of a stickler for like graphical fidelity. Like those people who are here, like, I lost 10 frames on Monster Hunter, even though I'm running it at 120. Like, who the fuck cares? You know what I mean? I'm
Right.
not that kind of person. So as long as I get 30 to 60, there's people who won't play Bloodborne to this day because it runs 30 FPS. Can you believe that? Like, that is so crazy to me.
You say that.
Well, no, because it doesn't run 60
Or-
FPS. I think
that's
it
what-
is.
Well,
capped at
you
30.
say
No,
you
no,
say
that's
that,
what I'm saying. It's capped at 30. But there are people who won't play Bloodborne, a game that is revered to be so fucking amazing, simply because it runs at 30 and not 60. That is the stupidest shit in the world to me.
Well,
like-
you say that, but I know there's people that don't play Sonic Unleashed because it doesn't run on like it's like capped at 30 frames and it's like,
Yeah, that's
bro.
what I'm saying. Like, there are people, and that's why I draw that example, because like it doesn't matter to me that Metroid 4 is going to be worse on the Switch 1 because it doesn't have as much fucking fidelity. I don't care if I can play the game to a pretty decent standard. It doesn't matter to me. I'm not going to be freaking out about 10 frames missing here. Like, I don't give a shit about that. You know what I mean? Just like that's why like the LED thing, like, yeah, it's kind of fucking annoying, especially since they have OLED on like the later versions of the Switch. But that doesn't make a difference for me. I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Like, if I can play the game and the game is good, that's all I give a shit about. It doesn't matter if I have some sort of like limitation that is trivial at best. So, hey,
Pedro, you got any
Metroid
thoughts
4,
on Metroid?
yeah, Metroid 4. I get to play Metroid 4. I'm fucking hyped for it.
I'm gonna get like I said, for me the games right now I want to get is Donkey Kong and Metroid Prime 4. That's kinda it.
Okay.
Anything else is just kind of
Yeah, this game has been a
before we
long time
jump on to
coming.
the next
Oh
topic?
yeah, so wait. Now this is another topic. This is directed to Alex. How did
Yes.
you feel? Are you excited for? Okay, I know you say you're not gonna get the Switch, but would you be willing to? How do you feel about like the GameCube expansion now
Emulator?
coming into like?
I think that would be the most appealing thing for me. I'd need to see which games that they have coming out because like that was one of my things with the
So what games?
the current catalogs.
What games do you?
Well, I
want
said
to
it
see?
before. The fucking Rogue Squadron games, bro.
All right,
I
besides
don't
that,
think
give-
those are coming, bro. I'm gonna be completely honest with you.
give me,
Yeah.
like, name me like top three that you would like want to see that you're like, all right,
Uh,
that is not
yeah,
Rogue Squadron.
okay. So I mean, those are valid picks. They're exclusives. No, I think I just like the nostalgia dip with like Double Dash and Melee. I'd have to look back on like the games I had. I remember there was a cool Star Fox game I played at my
Star
friend's
Fox
house.
Which-
Assault.
Or
Probably the one where you could switch between air, land, and
Yeah,
like
that's
vehicle
Assault.
combat.
okay, yeah, that's all, yeah.
Sonic Adventure 2 Battle.
Holy
That was
shit! I did
exclusive.
not consider that whatsoever. Oh,
Yeah, right?
I can have a Child Garden again. Oh no!
Child Garden, bro. I remember that shit.
Fuck.
Yeah, man. But I think, yeah, I need to see what games would come out there. I will say, I might not get a Switch, but I'm really excited for my friends who are gonna buy one.
The crazy,
so-
the crazy, the crazy part about that is that most of the game, okay, so they said like I would have to test it myself, but most of the games are gonna have online capabilities.
I saw that.
So-
yeah.
So that means my brother and I are gonna have our, how long has it been? Maybe like 10, 15 years. We might have to do streams where me and my brother play Super Mario Strikers.
I was just about to say that. When you mentioned online, I remember looking at the titles saying like there are more titles coming soon. And
Yeah,
I
you
saw
saw
Strikers, and I was like, "There's no fucking way." If Strikers
That-
gets online, that is a really big selling point. That is fucking insane, dude.
That one
Like-
I'll suck up the online. I'll be like, you know what? Please, like, I beg you, like.
I don't think I would buy a Switch 2 just to play Strikers online, but I would be like keeping my eye out for the moment the Switch 2 drops in price. Like I think I would be doing that.
I will definitely say as you and me are like, well, I know Mike is technically also. Well, Mike, would you consider yourself this as a content creator?
Not
yet?
As of right now, I don't think.
Okay, so as me and
Even though we do the
my
podcast.
brother and I as content creators, I know that would be a stream we would have an idea where we're
I
just
think I
playing.
would. Yeah.
We just play.
Well, I
Strikers
don't know
like
if I'd want to figure out the fucking intricacies of streaming a Switch game with the Elgato capture cards, whatever. But that's neither here nor there.
Yeah,
I think the
that's
Switch
that's
emulation looks cool, or the GameCube emulation looks cool.
Like I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people are saying that like, oh, Soul Calibur. But when I saw fucking Wind Waker, I was like, oh, dude, I'm sorry, I have to.
Yeah,
Wind Waker is like, oh, that's one of my
the-
like.
yeah. If they bring Twilight Princess too, that'd be fucking goated. But I hope that they don't like hide it behind that like Nintendo Online Plus expansion pack.
That oh, the plus one. Oh, I don't know.
Because remember that there's the Nintendo Online, and then there's the Plus expansion pack that lets you play the other emulators, and it gives you like that Animal Crossing
Probably
DLC. Or
gonna
That
whatever.
I think that's what it's gonna be on. Yeah.
If it is, that's gonna be stupid. Because I think isn't it like $39 or some shit? It's a lot. The
is it?
online
Let me-
expansion pack, it's quite a
Time
bit.
to check. Let's see.
Because I know
Keep talking
Nintendo,
while-
I know Nintendo Online is relatively cheap compared to like PlayStation Plus and Xbox Live, but I remember the expansion pack being pretty fucking pricey. Now they are building on top of it by giving you multiple systems to emulate, but like it's still money.
The Nintendo Switch Online with the expansion pack, it is $50, but it is
50
for a
bucks
year.
A year? Okay, that's not too bad. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
if I
and
get
then
to
it's-
emulate GameCube games, Game Boy games, SNES games, and Game Boy Color games for $50 a year, on top of the fact that I get online, all right, that's a fair price, I would say.
Oh, but the camera's a big.
Well, the camera's $60. Fuck that thing.
Hypocrisy, but
If they increase the price to try to be like, well, you get game chat now, then yeah, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, and then I'd be very upset. We'll see.
okay.
It remains to be seen.
So, how's everybody feeling about the fact that like now the Switch 2 is getting like more third-party games? I think we could all say that in unison. That's just like good for the system,
No, I
right?
think it's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I don't see how that's ever gonna be a downside.
Because like
Yep, I think it only benefits people who are wanting to get the Switch too. I don't think it's gonna switch any like undecided buyers over, if that even exists in like today's market.
For me, it just opens more availability. Like, cause like I said, there's games that I'd rather play on a handheld than I would on my computer. And I saw that like Hades is coming to the Switch, and I was like, Hades is a game I've been meaning to play because I played Transistor and Bastion, and Hades is like the next title of that. And I was like, I feel like Hades is a game that I would play in the airport on my Switch, but not while I'm sitting here on my computer. You know what I mean? So maybe like getting Hades in the Switch is definitely gonna open my eyes to maybe buying that game now. So I mean, hey, net positive, right? So
Cause we are getting like a lot of them. We're getting like Hades 2, Street
Borderlands
Fighter
4.
6, Borderlands 4. Yeah,
Elden Ring's coming on there too.
yeah. Anything. More important games. We got Split Fiction. I'm just Hitman. Bravely Default, or is this not the Bravely Default?
Bravely Default is a port though, isn't it? It's Bravely Default 2. Just
Yeah, we're getting
a lot of
Cyber.
those were kind of ports because Hades 2's already been
Oh
out.
yeah,
hasn't it?
Cyberpunk's getting on there.
Yeah,
I've tried so hard to play that game, and just I can't.
we're getting Final Fantasy remake.
Yeah,
It's just a lot of shit. So at least like the one good thing about
yeah, but a lot of
Nintendo
them
is
are
that-
games
that-
that they're already out though, except for Borderlands 4. I don't know how I feel about that.
I don't.
Because
really
like
care
I feel
for
like
it.
I feel like some people would already own those games, and they're just
Have
like,
you
why
seen
would I
the
buy
new?
it?
Have you seen the new trailer on it?
For,
I think it looks solid.
I
after the new
I
trailer.
like that.
At first, I was kind of tentative on it. I mean, first of all, I mean, if you're not a fan of Borderlands, I don't think it's gonna. Change,
Yeah, no.
But
I guess another thing that's kind of worth
So-
touching on is like the upgrade pack thing for games. I don't know how I feel about that.
I'm 50-50 on
It
that
depends on the
because
I
price.
think if I.
let me
yeah,
check. Let me
I-
check the price. Did they actually even say anything?
I didn't
about
see
that?
I just think it's bullshit. People are charging for that shit anyways. So like, I know there's upgrade packs. Can you still play like Breath of the Wild on the Switch too?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Yeah, but you have to pay for it.
So like, can I? But what I'm saying is, like, yeah. So let's say I own the physical copy of Breath of the Wild.
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
Can I pop it in my Switch too and not pay for it and just play
I
the
don't
copy
think
I
so.
already have?
I don't think. You
No,
can.
Or do you have to pay for
I think
it?
you can.
I don't know. My understanding of the upgrade pack was the upgrade pack is going to download the stuff that increases the game's like ability to run better, basically. So like it's kind of like how the key card thing works, which we'll touch on that. But my understanding is that you pay for like the extra goodies, like the Zelda notes. I think they said for the example of Breath of the Wild, on top of the fact of like porting a game that you already own over. In a way, it kind of seems like you're buying the Switch 2 version of the game at a discounted price because you already own the Switch 1 version. That's the way that I see it. But I don't think it's like, I mean, you're paying for something at the end of the day, and it sure as hell isn't Breath of the Wild again because you're not paying full price for the Switch 2 version. You're buying an upgrade pack for something that you already own, right? So I would imagine that the idea there is that if you have a physical cartridge of Breath of the Wild, you can pop it in, you buy the upgrade pack, and then now you're allowed to play it on the Switch 2. That's the way that I understood it.
The website says that it's only $9, so it's like a $10.
Yeah,
to,
and I figured that it was I was hoping it was going to be $10, which at that point I'm just like, you know what? I can kind of excuse that. But if it was like $29.99, then I would have been like, this is fucking ridiculous. Because at the very least, Nintendo's trying to add new features. Those features are kind of shit, not gonna lie. But like, I
The only-
guess
the-
9
the
isn't
only-
too bad.
the
I don't know
only
if I
good
still
one-
feel good about it.
I think the only good one I can think of is like the Kirby one, because the Kirby one is like
Yeah, the
like a
Kirby
new
one did look
DLC.
good. Yeah.
It's a new DLC that you be like, okay, I'm gonna go try it out and stuff like that. But
Yeah, at
besides that,
the
I'm
very
just like,
least, Nintendo's offering you like extra shit with the upgrade pack. So like you're paying to be able to port the game over to the Switch 2 to run it better, and then to get a couple of goodies. I can excuse that, but I still don't feel great about it. Because I just know that they could have done some like stupid fucking $30 bullshit, man. So I don't know. I guess it's fine at 10.
Yeah, I got that.
I guess it's fine at 10.
All right. We have any other outstanding topics to go over? The only thing I had was that I was pretty happy to see that micro SD express cards are going to be supported over regular micro SD cards. While yes, you have to buy you can't use your like micro SD from the Switch 1 for the Switch 2. My understanding is that the micro SD cards, express cards versus just regular micro SD is kind of like SSD versus
HD,
hard
yeah.
drives. You know,
I was gonna say that I
Um,
think that's good. I like the fact that like this Switch has more. The Switch 2 has more space. We can
Mhm.
do that because I like I said, for me, my Switch is also, besides playing Nintendo games, is also known for like indies. So I do have like
Yeah.
Hollow Knight, I have like Sonic Mania, I have what is it, Cruising USA Blast, if anyone remembers those arcade games, and I got like and like other ones like Pizza Tower and all that stuff. So it's gonna be good to like actually be able to like what is it? Not have to worry about like, oh yeah, I could just throw those games in there and that's it. And they said that the process for the transfer data is like fucking easy, so I'm glad like that we're gonna be able to like save our game stuff. I guess that doesn't sound good.
Well, I
Now
mean-
that I'm saying about it.
The last notable thing to bring up is the pricing, because we haven't talked about the game prices yet.
Okay, so let's
I think the console price is fine. The game price.
Okay, so-
because I think it's varied. Like, cause like Donkey Kong, the Donkey Kong game, I think is like $70 to $80, while Mario Kart is $80 to $90. I haven't checked
okay,
some of the
so
other
this
games
is,
that are gonna be
this
there.
is the
but-
thing that I'm not understanding. So as soon as the like everything, damn, the thing is sold out. Shit, I'm gonna miss out. So I've been checking like a lot. Like, so when the first after the direct came out, people were saying that it was like $80 for digital, or was the prices were varying. But I'm checking like websites. I'm checking Target, Best Buy, GameStop, even like Nintendo like themselves, and they're selling it for like 70, 80. So like the price went a little up, but it's not as exaggerated as people were making it. As well as like, oh, $100 for the digital, for the physical. So I think right now I'm kind of confused on the pricing, because again, I'm checking different websites, and like each one is just saying, oh, this is $80. Oh, here's 70, and I'm like, I don't even know what the pricing is anymore at this point.
I think it being 80 is not great. You know what I mean? We barely got fucking used to 70. So I don't know, man. 80 is still really pushing it. Like games went from 60 to 80, a $20 increase in like less of a span of 12 months. That's kind of wild. So I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it. I mean, my first thought is this is fucking bullshit. Especially if a digital version is more expensive than a physical one, when you're trying to say that it's like material cost and shipping and X, Y, and Z, because there is no restriction to that. You're not creating anything, especially with the fact that they also said that, there's key cards. You don't actually own the game. And we know that Nintendo has shut down their services before with unrecoverable fucking files, like they did in the DSi and the 3DS. So I'm not exactly stellar about the idea that I can buy Metroid 4 and then not own it, but right now I have a box in my fucking garage that has my original copy of Metroid Prime 1 that I can still pop in a GameCube today or a Wii that I owned 15 years ago, right? I don't like that idea. I don't like the idea of pay and own nothing. So I from that principle alone, you're asking me to not own something that I bought, and then you're increasing the price by $20. I don't think that's a good practice, like, whatsoever. So
Do you think people are still gonna buy it anyways?
I
Like, I
think
mean,
people will.
Absolutely.
Bro, pe-
yeah.
So I had this thing that just went like this has been affecting me for like a year, right? There was a song when I lived in Korea that me and my friend found on Spotify on our way to go snowboarding. And we fucking loved this song. Like, whenever this song came on, we never skipped it. Whenever we went snowboarding, we would play it on our speakers, and we would have a blast. This song, like, defined snowboarding in Korea with me and one of my best friends, right? And then 2 years ago, they removed it off Spotify. It is nowhere to be found on the internet. I have scoured high and low, right? And I can't find it on Apple Music, not on Spotify, not on Pirate Bay, everything. It's even off of YouTube. I contacted the fucking artist directly on his Facebook page, asking him what happened to the file. Nothing. Right, so now I lost this song that was like that I liked a lot, right? And I only figured out the other day that I had a flash drive that I downloaded it to, right? I just found it, and I was like, "Here's this song that doesn't exist in the internet anymore that I have, right?" And and one that I cherished. And at that moment, I was just like, "It sounds kind of stupid, I know, a song, but like my point being that like." Here's a game, right? Like, I hold Metroid Prime 1 to be a game that is fucking incredible, that I have a copy for forever because I paid for it. You know what I mean? And now you're telling me that you are just going to strip that thing away from me the moment that you've decided that this service isn't like good anymore, 10 years, 20 years down the line, and I won't be able to relive this game that is super fucking important to me. Like, I don't know. I think people will buy it. To answer the question, is just that I don't think that people cherish that enough until they figure out that they got it taken away. And most people don't care because 20 years down the road, they're probably not playing video games anymore or something X, Y, or Z. Like I wasn't affected by the termination of service for the DSi or the DS store, right? But I'm sure somebody out there probably fucking was. I mean, this conversation comes to light for a reason. So,
so my question, you bring up a really good point, and I think that's a great case about like owning your games and why like digital licensing versus physical ownership is so important.
Mhm.
And I don't want to discount that. My question, I guess, and I should have phrased this better, was like Nintendo does have that ability to prestige price their things, right?
Yeah, they do.
Is that enough to like dissuade their hardcore consumers, right?
No.
If you say every game is now $80 plus the console you gotta buy.
No,
No,
it's pretty evident that it's not because the fucking Switch 2 is sold out right now. Everyone was saying that they're not gonna buy a Switch 2 because this, that, and the other reason, and here we are. It's sold out.
Dude,
What happened?
It's the church on Nintendo, dude.
What happened, right? You telling me that everyone was along with this boycott, and all of a sudden the system is sold out, and we're supposed to believe that people are actually gonna stick up for boycotting something that they disagree with? Obviously, fucking not, right? I don't think so.
Dude,
I think they're whales for a reason, dog. You know, like I don't think that it's gonna dissuade anyone. I mean, hell, I thought about buying Metroid 4 if it was exclusively for the Switch 2, right? I don't know if I would have gone out and bought, like, pre-ordered it or bought it or anything, but it would have been in the back of my head pretty fucking heavy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then again, I'm not taking like a moral grandstand. I'm not on Reddit talking about how, you know, late stage capitalism XYZ. But
yeah, Nintendo should perish.
it was definitely something that, like, if I bought it, I wouldn't feel great about, you know. And yeah, I mean, obviously the people that were throwing a stink about it, some of them stuck to their words, some of them didn't.
And those are the same people. The people that are always talking about, like, yeah, we gotta boycott Nintendo. This ain't fair to us. Are the same people that are like, yeah, hi, can I get a Switch 2, please?
Yeah.
the Mario Kart Bundle Edition, por favor.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna.
Yeah,
I think people are gonna
Reggie,
feel
my
sour.
ass is
I think
open.
people are gonna feel sour about it, but I
What?
think the people that are gonna be vocal about it are the ones that, like, you know, I mean, like, the biggest conversation isn't about the fact that the Switch games are $80. It's the fact that Nintendo is setting a precedence for everyone else to do that, right?
Yeah.
That's
Well,
the
you know what?
issue.
That's funny because going with the topic, did you guys hear that, like, apparently I heard about this, but I didn't go into the look into details, but apparently Xbox decided to start fucking jacking up the prices too for a lot of stuff.
But that's
as well.
that's what I'm
Oh, yeah,
saying. It's just
yeah.
like, now that Nintendo is charging $80 for a game, people who don't have the same level of caliber that Nintendo games do are going to feel like it's okay to do so, right? Because Nintendo is saying, hey, $80 for AAA, maybe Project Red does it, maybe Capcom does it, you know. I mean, and those within their own right, they do make some really good games, but they also make some really bad games, right? And my point is, that is the reason why the gaming scene at large is blowing up. The whales were gonna buy the $80 Switch game anyway, right? Fuck it, I was one of them if Metroid 4 came out. But just because I would buy Metroid 4 at $80 does not mean that I would buy, I don't know, fucking
Pikmin 5?
Split Fiction 2 at 90 or something down the road.
Right.
It's not something that I would do, right? But now that's become the standard, and I don't have a choice. That's the issue.
Yeah, see,
there.
you know, you say that, and it also scares me, and it kind of makes me worried about Michael and Alex, because what if Top Howard is like, you know what, we're gonna make Skyrim 2 or Skyrim 3 for $100, and I know these guys are gonna be like, yeah, we're gonna buy it though.
I think, I mean,
Michael, don't
like,
tell me you
Then I will
wouldn't.
blame Nintendo. It's gonna be all your fault, Pedro.
I've
As
already-
I play, as
It's
I buy
because
it.
of your guys, if that's
Whoa,
Yeah,
whoa! I'm sorry. Wait, didn't Fallout 76,
No,
the
they-
Bethesda studio, send that cartridge of a game? It didn't even come with a disc. It came with a cardboard cutout. I don't want to hear it. That was 5 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
You want to talk about key cards? They sent you a
I mean-
piece of cardboard, Mike.
Yeah.
All right, when did Fallout 76 first
I
come
don't know,
out?
2018.
1976.
2018.
What about Starfield?
Wasn't Nintendo doing that with the Switch before Fallout 76? That the game was just a download
think so,
already
no.
from the
I don't
beginning.
think so.
I mean, digital downloads have kind of been a thing for a while now. So
Yeah.
I'm just saying that
anyways,
Bethesda
before we
isn't.
start-
Bethesda's hands aren't clean here, Mister Fucking
I'm not saying Bethesda's hands
said
are
you would-
clean.
you said you were gonna
I'm
blame
the first one to
Nintendo.
say Starfield's mid.
You said you were gonna blame Nintendo. Anyway, my point.
Oh, if the prices go up, yes.
No, but my brother is
If
saying
they're charging Mario
No, no,
Kart
no.
and everybody for $90,
No, but my
and
brother is
everybody
saying
else
that
is
if they
charging
charged it,
$90 for
my
their
brother
games,
is saying that if Bethesda started charging at 100 for Skyrim 2 when you guys would buy it, then you would set the precedence the same way that Nintendo.
I already don't buy.
I know.
all Bethesda games when
That's
they
why he was just
release.
giving you shit. But then you.
So that's already a false equivalency.
I
Yeah.
think. Shit. What was I gonna say about Nintendo?
If you said FromSoft, that's a different situation.
Yeah. I think it's the precedence that they're setting that is the concern to everyone. That gives
Cringe.
and that gives me like I mean like I will be probably affected by it, but maybe less because I already talked about how I like to pick maybe a handful of games that I'll play a million times over as opposed to buying like game after game after game and hopping after like just beating it and going on to the next. I mean, hell, if games are starting to go up to 80, 90, $100, then I'm just going to keep playing fucking the same games that I've been playing forever, you know? Monster Hunter Wild still has plenty of shit for me to build around, so I don't know. I think there's going to be those people that buy it, and there's going to be the people that don't. And I think that the people that do are going to be the mass majority, even though they're bitching about it while they do it. You know what I mean?
I was gonna say, at least with me personally, it's gonna get to the point that I'm gonna be like, all right, like, is Donkey Kong, Metroid, what's next? Pikmin 5? Like Pikmin 5? I can skip it. I don't have 100 like 80,
You're gonna
90
be
bucks
more
to do
selective
it.
about it.
Exactly, and I think you're gonna have to be more, selective and more safe. Be like, all right, dude, like, can I?
Uh,
Am I gonna spend money on the new, like, let's say Mario Party game, or do I want to actually eat something for the next week?
Yeah.
So I will say that there is something that like Microsoft and an extension Bethesda has over Nintendo in that front is that like their titles are going to Game Pass.
Mhm.
So
Oh my
I
god!
pay a subscription fee and I get 100 and more fucking games I could play along with that.
Yeah,
right?
but you're making developers starve
And-
to death.
Eh.
What do you
I
mean?
they signed the contract.
Are you?
I mean, they signed the contract, right?
Yeah.
It's Bethesda,
Yeah.
especially if they signed an exclusivity deal with Microsoft, then
Like
Yeah,
I also don't think Nintendo's particularly starving. I'm gonna be honest. So.
no, but
Yeah.
I'm saying, like, I want the people that made Doom, the Dark Ages, actually get paid and not be like, oh well, we're gonna lose like money because we signed, because it's in Game Pass. I don't know.
Well, you get more people playing it, more people engaging with it, and again, that's subscription. I don't know if
It
they get like
depends.
royalties, but I have to imagine there's a pretty big buyout when they do put it on Game Pass.
Yeah, especially
they're not
like
doing
day
it for
one
free.
Game Pass shit. Yeah.
It's the same thing. Like if you look at Netflix or Max or whatever, like if your movies are going on there, your studio's getting paid to put that movie on.
I
there.
am also a
So,
little
it's
bit.
not the reverse.
I was having a rant about this earlier to another group of friends that like I am becoming very desensitized and like tired of the whole subscription shit, and Xbox Game Pass
Yeah.
is definitely
That's
one of
just
those.
that's just everybody at this
Yeah.
point.
Like I had Game Pass for like maybe two.
It's just subscription to
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah,
I
it's
had
like
Game-
Not
like
just games.
I had Game Pass
Yeah.
for 2 months, and I think I only played like Back for Blood and something else, and I was like, this is fucking worthless, man. And then I just stopped. Like, I don't think that's not really much of a selling point for me in a to begin with, personally. So
That's fair. I think I've gotten good use out of it in that I played a lot of games that I maybe wouldn't have spent even $60 on for free, like
Mhm.
The Outer Worlds, Avowed, the Indiana Jones game, right?
Yeah.
Like those are games I wanted to play, and Oblivion will be one I'll be.
Yeah, I
picking
don't
up
know.
soon.
Maybe I'm just, like,
been playing less
hyper autistic or something where I only play like 4 games at a time. I just like when I look at Game Pass, I'm just like, yeah, I have a lot of options, but none of these options are the ones that I want to really sink my teeth into.
I don't think there's anything wrong with your mindset. I feel like that's kind of like a common sentiment, but like the opposite's also true.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah,
Different strokes for different folks,
Yeah.
right? Like a lot of people like playing a bunch of games, and then after a certain point, they're like, "Okay, I get it, but I don't have any. There's no strong desire for me to finish this game."
Right.
But I feel like I've seen what the game has to
But
offer.
my point being that like
Right.
the fact
and then there's the opposite, like you, where you play 4 games and you just find endless replayability
yeah.
with those.
But
4
my point
games,
being that-
and you pick and choose what games you do that.
My
with,
point
right?
being that like as game prices increase, I think I'm only gonna set into that mindset more and more because I just
More.
because I'm not paying 20 extra bucks to play a fucking game that is garbage to begin with.
But then also you could kind of see the thing where more people will maybe subscribe.
Oh,
Game
yeah,
Pass
100%.
because the prices are $90.
No, I know,
Like,
I get that.
it's a very interesting thing where like the two extremes of that spectrum I feel like might widen even more because of this.
Yeah.
So.
But I really hope that this
any
isn't.
closing thoughts you guys have on Switch 2?
I really hope that that's not the standard. That like, we start
Yeah.
moving to subscription services because games are getting so expensive to make. That would be fucking crazy.
I mean, I think we already are. Like even without gaming, like just media, it's just like again, like for me, it's like I got Crunchyroll. I got I used to have like HBO Max. Then I have like PlayStation, and I got like other ones. And it's like, dude, yeah, it does get exhausting. Like my wallet is just like I don't even want to check how much I spend like monthly.
I'm
with it.
surprised that like no one's tried to bundle them and basically sell you a cable package again. That's the one thing that's gonna shock me. Is that we haven't come full circle yet.
Yeah.
But now, closing thoughts.
I think
I said it again. I'll say it again. I'm really excited when my friends buy this. For your friends Switch too.
You're like the family share kid, basically.
Yeah.
But I think the Switch 2 is it has promise. It's just being delivered in the worst way possible. People have been rumoring about the Switch 2, when it's gonna come out, what's gonna come out with it for fucking years at this point. And to have this landing and this delivery is just like beyond disappointing. So I don't think that there's really much Nintendo
so you're disappointed with it?
The way I was gonna say the way that Nintendo delivered the Switch 2, everything about the Switch is fine. The delivery and the practices that they're using to go forward with both the announcement and what we're gonna see maybe for the foreseeable future with increased game prices, with shit like game chat that you might have to pay for. Like all these things that they're trying to kind of gloat about, I can't help but be disappointed by it. And the pricing is a bit ridiculous for both the game and the console itself. There's nothing that's really pulling me to even consider buying it at this point. The only reason that I was going to was Metroid 4, and now that reason is gone. So like, I don't know. And I think like if they even try to step back on it, they've already done too much damage to their reputation. I'm not saying this is going to make Nintendo go down. Obviously not. The console sold out for pre-orders. But I think that this is going to be a bit of a stain, personally. So,
Okay.
I mean, but it's Nintendo. They're going to succeed. There's no way around it.
So when Kirby Air comes out,
I just really hope it doesn't set a precedence for other game companies that think they have the right to sell a Nintendo quality product at the same price point that Nintendo is trying to push, right? I don't need to have like a botched launch like fucking Cyberpunk 2077 be $80 and then get a mid-ass game that gets improved 4 years later. You know what I mean? I don't want that.
So all I understand is I'll see you when Kirby Air comes out.
Yeah. I don't know about that.
Hey, Joe,
I'll have to check
closing
back
thoughts?
with you in a year, Dan.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
My closing. Well, we'll see. My closing thoughts is like I said, there's a lot of games I do want to play as a Nintendo fanboy. I'm a little skeptical about it because like again, some games look good. I'm trying to just to see like what the future for it is gonna be. I do want to see like I said, I'm not really crazy about a new Smash Brothers, but I do want to see like more franchises, how they deal with the Switch coming to the Switch 2. Some things I'm gonna use, some things I'm not. I'm kind of like 50-50 on the Switch. Like, again, I'm not gonna get it like day one. When Donkey Kong comes out, I'm probably gonna be playing that shit like crazy. Metroid Prime comes out, gonna be crazy. And depending on what Nintendo has store for the future games coming out, yeah, like I'm excited but skeptical about like the Switch 2. And again, I'm not in a hurry to. If I don't get it like within Donkey Kong, I'm not gonna be like, all right, I'll just kind of wait it. And yeah, that's it.
Cool. All right, for my closing thoughts.
Fuck Nintendo.
Besides Dust Bloods,
okay.
And the Donkey Kong game looks cool. That's like I said,
Okay.
it feels like the Mario Odyssey for this generation. Where when I saw Mario Odyssey, I was like, okay, that looks cool. I'm buying it, and I did. Donkey Kong, it's basically the Switch's 2 Odyssey for me personally. Besides Donkey Kong and Dust Buds, there's not really much that that's making me want to buy Switch 2. like there's no Smash Bros Ultimate that's like really grabbing
No
me
chi- no-
onto
no
there
Chibi
or
Robo?
something. Like, not really. Like, there's not really much. Like, yeah, I could get Pokemon Coliseum and Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness on there, but like,
Holy shit.
yeah, I don't know if that's enough for me to, pop $450 to $500.
Actually, you know what? Sorry
Um,
to cut you off, but I think I'm gonna go look into this, but I'm not sure. Maybe someone can comment on it if I forget. Did they actually say that the GameCube? Oh wait, no, I think they did because it comes with a controller. I was just gonna say that. Did they say that the GameCube expansion is just for the Switch too, or was it gonna be a thing?
I didn't know
For the regular
about
Switch.
that. Yeah,
But I
was
do-
trying
but
to figure that
I,
out too.
I would considering they announced it at that direct,
But
I would not be surprised if they kept it only.
I
to
do
Switch.
I do
so.
remember that they did mention that like the GameCube controller. That's why the GameCube controller is only for the Switch too. So yeah, fuck. I think I'm gonna have to go do research on that because if it's for the Switch too, yeah, you're kind of fucked. You're gonna have to get the GameCube controller, which is another
Okay.
thing. But yeah, sorry. Okay, I just want to kind of throw that in
No,
there.
you're good. You're good. But yeah, that's just my closing thoughts. I personally right now I just don't have anything that's like strongly pulling me to get that. The Switch 2 as of right now. That might change in the future, right? If they make any changes to like game prices or what games come out and stuff. I have yet to see too much of the new Pokemon. What is it? The Pokemon
ZA?
Legends Z through A. Yeah, so I don't know if that's gonna
Pokemon ABC.
change my thoughts or like the next mainline generation Pokemon game. We'll see, because that's probably gonna be the number one thing that draws me is Pokemon. But as of right now, nothing. But it looks solid, not great, which is crazy because you think it'd be a home dunk, and a lot of the stuff fundamentally I think is a home dunk. But then once you start thinking about like the financials and the business aspect of it, it just gets tainted, and it just, at least in my eyes, it gets tainted, and I'm just like, what could have been a slam dunk turns into something you actually have to think about.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Which is, that's what makes it disappointing. But yeah, to wrap it all up, Pedro, where can people find you?
I will leave my YouTube channel in the comments below if anybody wants to check it out. It's Yoshikan. I again just doing YouTube for fun. I do basically anything I feel like doing videos from Marvel Rivals to talking about games that I like, funny edits, and you know what? I'm not gonna say the last one because I know I'm gonna get shit for it. But yeah, I can't. I gotta stop with it. But yeah, you can find me there. Again, I'm gonna like basically tell my YouTube subscribers about this to come check it out. Maybe people want to check out your guys' previous videos. Maybe they'll want to check episodes. They'll probably want to come check the next ones. We'll see. But I will send people your way to you guys to see if they want to stick
Yeah.
along or not.
Yep. Cool.
And I appreciate you coming on here. Hopefully, we have you back at some point. I mean, I don't want to say hopefully. We're gonna have you back.
Absolutely, absolutely.
yeah.
I was gonna say a little bit gripe thing. I was kind of a little insulted when I saw episode 3, and it said covering music, and I was like, and they didn't invite me. When I have
We wanted to wait until episode 5 to get our first.
when I
guest,
have
so.
so much like gaming, video game music for me.
Hey, we could always revisit
Oh,
it.
absolutely.
Daniel, in particular, said he had so much
I
other shit
did.
he wanted to
I
talk
really
about.
did.
So I would not. I would not mind at
In
all in the
time.
future. Yeah, in the
'Cause,
future, revisiting music. and
A
stuff.
little trivia about me. That's like all I kind of listen to. Like any modern music, I'm like I don't fucking care. I think it's garbage.
Care. Just
But
video game.
But if
music,
it's
yeah.
like fucking full gore Steam, blasting it like every day. If it's
yeah.
if it's Sonic Mania soundtrack, blasting it every day. If it's like yeah, so that's it. But yeah, all right, guys.
Okay.
All right.
That
Okay.
I'm gonna disappear to the void now. Woo!
All right.
Oh, we
As
lost
for
you.
us,
Yeah. Gentlemen, I have one
As
more
for-
question. Just one more
Oh.
question before we wrap up.
one more. All right.
How do we think Nintendo's going to react to the Kinect?
Nectimals or whatever that fucking
Uh,
game was called is gonna wipe them off the face of the earth.
I'm just sad that I have to pay $15 to play Switch with my uncle now. So,
Oh my
but
god.
anyways,
All right, we've been the Bonfire
anyways,
Nexus.
you can find us at any platform with the handle at the Bonfire Nexus, or you can email us at the or not at thebonfirenexus@gmail.com. Email us any questions, comments, topics that you would like for us to discuss, anything that'd be cool, and comment like stuff that you're excited about the Switch 2, things you loved about the Switch 1, or things you didn't like about the Switch 1 that you're hoping improves with the Switch 2. That'd be cool, or games that you'd like to be, you'd like to see coming to the Switch 2 and stuff like that. But besides that, ciao. Have a
Bye.
great
Bye.
night,
Bye.
guys.
Bye. 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 Bye.
Bye.